Welcome to Literary Journeys. In a land where survival is never guaranteed and danger hides beneath every shadow, a fragile peace begins to unravel. Families are tested, loyalties are questioned, and unseen forces move closer with every passing day. This is a full and detailed book summary that draws you into a world of tension, love, and looming conflict, where every decision carries weight and every moment could change everything. The story unfolds with quiet intensity, revealing truths that cannot be ignored. Let's begin. Chapter 1. Ian Murray ambushed by armed men in the forest at night. Ian Murray rests alone in the forest, alert despite the stillness, while Rollo suddenly senses danger and reacts before any sound is heard. Ian immediately understands the warning, gripping his knife and remaining motionless, listening to the unnatural quiet around him. Rollo growls low, the vibration traveling through Ian's arm, sharpening his awareness as he studies the darkness. He shifts carefully into deeper shadow beneath a tree, guiding Rollo to silence, while distant sounds begin to emerge. Footsteps, faint at first, draw closer, carrying unnatural noise that does not belong in the woods. Ian listens intently, recognizing metal, buckles, weapons, and gear, confirming these are not native travelers. He leans forward, using scent to gather more information, detecting pelts, sweat, hunger, and poor condition. The group grows closer, revealing itself as a large number of men, far more than hunters or trappers would travel with, and Ian realizes something is deeply wrong. Ian counts each passing step, carefully tracking the size of the group while remaining hidden just feet away from them. He identifies at least 23 men, along with loaded mules, their breathing heavy under burden, confirming organized movement rather than random travel. The men move noisily, exhausted and careless, their presence disrupting the natural rhythm of the forest. Rollo reacts again, and Ian restrains him, but a sudden shift in the air carries the dog's scent to the animals. One mule lets out a loud bray, instantly shattering the silence and exposing the hidden pair. Panic erupts among the men, and gunshots explode in the darkness as chaos spreads. Ian reacts without hesitation, running immediately, but a violent impact strikes his head, throwing him forward onto the ground. The force disorients him completely, filling his vision with flashes of light and drowning his senses in confusion. Despite the pain, he forces himself to act, commanding Rollo to flee while struggling to stay conscious. Ian collapses but fights to survive, forcing himself into the leaf-covered ground to hide as the men rush past in confusion. He buries himself quickly, pressing into the damp earth, masking his presence as footsteps pound around him. A man steps on his back without realizing it, mistaking him for part of the forest, and continues running. The gunfire fades, replaced by distant shouting that gradually becomes organized as the group retreats. Ian remains still, unable to lift his head, his body numb and disoriented, unsure whether he is dying or simply injured. He considers calling out for help but rejects the idea, knowing it may be more dangerous than silence. Instead, he stays hidden, allowing the moment to pass as the forest slowly returns to quiet. His thoughts drift as he lies there, reflecting on his conversation with God, interpreting the encounter as a possible answer to his request for a sign. Chapter 2. Fraser's Ridge family found dead after poisoned mushrooms tragedy. Kenny Lindsay leads Jamie and Claire to a burned cabin deep in the forest, where a row of bodies lies under the trees, untouched by visible violence. Claire immediately examines the corpses, noticing their preserved state from the cold and the absence of wounds, which rules out attack as the cause of death. The smell of burning still hangs in the air, and the remains of the cabin continue to smolder nearby. Jamie questions the cause, troubled by the fact that none of the victims tried to escape the fire. Claire focuses on a young woman whose body shows signs of burning, but she quickly determines that the fire was not the primary cause of death. The position of the body and the pattern of the burns suggest that the woman collapsed into the hearth after already dying, which then ignited the cabin. This realization shifts the investigation, forcing Claire to consider what could have killed them all so suddenly and at nearly the same time. Claire inspects the remaining bodies one by one, identifying consistent signs that point away from disease and toward something more immediate and violent. Brianna observes the blue tint in a child's face and the signs of distress around the mouth, suggesting poisoning. Roger discovers mushrooms growing nearby, and Claire identifies them as highly toxic, capable of killing quickly. The physical condition of the victims supports this theory, as they appear undernourished and inexperienced with survival in the wilderness. Roger concludes that they were recent immigrants, likely unfamiliar with local food sources, which explains their fatal mistake. The absence of tools, supplies, and livestock indicates they had little chance of survival from the beginning. As they continue examining the site, the group realizes the family must have died inside the cabin before the fire began, which reinforces the idea of accidental poisoning. However, Jamie remains uneasy, sensing that something about the situation does not fully align with a simple mistake. Jamie orders a search for a missing man, suspecting that someone else must have been involved, and the group soon discovers additional bodies nearby. 2 men lie dead in the forest, both showing signs consistent with poisoning, but their condition suggests they were not part of the same family. The discovery raises further questions, especially when Claire examines a charred body found inside the cabin and identifies a clear stab wound beneath the ribs. This confirms that at least one victim was murdered before the poisoning occurred. Brianna proposes that the woman may have intentionally poisoned the food after her husband was killed, possibly out of despair or revenge. The group considers the possibility but chooses not to dwell on it, agreeing to treat the deaths as an accident. They bury the family together and the 2 men separately, performing a somber ceremony led by Roger. His words echo through the clearing, leaving a heavy silence behind as the group reflects on the fragile line between survival and tragedy in the wilderness. Chapter 3. Ian Murray returns injured after encounter with mysterious armed men. Claire returns to Fraser's Ridge exhausted from the journey, finding Major Donald MacDonald waiting calmly on the stoop with a jug of beer and casual conversation. She sits beside him, accepting the drink while masking her unease, aware that his presence likely signals political matters tied to New Bern. He speaks politely, offering small talk, while Claire quietly analyzes his arrival and the implications behind it. She notes that Lizzie is away, that the house is quiet, and that everything feels slightly off after the grim events of the burned cabin. The Major confirms he has come directly from New Bern, reinforcing Claire's suspicion that his visit carries weight beyond courtesy. She listens carefully, offering polite responses, while internally wishing for Jamie to return and take over the conversation. The atmosphere remains deceptively calm, but tension builds beneath the surface as Claire senses that whatever has brought the Major here is connected to larger forces at work in the colony. Rollo suddenly appears, behaving erratically and breaking the calm with urgent, frantic movements that immediately alarm Claire. She reacts without hesitation, recognizing the dog's distress as a sign of danger, and runs down the path toward the forest. She quickly finds Ian Murray sitting on the ground, disoriented and covered in blood, struggling to remain conscious. Claire drops beside him and begins assessing his condition, noting his pale face and the dried blood staining his clothing. Ian attempts to speak but cannot focus, his thoughts scattered from the injury. Jamie and the Major arrive moments later, helping support Ian as Claire examines the wound more closely. She identifies a severe head injury but determines that the bleeding has slowed, suggesting the worst has passed. Ian confirms that he encountered a group of men in the forest and was struck during the chaos, though his memory remains unclear. The urgency of the moment shifts the focus from speculation to immediate care, as they work together to bring him safely back to the house. Claire treats Ian in her surgery, cleaning the wound and stitching the torn scalp while he recounts the encounter in fragmented detail. He explains that the men he encountered were not indigenous, but white, which directly contradicts the assumption the Major seems eager to confirm. Claire notices this reaction immediately, recognizing that the Major's interest in blaming indigenous people may serve a specific purpose. She continues her work, concluding that Ian was not struck by a weapon, but likely injured by a falling branch caused by gunfire. Ian shows signs of concussion, including nausea and confusion, but remains stable. As the treatment ends, Claire confirms that he should recover with rest, though his condition requires monitoring. Ian, still weak, questions why the Major seems so intent on identifying the attackers as indigenous. Claire acknowledges the concern, understanding that the answer lies beyond the immediate situation, likely tied to political tensions that are only beginning to reveal themselves. If this story has already pulled you in, subscribing is the best way to make sure you don't miss what's coming next, because on literary journeys, there's always something new waiting for you. Let me know in the comments where you're listening from and which book you'd like to hear next. And if you're enjoying this, a like helps more people discover it. Let's continue. Chapter 4. Brianna and Roger decide to retrieve Jem at night. Brianna enters her cabin cautiously, alert for danger after past encounters with snakes, but quickly realizes something larger has disturbed her home. She notices the torn window covering and scattered food, identifying signs of intrusion as she scans the dim interior. A sudden noise confirms the presence of an animal, and she charges into the pantry with a broom, driven by anger. A large raccoon bolts past her, escaping between her legs after devouring much of the stored food. Brianna immediately assesses the damage, discovering butter consumed, fish torn down, vegetables scattered, and maple syrup spilled across the floor. The destruction frustrates her deeply, especially given the effort required to gather and preserve those supplies. She vents her anger aloud, overwhelmed by the loss and the mess, gripping a potato so tightly that it breaks under her fingers. The moment captures her exhaustion and emotional strain after recent events, as even this domestic disruption feels like another blow. Roger arrives unexpectedly, startling Brianna and receiving a potato thrown directly at his head before she realizes who it is. He reacts in pain and confusion, but quickly understands the situation when she explains about the raccoon. He steps inside, sharing her frustration over the ruined supplies, especially the lost maple syrup, which he clearly values. Their shared irritation softens the tension between them, restoring a sense of connection after days of strain. They begin to talk about recent events on the ridge, including Lizzie's absence and the gathering at the McGillivrays. Conversation shifts to speculation about Senga's engagement, drawing Brianna's attention away from the damage and into the social life of the community. The familiar rhythm of discussion helps stabilize her mood, replacing anger with curiosity and engagement. The scene gradually shifts from chaos to calm, as both of them settle into each other's presence and begin to reconnect emotionally after their shared experiences. Roger and Brianna move closer, their interaction becoming intimate as the fading light and quiet surroundings create a moment of vulnerability and closeness. Roger suggests staying home rather than going to the big house, hinting at a desire for privacy, and Brianna responds positively, drawn to the comfort of being alone together. Their physical connection deepens, and they share a quiet, affectionate moment that contrasts sharply with the earlier tension. As darkness approaches, however, a subtle unease begins to rise, influenced by memories of recent danger and the absence of their son Jem. Roger expresses concern, admitting he would feel better if Jem were with them rather than miles away. Brianna immediately agrees, sharing the same instinctive need to have their child close. The decision forms quickly and without hesitation, driven by emotion rather than practicality. Despite the approaching night and the distance they must travel, they choose to leave at once, prioritizing their sense of security and family unity above all else. Chapter 5. Jamie Fraser faces growing threat of attacks and political pressure in the backcountry. Claire sits down to eat after a long and exhausting day, but her meal quickly becomes secondary as she listens to Jamie and Major MacDonald discuss recent violence spreading through the backcountry. MacDonald confirms that multiple attacks have taken place, including burned homes, robberies, and murders, all suggesting the presence of a dangerous and organized group. Jamie reacts immediately, preparing weapons with calm precision, understanding the seriousness of the threat. Claire listens as MacDonald recounts the story of a young woman who was captured during one of these attacks, her home destroyed and her family killed. The woman was later sold and passed from one man to another, eventually ending up in a brothel. Claire's reaction is immediate and intense, as the cruelty of the story strips away any distance from the violence. The reality of what these attacks mean becomes personal, transforming the discussion from speculation into something urgent and deeply disturbing. Jamie questions the details, trying to determine whether these events are connected, while MacDonald pushes the idea that indigenous people may be responsible. Ian's earlier account contradicts this, but MacDonald insists on the possibility, revealing his own agenda beneath the conversation. Claire notices this tension and understands that the truth may be more complicated than what is being suggested. As the discussion continues, the focus shifts from past events to future danger, with Jamie considering how vulnerable the ridge may be if such attacks spread. The conversation reveals that these incidents are not isolated, but part of a pattern that could grow worse with time. Claire struggles to maintain composure as the earlier horror of the burned cabin merges with this new information, creating a sense of looming threat that feels both immediate and unavoidable. The quiet safety of the house begins to feel fragile, as if it could be shattered at any moment. MacDonald changes direction and introduces a proposal, suggesting that new Scottish immigrants be settled on Fraser's Ridge, presenting it as an opportunity for growth and support. Jamie listens but remains cautious, recognizing the immense responsibility that would come with such a decision. He explains the practical difficulties, including lack of resources, tools, and the challenge of helping inexperienced settlers survive in a harsh environment. MacDonald presses further, revealing the true purpose of his visit by proposing the formation of a committee of safety, with Jamie as its leader. This suggestion carries clear political implications, placing Jamie in a position of authority while also drawing him into the growing unrest within the colony. Claire understands immediately the danger of such involvement, recognizing that this is not simply about protection, but about aligning with forces that could lead to conflict. The conversation ends with the weight of that choice hanging heavily, as the quiet evening gives way to a future filled with uncertainty and risk. Chapter 6. Ian Murray recovers while war and political tension begin to rise. Ian wakes suddenly in darkness, reaching for his tomahawk, but finds only cloth in his hand and confusion in his mind. Pain explodes through his head, forcing him to sit still as he tries to understand where he is. He recognizes the sharp smells of Claire's surgery, alcohol and herbs filling the air, and slowly recalls that he is injured. He breathes carefully, trying to steady the dizziness, while fragments of a violent dream fade from his thoughts. His body reacts to discomfort, and he forces himself to stand, moving unsteadily toward the window for relief. Cold night air washes over him, bringing a brief sense of clarity, though nausea and throbbing pain remain. He pauses, leaning forward, allowing his body to settle as the world slowly stops spinning. The simple act of standing becomes a struggle, revealing how deeply the injury has affected him, even as he tries to regain control. Ian hears voices from the kitchen and listens as Jamie and Major MacDonald speak about political matters and the growing unrest in the colony. He catches fragments about the role of an Indian agent and the possibility of conflict, which connects to what Brianna had told him about a future war. He reflects on his past experience among indigenous tribes, remembering his discomfort with such roles and his stronger identification with them than with men like MacDonald. The conversation reinforces a growing sense that something larger is approaching, though Ian resists thinking too deeply about it. Rollo senses something outside and becomes restless, and Ian sends the dog out despite his own weakness. The sudden noise draws Jamie into the room, who quickly checks on Ian and helps him back to safety. The brief moment of alarm fades, but it highlights how fragile Ian's condition is, and how easily danger can return even in a place that should be secure. Ian settles back down with Jamie's help, accepting water and support as his strength begins to fade again. He asks directly about the war Brianna mentioned, seeking confirmation from Jamie, who answers without hesitation that he believes it will happen. The certainty in Jamie's voice leaves a lasting impression on Ian, reinforcing the seriousness of what lies ahead. Despite his discomfort, Ian feels a sense of reassurance in Jamie's presence, allowing himself to relax as exhaustion overtakes him. Outside, voices rise as concern grows over Brianna and Roger, who have not yet returned, adding another layer of tension to the night. Ian drifts back into sleep, his body giving in to recovery, while the world around him remains unsettled. The chapter closes with a quiet contrast between his temporary safety and the growing dangers that surround the ridge, both from unseen enemies and from the uncertain future that approaches. Chapter 7. Brianna and Roger face night fear before reaching McGillivray Gathering. Brianna walks through the dark forest beside Roger, gripping his hand as they follow the invisible trail toward the McGillivray house. The night feels alive with sound, branches shifting, animals moving, and wings cutting through the air, forcing her to stay alert at every step. She reacts instinctively to each noise, tightening her hold on Roger as they push forward. Roger keeps talking, trying to ease the tension, and Brianna answers, using conversation to hold back fear. They speak about the funeral and Roger's words, reflecting on the weight of what they witnessed earlier. The memory lingers, shaping the mood of the journey, even as they try to focus on practical things. Brianna shifts the conversation to her plans for improving their home, describing ideas for water systems and construction, using thought and logic to steady herself. Roger listens, offering suggestions, and their shared problem-solving creates a sense of control against the uncertainty of the night. Brianna continues walking while Roger shares stories from his past, describing his childhood and the people he knew before everything changed. She listens closely, drawn into his memories, and the conversation deepens their connection as they move through the darkness. The rhythm of their steps and voices creates a fragile sense of safety, but unease slowly returns as the forest grows quieter. Brianna senses something wrong before she hears it, then catches the faint sound of a branch breaking nearby. She stops immediately and signals Roger, forcing him to remain calm while they prepare for danger. He draws his knife, and she searches blindly for something to use as a weapon, her body tense and ready. A sudden voice breaks the silence, startling them both, and Roger reacts instantly, moving to defend her. The tension explodes into action, but the threat reveals itself as familiar, shifting fear into confusion within seconds. Brianna realizes the figures are the Beardsley twins, who have been hiding in the woods to watch for possible attackers. Roger confronts them sharply, anger replacing fear, while the twins explain they were trying to protect the area after hearing about recent violence. Their explanation is awkward but sincere, and the situation settles into uneasy calm. Brianna gives them a whistle for signaling danger, recognizing their intention despite the risk they caused. The twins disappear back into the forest, leaving Brianna and Roger to continue their journey. They approach the McGillivray house, where light, music, and voices break through the darkness, creating a sharp contrast with the fear they have just faced. The celebration is lively, filled with laughter and movement, and Brianna finally sees Jem among the crowd. She rushes to him, lifting him into her arms, relief washing over her as the tension of the night fades. The warmth of the gathering surrounds them, but the memory of danger remains, lingering beneath the surface as a quiet reminder that safety is never certain. Part 2, Chapter 8. Lord John Gray explains Boston Massacre and sends Robert Higgins to Fraser's Ridge. Lord John Gray writes to Jamie Fraser with calm formality, sharing news of his household while revealing a quiet loneliness that weighs on him. He explains that his son William has returned to England to continue his education, and although the boy writes with enthusiasm, John feels his absence deeply. He admits that his home has become too orderly, too silent, lacking the disruption that once gave it life. To fill this emptiness, he turns to small distractions, such as making wine, which he describes with modest pride despite its poor quality. He promises to send several bottles as a gift, along with a servant named Robert Higgins. The tone remains polite and thoughtful, yet beneath it lies a sense of emotional distance, as if John is trying to maintain control over feelings he cannot fully express. His words move carefully between personal reflection and practical matters, creating a balance that feels deliberate and restrained. Lord John shifts his focus to political unrest, describing the violent incident in Boston that many call a massacre, though he strongly rejects that version of events. He explains that he has spoken with soldiers who were present, and he trusts their accounts over the exaggerated reports in the press. He paints a picture of constant harassment, where mobs gather in the streets to provoke and attack soldiers without restraint. He describes a patrol surrounded by a crowd, facing insults, thrown objects, and escalating aggression. The soldiers, fearing for their safety, raise their weapons in an attempt to disperse the mob, but this only increases the chaos. A shot is fired, though no one can say from which side, and confusion spreads instantly. In the aftermath, 5 civilians are dead, and the soldiers, though injured, survive. John insists that the event was an act of self-defense, not an unprovoked attack, and he criticizes the way it has been distorted for political purposes. Lord John introduces Robert Higgins as one of the soldiers involved in the incident, explaining that he was later convicted of manslaughter despite the unclear circumstances. Higgins receives a lesser punishment but is branded and discharged, leaving him without protection or means to survive. John recounts how Higgins faced further violence after his release, including a brutal attack that left him partially blind. He explains that Higgins attempted to work as a sailor but failed, and through a series of connections, John eventually found him and offered him employment. He describes Higgins as intelligent and loyal, deserving of compassion rather than punishment. He asks Jamie to receive him kindly and requests that Claire examine his health, mentioning that local treatment has been ineffective. He closes the letter with respectful greetings, extending his regard to Jamie's family, while maintaining the tone of a man who balances duty, loyalty, and quiet personal longing. Chapter 9. Claire treats Higgins as political conflict and illness push Fraser's Ridge toward war. Claire watches Robert Higgins as he settles into life at Fraser's Ridge, noting his thin body, pale skin, and quiet manner. Mrs. Bugg takes immediate control of his care, feeding him heavily and treating him like a fragile child in need of strength. Claire observes this with approval, but her thoughts drift toward Lord John Grey and his motives. She questions whether his generosity toward Higgins is entirely innocent, especially given Higgins's appearance and vulnerability. Jamie enters and interrupts her thoughts, and she shares her suspicions openly, though without certainty. He listens carefully, reacting with discomfort but not surprise, suggesting he has considered the same possibility. Claire shifts to medical concerns, explaining Higgins's severe condition and the need for treatment. She describes his hemorrhoids in blunt detail, outlining possible methods to relieve and remove them. Jamie reacts with unease, but listens as she explains her plan with practical clarity. The conversation moves between suspicion and medicine, blending emotional tension with clinical focus. Jamie defends Lord John's character with firm conviction, insisting that he is an honorable man who would not exploit someone under his protection. Claire listens, but continues to struggle with her doubts, unable to fully dismiss the possibility she has imagined. Their discussion deepens as Jamie reveals a personal truth, admitting that he once offered himself to Lord John in exchange for taking care of his son William. The confession shifts the tone immediately, exposing a layer of vulnerability that forces Claire to reconsider everything she assumed. Jamie explains that Lord John refused the offer, choosing honor over desire, and this fact settles the question in his mind completely. Claire reflects on this, recognizing the depth of that decision and the strength it required. The tension between them softens as understanding replaces suspicion, and their connection strengthens through shared honesty. The moment becomes deeply personal, revealing not only their trust in each other, but also the complexity of the relationships that bind their lives together. Claire proceeds with Higgins's treatment, focusing fully on the task as she performs the delicate procedure with precision. She instructs him to remain still, working carefully while explaining changes he must make to his diet to avoid further suffering. Higgins reacts with discomfort but follows her guidance, placing complete trust in her skill despite his fear. The routine is interrupted when unexpected visitors arrive, and Claire steps outside to find the Brown brothers approaching with clear purpose. Their presence brings immediate tension, as they confront Jamie and accuse Higgins of being a murderer. Jamie responds without hesitation, defending Higgins as his guest and rejecting the accusation with controlled authority. The Browns leave in anger, but the encounter leaves a lingering threat behind. Soon after, Lizzie collapses suddenly, her body overcome by malaria, and Claire shifts instantly into action. She prepares treatment despite lacking proper medicine, discovering an alternative solution using gallberries. As the crisis unfolds, Jamie makes a critical decision to travel with the Beardsley twins to obtain more of the needed remedy. The moment marks a turning point, as personal danger, illness, and political tension converge, pushing the ridge closer to open conflict. Chapter 10. Jamie Fraser faces memories of death and fate while seeking Roger Mack. Jamie Fraser leaves the house without waiting for Roger, driven by restless energy that he cannot ignore. He walks through Fraser's Ridge, noticing the calm beauty of the land, the sheep grazing, the lambs moving awkwardly, and the fresh growth in Claire's garden. Each small detail reminds him of the life he would rather protect than abandon. He pauses to fix the well lid, adding another task to his endless list of responsibilities, wishing he could spend his time on simple work instead of what lies ahead. He thinks about the coming conversation with Roger, and the weight it carries, knowing that speaking of the future brings a sense of certainty he does not want. He compares Claire's stories, which feel distant and almost unreal, with Roger's direct way of describing events, which makes everything feel inevitable and dangerously close. The thought unsettles him deeply, as if the future is no longer something abstract, but something already set in motion. Jamie recalls a memory from his youth in Paris, where a fortune teller seized his hand and forced him to listen to her prediction. She called him a red cat and told him he would die 9 times before his final death, speaking with cruel certainty. He dismissed it at the time, but the memory returns now with disturbing clarity, refusing to fade. The words echo in his mind as he walks, blending with another memory that rises suddenly, stronger and more painful. He remembers Murtagh dying in his arms, the weight of his body, the stillness that followed, and the quiet acceptance in his face. The memory feels real again, as if it is happening in the present, and it shakes him deeply. He stops, breathing hard, trying to steady himself as the past presses into the present. The fear is not only of death, but of the certainty that it will come again, in ways he cannot avoid. Jaime forces himself to move forward, crossing himself and pushing the memory aside as he continues toward Brianna's cabin. He finds it empty, the silence confirming that she is elsewhere, and he listens carefully for any sign of movement. The sound of an axe reaches him from the forest, guiding him toward voices that break the quiet. He follows the path, aware that the moment he has been avoiding is now unavoidable. He reflects on the fortune teller's words again, wondering whether they were meant as a curse or a truth he was too young to understand. The thought lingers as he walks, each step bringing him closer to Roger and the conversation that will shape what comes next. He holds the small wooden toy he found, cleaning it absent-mindedly, as if grounding himself in something simple and real. The calm surroundings contrast sharply with the storm building inside him, as he prepares to face not only Roger, but the future he can no longer ignore. Chapter 11. Claire diagnoses parasites in Higgins while treating malaria at Fraser's Ridge. Claire pushes the microscope toward Robert Higgins and guides him to look closely at the sample of blood taken from Lizzie. She explains each detail with calm precision, pointing out the round cells and the damaged ones that reveal the presence of parasites. Higgins reacts with shock, struggling to understand how something so small can cause such severe illness. Claire keeps her explanation simple, describing how malaria spreads through mosquito bites and how the parasites live inside the blood. She explains that these organisms multiply and burst from the cells, causing the fever and weakness that define the disease. Higgins listens with growing discomfort, his imagination catching up with her words. Claire remains focused, using the moment to reinforce the seriousness of Lizzie's condition, while also giving him a clear understanding of what is happening inside her body. Her tone remains steady, balancing knowledge with reassurance, even as the reality of the illness becomes more disturbing to him. Claire shifts her attention to preparing the treatment, pouring the dark liquid made from gallberries into a container while continuing her questioning. She asks Higgins about his fainting spells, tracing the symptoms back over several months. He confirms that the episodes have been frequent, and she presses further, asking about earlier signs such as itching or irritation. Higgins recalls a rash on his feet from months before, which immediately sharpens Claire's focus. She connects the symptoms quickly, forming a diagnosis that explains his weakness and repeated fainting. She explains the presence of hookworms, describing how they enter through the skin and travel through the body until they reach the intestines. Higgins reacts with visible horror, struggling to accept the idea of parasites living inside him. Claire remains direct, explaining how these creatures attach themselves and feed on blood, which leads to exhaustion and fainting. The explanation is clear and precise, leaving no doubt about the seriousness of the condition. Claire moves to confirm her suspicion, explaining the need to examine a sample to identify the presence of parasite eggs. Higgins grows increasingly uneasy, reacting to each new detail with discomfort and reluctance. She guides him through the process step by step, keeping her tone practical and matter-of-fact to prevent panic. Higgins tries to remain composed, but the idea of the examination unsettles him deeply, pushing him to the edge of his tolerance. Claire reassures him that the process is simple, though not pleasant, and emphasizes that it is necessary to determine the correct treatment. Higgins hesitates, weighing his options, clearly torn between fear of the diagnosis and fear of the procedure itself. Claire watches him carefully, ready to proceed, while the situation balances between urgency and resistance. The moment closes with Higgins reluctantly accepting that something must be done, even if he is not fully prepared to face it. Chapter 12. Roger Mackenzie sent to Cross Creek as Brianna experiments with dangerous phosphorus. Roger Mackenzie returns home from work and finds Brianna studying a sealed glass jar placed on the table with intense focus. He approaches cautiously and questions the strange object, noticing a pale substance floating inside liquid. Brianna explains that the jar contains white phosphorus, a rare and dangerous gift sent by Lord John. She describes its volatile nature with calm excitement, explaining that it can ignite instantly when exposed to air. Roger reacts with unease, holding the jar carefully as if it might explode in his hands. Jem reaches toward the jar with curiosity, but Brianna pulls him away quickly and warns him that the substance is poisonous. Roger studies the limited space in their home and realizes there is no safe place to store such a dangerous object. Brianna decides that the only secure location is Claire's surgery, where no one dares to touch anything and where Jem cannot reach. The decision removes immediate danger, but the presence of the phosphorus leaves a lingering sense of risk inside the household. Jamie Fraser enters without delay, bringing urgency that shifts the mood from domestic tension to serious discussion. Jem runs to him with joy, and Jamie lifts him easily before turning his attention to Roger. He explains that he must leave the next morning to travel to the Cherokee villages, taking Ian and others with him for both diplomacy and gathering supplies. The conversation moves quickly, and Jamie reveals that he needs Roger to take on an important responsibility in his absence. Roger listens as Jamie assigns him the task of traveling to Cross Creek to collect a group of new settlers and bring them safely to Fraser's Ridge. The mission carries both opportunity and pressure, and Roger accepts it without hesitation. Jamie adds further detail, explaining that Roger will not travel alone but will be accompanied by Archbug and Tom Christie. The mention of Christie creates confusion, and Brianna questions the reason for including him in the group. Jamie explains that the settlers are Protestants, which introduces a tension that requires careful handling during the journey. Roger understands immediately that his own background makes him suitable for this role, while Christie's presence will help reassure the settlers. Brianna struggles to grasp the depth of the religious divide, and Roger attempts to explain it through comparison, though the complexity remains difficult to convey. The conversation reveals that this journey will not only be physically demanding but also socially delicate. Roger considers the length of the trip and the responsibility of leading a large group through uncertain territory. Jem listens and quickly decides that he wants to join the journey, and Roger makes a sudden choice to take him along. The decision feels practical and emotional at once, giving Roger companionship and removing Jem from potential danger at home. The moment settles into quiet acceptance, as plans take shape and each person prepares for the challenges ahead. Chapter 13. Claire saves Lizzie as Jamie reflects on his many near-death experiences. Claire sits at the table with her head resting on her arms, exhausted after hours of tending to Lizzie, and wakes suddenly when Jamie enters the house. She struggles to gather her thoughts, blinking away sleep while trying to recall whether she has eaten. Jamie moves toward the pot to warm the stew left by Mrs. Bug, while Claire explains the long effort to treat Lizzie's illness. She describes how Lizzie could not keep the gallberry medicine down, forcing her to search for another solution. Claire then reveals that she applied the mixture directly to Lizzie's skin, combining it with grease so it could be absorbed. The method proves effective, and Lizzie's fever finally breaks, allowing her to rest. Claire's voice carries both relief and fatigue. As she reflects on the struggle and the small victory, the effort has drained her completely, leaving her barely able to stand, but she remains focused on the need to continue the treatment. Claire shifts the conversation to Robert Higgins, explaining that he is suffering from parasites that have weakened him over time. She describes the treatment she has begun, using available remedies to force the parasites out, even though the process is unpleasant. Jamie listens while eating, reacting with cautious humor but understanding the seriousness behind her words. The two share a quiet moment, eating together after a long day, their exhaustion creating a calm pause between them. Claire studies Jamie as he relaxes, noticing the lines of fatigue on his face and the weight he carries. The simple act of sharing food becomes grounding, a reminder of stability in the middle of constant challenges. Their conversation flows naturally, moving from practical matters to deeper thoughts as the tension of the day slowly fades. The house feels still, and the silence allows space for reflection and connection. Jamie suddenly asks Claire how many times he has come close to death, shifting the tone of the conversation into something more personal and reflective. Claire considers the question carefully and begins to list the moments she remembers, recalling illness, injury, and violence that nearly took his life. Jamie adds his own memories, including events she did not witness, and together they count the times he has survived against the odds. The number grows, each memory reinforcing the idea that his life has been repeatedly tested. Claire watches him as they speak, recognizing both his strength and the scars left behind by each experience. She responds with quiet reassurance, telling him that his ability to survive brings her comfort. Jamie accepts the thought with a small smile, lifting his drink in a simple gesture that acknowledges both the past and the present. The moment closes with a sense of fragile peace, as they sit together, aware of the dangers that surround them but grounded in the fact that they are still alive. Chapter 14. Jamie Fraser negotiates with Cherokee while facing cultural misunderstanding at night. Jamie Fraser sits across from Bird, who sings in the morning and listens as the Cherokee leader speaks directly about what his people need. Bird asks for guns without hesitation, making the request clear and firm. Jamie answers with caution, explaining that he can promise trade goods and tools, but not weapons yet. He chooses his words carefully, aware that every sentence carries weight in this negotiation. Ian watches closely, ready to support if needed, but remains silent as Jamie handles the exchange. Bird presses again, asking Jamie to tell the king why the Cherokee need guns. Jamie responds by raising the risk, reminding him that weapons could be used against British settlers. Bird does not deny this possibility, but makes it clear that his people can defend themselves without guns if they must. The conversation becomes tense, but remains controlled, both men testing each other while maintaining respect. Jamie shifts the discussion toward the growing problem of settlers crossing into Cherokee land, speaking of burned cabins and attacks without making direct accusations. Bird listens without confirming or denying involvement, choosing his silence carefully. Stillwater reacts with anger, defending their right to protect their land against intrusion. Jamie holds his ground and explains that continued violence may force the king to send soldiers, which would bring greater conflict. Bird calms the exchange and returns the conversation to balance, asking Jamie to carry their concerns back to the king. Jamie agrees, knowing that his role requires him to represent both sides without committing fully to either. The negotiation ends without resolution, but with an understanding that each side is watching the other closely. The tension remains, shaped by land, power, and survival, with no clear path forward. Jamie and Ian leave the meeting and move to their lodging, where the night air carries the scent of rain and the quiet of the forest. They settle inside, tired from the long day, expecting rest, but the situation changes unexpectedly. Two women enter the space and approach Jamie with confidence, treating him as a representative of the king and offering themselves as a form of honor. Jamie reacts with shock and confusion, struggling to respond while trying to maintain respect for their customs. Ian, unable to contain his amusement, explains the situation and helps create an excuse to refuse without causing offense. Jamie claims an oath that prevents him from accepting their offer, and Ian reinforces the story with convincing detail. The women accept the explanation and remain nearby, no longer insistent but still present. Jamie lies still between them, tense and unable to relax, while Ian quietly laughs in the darkness. The moment blends discomfort, humor, and cultural misunderstanding, ending the day on a strange and memorable note. Chapter 15. Roger Mackenzie faces Stephen Bonnet threat while protecting Jem and new settlers. Roger Mackenzie walks onto the terrace at River Run, exhausted but satisfied after weeks of effort organizing the new settlers for their journey. He studies the camp spread across the meadow, counting families, animals, and supplies, knowing that everything is finally ready to move. He sits with Duncan Innes and accepts a drink, letting the whiskey ease the tightness in his throat and body. They speak about the settlers, describing their fear and uncertainty as they prepare to leave everything behind for an unknown future. Roger recognizes their anxiety, seeing how it shapes their behavior, while also feeling the weight of responsibility for guiding them safely. Duncan shares stories from his past, including the brutal death of a relative who refused to abandon her beliefs, and the conversation turns toward faith and destiny. Roger listens carefully, reflecting on the idea of predestination and the role it plays in shaping lives, while the evening settles into a quiet, uneasy calm. Roger steps away from the gathering and finds Jem inside the house, eating and relaxing without concern for the world outside. He sits beside his son and shares a simple meal with him, enjoying a brief moment of peace that feels separate from everything else. Jem falls asleep in his arms, and Roger holds him longer than necessary, reluctant to let go. The warmth of the moment contrasts sharply with the tension that has followed him throughout the day. A servant approaches and asks to take Jem upstairs, and Roger agrees, carrying his son before handing him over with quiet care. As he prepares to leave, the servant stops him and shares a troubling encounter from earlier that day. She describes a man who noticed Jem and reacted with unusual interest, asking questions and watching him too closely. The memory unsettles her, and her warning carries weight, even though no direct harm occurred. Roger listens to the description and immediately feels a surge of fear and recognition, realizing that the man could be Stephen Bonnet. The thought ignites anger and instinct, pushing him toward the desire to hunt the man down and eliminate the threat once and for all. He steps outside, fighting to control the surge of emotion, knowing that acting on impulse could lead to disaster. He remembers the gold hidden at River Run and understands that Bonnet's presence may be tied to that secret, increasing the danger for everyone involved. The urge for revenge clashes with his duty to protect the settlers and his family, forcing him to choose carefully. Roger decides to focus on the immediate responsibility, ensuring that the settlers leave safely and that Jem remains under his protection at all times. The decision does not remove the threat, but it defines his path forward. He stands in the dark, aware that the danger has returned, and prepares himself for what must come next. Part 3, Chapter 16. Jamie Fraser returns home and Claire burns the barley field to stop the grasshoppers. Claire Fraser rests in Jamie Fraser's arms, smiling softly as she studies his face and recalls the warmth of his return. Jamie speaks close to her ear, teasing her gently, while his touch moves across her back in a familiar, comforting way. Claire responds with thoughtful humor, analyzing his words and their sincerity, while he admits he had not even listened to what he said, though he meant every word. Their conversation drifts between affection and playful desire, revealing the ease and intimacy of their bond. Claire admits she missed him deeply during his absence, and Jamie pulls her closer, holding her with quiet contentment. Sunlight filters through the open windows, casting shifting shadows across the room, while the calm atmosphere allows Claire to begin recounting what has happened on the ridge while he was gone. She reassures him that the house still stands, the harvest is mostly complete, and no one has died, though she hints that not everything went smoothly. Jamie immediately focuses on the problem, asking about the missing portion of the barley harvest. Claire describes the sudden invasion of grasshoppers that descended on the fields at the worst possible moment. She recalls the horror of finding her garden destroyed, with crops reduced to ragged remains by the relentless swarm. The insects spread rapidly, moving from her garden to the barley fields, their constant chewing filling the air with an unsettling sound. Faced with the threat of losing not only the barley but also other essential crops, Claire reacts with fierce determination. She gathers Brianna, Marzali, Lizzie, and Mrs. Bug, and together they take drastic action. They set fire to the affected field, using torches and burning bundles to ignite the dry grain. The flames spread quickly, consuming both the barley and the insects in a roaring blaze. Claire admits that her decision was fueled not only by logic but also by anger at the destruction of her garden. As the fire rages, the grasshoppers rise into the air, only to be caught in the heat and vanish in smoke and ash. The scene becomes chaotic and overwhelming, yet effective in stopping the infestation before it can spread further. Claire explains that the timing of the fire coincided with the arrival of new tenants, who witnessed the burning fields and the women running through the flames. The newcomers, unfamiliar with the ridge and its people, react with fear and confusion, believing they have arrived in a place of danger or even something supernatural. Later that night, Claire finds several of them gathered in the kitchen, praying together in silence, clearly unsettled by what they have seen. She attempts to speak with them, but the language barrier and their fear prevent any real connection. Jamie listens with quiet amusement, picturing the scene, while also considering the practical consequences of Claire's actions, including the loss of Muddo Lindsay's field. Claire assures him that Muddo accepted the situation, though perhaps without fully understanding it. As their conversation shifts, Claire asks about Jamie's dealings with the Cherokee, and he briefly confirms that everything went well. The moment quickly returns to intimacy, as Jamie's attention focuses entirely on her once more. His desire resurfaces with intensity, and he moves decisively, drawing her into him and asserting his need with quiet authority, bringing their reunion full circle in a powerful and immediate way. Chapter 17. Jamie Fraser accepts Indian agent role amid rising chaos and threats in the backcountry. Jamie Fraser writes to Lord John Grey with careful precision, explaining that he has accepted the position of Indian agent for the Southern Department under John Stewart. He admits that he hesitated at first, weighing the responsibility and the risks, but his decision became clearer after a visit from Richard Brown and his brother. Jamie describes the growing presence of vigilante groups known as committees of safety, which claim to protect settlers from crime but operate without legal restraint. He explains that these groups, driven by self-interest, have the potential to become more dangerous than the threats they claim to control. The instability of the region intensifies this danger, as law enforcement has nearly collapsed. Courts no longer function properly, sheriffs are either absent or corrupt, and violence spreads unchecked across the backcountry. Jamie outlines how settlers, isolated and vulnerable, welcome any form of protection, even if it comes from unreliable or dangerous sources. This environment forces him to consider how power is gained and used, and whether accepting authority might allow him to protect those under his care. Jamie continues by expressing deep concern about Richard Brown gaining influence through the same appointment. He explains that Brown's connections with the Cherokee and his growing reputation could allow him to dominate the region if given official authority. Jamie admits that he does not fully trust his own moral superiority, acknowledging that power can corrupt any man, including himself. Despite this, he concludes that allowing Brown to rise unchecked would be far more dangerous. He reflects on the burden of leadership, recognizing that influence carries responsibility as well as risk. His decision to accept the position is driven not by ambition, but by a sense of duty to protect his people from external threats and internal corruption. He also considers the personal cost of this role, knowing it will require long absences from his home and family. Even so, he chooses to move forward, believing that his presence as Indian agent may limit the reach of those who would abuse power. He reports that his first visit to the Cherokee villages was successful, marked by a warm reception, and he expresses hope that these relationships will remain stable in the future. Jamie shifts his focus to life on the ridge, describing the arrival of new settlers from Scotland, which has nearly doubled the population. He explains that these newcomers struggle to adapt to the unfamiliar wilderness, bringing with them fear and rigid beliefs. Their strong religious convictions create tension, particularly toward Jamie himself, as they view him with suspicion due to his Catholic faith. He describes how Claire's medical work only deepens their distrust, as they interpret her tools and treatments as unnatural or dangerous. He notes that even interactions between Claire and visiting Cherokee traders increase these fears, reinforcing the settlers' belief that something unsettling surrounds the Fraser household. Jamie adds a touch of humor as he recounts the chaos caused by a sow living beneath his house, whose constant noise disrupts daily life. He also mentions Brianna's experiments with phosphorus, which have already caused minor destruction and could easily alarm the new tenants if discovered. He closes the letter by acknowledging Lord John Grey's assistance and generosity, while also sharing troubling news of a possible sighting of Stephen Bonnet. The uncertainty surrounding Bonnet's presence lingers as a silent threat, reinforcing the sense that danger continues to grow both within and beyond the ridge. Chapter 18. Brianna dreams of the future while Roger creates a toy that doesn't exist yet. Brianna wakes with the vivid memory of a dream that feels more real than her present life, and she holds onto the sensation as she begins her morning. She recalls standing beside her mother in a modern kitchen, handling fine china while warm water flowed endlessly from a faucet. She remembers the heat of the dishes through a cloth, the mist rising in the air, and the familiar details of a home that no longer exists in her current world. The memory expands as she visualizes every object in the cabinet, each one tied to a life filled with comfort and technology. The dream shifts when the water begins to overflow, spreading across the floor, rising around her feet, yet causing no alarm. She notices the warmth of it, the steam, the strange calm that surrounds the scene. When she wakes, the contrast is immediate and harsh, as she faces the cold reality of heating water manually just to wash her child. The experience leaves her questioning the nature of memory and invention, wondering whether ideas come from imagination or from fragments of a life already lived. She reflects on how many innovations might actually be echoes of knowledge carried unconsciously across time. Brianna turns her thoughts into practical discussion as she speaks with Roger, explaining how running water could be created even in their current environment. She describes the concept with clarity, outlining the need for channels or sluices to direct water from a source to the house. She quickly identifies the main obstacle, which is the lack of metal needed to construct pipes and a boiler system. Roger listens only partially, his attention focused on carving a small wooden object with careful precision. Brianna continues, considering the cost and difficulty of acquiring enough materials, even joking about gambling to obtain them. Roger responds absent-mindedly, offering simple replies that reveal he has not fully followed her reasoning. Brianna notices his distraction and calls him out, though without anger, and the exchange highlights the contrast between her forward-thinking mindset and his more grounded focus. She presses the idea further, acknowledging that even if the concept is simple, the execution would be massive and likely beyond their current means. Despite this, her determination remains, driven by the desire to reclaim even a small piece of the world she remembers. Roger completes his carving and presents the small toy to their son, Jemmy, who reacts with immediate excitement. The object is a simple wooden representation of a vehicle, though the concept has no true place in their current time. Jemmy grabs it eagerly and begins to play, pushing it along the ground while making sounds that mimic movement. Roger encourages him, demonstrating how it rolls, and the child repeats the sounds with joy. The moment becomes unexpectedly emotional when Brianna quietly repeats the sound, recognizing the significance behind it. Roger struggles briefly to define what the toy represents, realizing that the words and ideas connected to it do not exist in this world. Brianna gently names it for what it is in the only way possible, accepting the limitation while acknowledging the deeper meaning. As Jemmy continues to play, the scene settles into a quiet reflection on the distance between past and present. Brianna's thoughts return to her earlier idea, considering steam as a possible solution for generating power and heat. She recognizes once again that the lack of materials stands in the way, forcing her to set the idea aside for now, even as her mind continues searching for a way to bridge the gap between memory and reality. Chapter 19. Celebration turns uneasy as fires, rivalries, and hidden dangers threaten Fraser's Ridge. Claire Fraser carries a heavy basket of fresh bread across the dooryard as preparations for a feast unfold around her, marking the end of the haymaking. Major MacDonald arrives at that moment, tying his horse and greeting her with formal courtesy before observing the lively scene. Claire explains that the community is celebrating the completion of their labor, and the Major quickly recognizes the timing as fortunate. The air fills with the scent of fresh hay, roasted meat, and cider, while women move constantly between the house and the outdoor tables. Claire accepts the Major's help with the bread, noting his fatigue from travel. Their conversation shifts briefly, but tension rises when the Major notices Bobby Higgins approaching. He reacts with suspicion, offering to drive him away, but Claire firmly stops him, declaring Bobby a friend. Bobby arrives with supplies and a letter, presenting himself respectfully while carefully avoiding direct conflict with the Major. He asks about Lizzie, and Claire warns him that she is already promised, though his calm response suggests he is not discouraged. The distant sound of voices interrupts them as the men return from the fields, their energy loud and unrestrained after the long day of work. Jamie Fraser emerges among the men, exhausted yet exhilarated, and immediately seeks Claire, embracing her with unrestrained joy. The group gathers as Jamie steps forward to lead a prayer, his voice steady and clear despite the surrounding noise. The settlers fall silent, listening as he invokes protection and peace, creating a moment of unity among people who still struggle to trust one another. Roger supports the moment, reinforcing the shared ritual and easing tension between the old settlers and the newcomers. Once the prayer ends, the celebration resumes with renewed intensity, food and drink flowing freely. Claire observes the shifting social dynamics, noticing that the new tenants begin to mingle slightly with the others, their earlier fear softened by shared labor and drink. Amid the noise, she spots Bobby and Lizzie speaking apart from the crowd, their interaction subtle but charged with tension. Claire senses the risk in their proximity, especially given Lizzie's engagement, and considers intervening. Jamie watches as well, acknowledging the situation but choosing not to act directly. Instead, He sends Ian to interrupt them, and Ian casually separates the pair, guiding Lizzie away without causing a scene. The moment passes quietly, but the underlying tension remains unresolved. MacDonald later joins Claire as Jamie falls asleep beside her, and their conversation turns to darker matters. He speaks of recent burnings in the region, describing both a barn fire and a more troubling incident involving a homestead beyond the treaty line. His tone suggests concern that these events may not be random, hinting at deeper unrest among settlers or even conflict involving the Cherokee. Claire listens closely, her earlier contentment fading as she considers the implications. She recalls warnings that Jamie has received and realizes that his new role may place him directly in the path of danger. The thought unsettles her, especially as she reflects on the fragile stability of the ridge. Around them, the celebration continues, but exhaustion begins to claim the crowd, with many collapsing into sleep where they sit. Claire watches the scene carefully, noting both the peace of the moment and the vulnerability it reveals. As darkness settles, her thoughts turn inward, and she confronts a chilling possibility that had once seemed distant. The idea that the fire that will one day destroy her home might not be an accident begins to take shape in her mind, transforming a vague fear into something far more immediate and dangerous. Chapter 20. Claire prepares ether as Cherokee bring a wounded patient and a dead man's bones. Claire Fraser opens the long-awaited crates from Lord John Grey with intense anticipation, her hands moving carefully through layers of straw to uncover delicate glass instruments and sealed bottles. She lifts the heavy container of oil of vitriol with caution, aware of its dangerous nature, while Bobby Higgins watches nervously and recalls a woman disfigured by the substance. Claire reassures him calmly, placing the bottle safely out of reach, then turns her attention to the finely crafted glass retort, admiring its precision and imagining its use in creating ether. She explains her plans aloud, thinking through the process of distillation, her mind racing with possibilities. Bobby listens only half-heartedly, his attention drifting toward the window where Lizzie works outside with Manfred. Claire notices his distraction and redirects him to help with the unpacking, though she cannot ignore the quiet tension building in him. As she organizes the equipment, she feels the excitement of progress, knowing she is one step closer to bringing anesthesia into their harsh world, even if the process will be difficult and dangerous. Jamie Fraser returns suddenly, his presence filling the house with energy, and Claire rushes to meet him as he announces the arrival of Cherokee visitors. He explains that one of them is a young woman in need of medical care, and Claire immediately shifts her focus to the task ahead. She prepares her tools while Jamie calls for food and assistance, the household springing into motion. Claire learns that the patient suffers from severe dental trauma, likely caused by a blow, and she begins setting up an outdoor workspace to take advantage of the remaining daylight. The Cherokee gather around eagerly, treating the procedure as a communal event, their voices rising in constant chatter as they observe her preparations. Claire struggles to maintain focus amid the noise, using gestures to communicate with the patient, whom she nicknames Mouse due to the difficulty of understanding her real name. She examines the injury carefully, noting the missing tooth and the damage to another, and decides that extraction is necessary. She waits for whiskey to arrive, knowing she will need it to dull the pain, while maintaining control of the situation despite the chaotic atmosphere. Claire begins the procedure once the whiskey arrives, using it to calm both the patient and the observers, and works steadily despite the constant interruptions and laughter around her. She files down the damaged tooth with precision, then prepares to remove it completely, focusing on each movement with controlled determination. As the operation progresses, the mood shifts suddenly when another Cherokee man arrives carrying a bundle. He lays it at Jamie's feet, revealing a collection of human bones, including a skull. The sight halts the activity, drawing everyone's attention. Claire steps closer, examining the remains as Jamie listens to the explanation. The man describes finding the body of a settler who had died alone in the woods, not by violence, but by natural causes. The bones show signs of exposure and animal scavenging, confirming the story. He explains that the cabin fire nearby was caused by lightning, not by human hands, and that he brought the remains as proof to clear suspicion. Claire studies the bones carefully, verifying the absence of burns or wounds, and feels a quiet release of tension as the truth settles. The moment closes with the realization that not all danger comes from enemies, but from isolation and the unforgiving wilderness itself. Chapter 21. Brianna explodes in anger as family tensions and Tom Christie's injury reveal deeper conflicts. Roger Mackenzie enters the house beside Brianna Fraser with visible excitement, his voice ready to share important news, while Bree's face glows with anticipation. Mrs. Bug reacts instantly, assuming the obvious conclusion, and loudly declares that Brianna must be pregnant. Her excitement fills the room, and she celebrates without hesitation, speaking openly about the matter as if it were already confirmed. Brianna freezes, then denies it sharply, her voice cutting through the room and leaving a heavy silence behind. Jamie Fraser calmly sits down and suggests they begin eating, attempting to defuse the situation, but the damage is already done. Mrs. Bug reacts with offended pride, turning away to serve food with stiff movements. Brianna's frustration erupts, and she lashes out, accusing everyone of reducing her worth to motherhood. Her anger builds quickly, and she directs it toward Roger, accusing him of judging her and blaming her for not becoming pregnant. Roger tries to respond calmly, but his words fail to reach her, and the tension escalates beyond control. Roger moves decisively, wrapping his arms around Brianna and lifting her despite her protests, carrying her outside as she continues to struggle and strike at him. The door closes behind them, leaving the rest of the household in uneasy silence. Claire Fraser resumes eating with forced calm, while Jamie remains composed, treating the situation as something that must resolve itself. They discuss the argument briefly, with Claire expressing concern and Jamie insisting that Bree and Roger must handle their own conflict. The atmosphere settles into a strained quiet, broken only by Jemmy's innocent questions, which contrast sharply with the emotional tension in the room. The calm is interrupted when a knock sounds at the door, and Claire opens it to find Tom Christie standing there, pale and sweating, with a blood-soaked cloth wrapped around his hand. She immediately brings him inside, shifting her focus from family conflict to urgent medical care. Christie struggles to remain steady, his condition worse than he wishes to admit, and Claire quickly prepares to treat the wound. Claire unwraps the cloth and examines the injury, discovering a deep but manageable cut, and begins cleaning and stitching it with practiced precision. Christie suddenly loses consciousness at the sight of his own blood, collapsing into Jamie's arms, revealing a hidden weakness that surprises Claire. Jamie assists without hesitation, steadying him until he recovers, while Claire continues her work. As she treats the wound, she notices the severe condition of Christie's other hand, which has become increasingly deformed and unusable. She confronts him directly, explaining that without intervention, he will lose the ability to use it entirely. Christie resists, driven by pride and discomfort, but Claire presses the issue firmly, knowing the consequences of delay. Jamie supports her position in a subtle but unmistakable way, reinforcing the urgency of treatment. Christie senses the pressure and the implied challenge, his pride clashing with his fear. After a tense moment, he agrees to return for surgery, though the decision is clearly difficult for him. He leaves abruptly, his final words carrying a sharp edge that hints at deeper resentment, while Claire remains behind, aware that the conflict between him and Jamie runs far deeper than the surface suggests. Chapter 22. The truth behind the burned homestead revealed as a lonely settler is finally buried. Sequoia steps forward before Jamie Fraser and gestures toward the bundle of bones, his voice calm as he explains what happened to the man whose remains now lie exposed. Ian listens closely and translates, his expression focused as he relays each detail. Sequoia describes how he had known the settler from occasional encounters, not as a friend, but as someone who shared food and small exchanges. He explains that months earlier, he found the man dead beneath a tree in the forest, his body untouched by violence, his spirit simply gone. The man had been alone, hunting, with his knife and gun beside him. Sequoia left the body where it lay, believing there was no need to disturb it, and later returned to the cabin. He took a few useful items, including a pot and cornmeal, but found nothing else of value. When he later revisited the site, he discovered the remains scattered by animals and the cabin partially burned. He insists that no one set the fire, explaining that lightning struck a nearby tree, spreading flames that reached the structure. His account is steady and clear, offering no hint of deception. Jamie Fraser listens carefully, weighing each word, while Claire Fraser examines the bones herself, confirming the absence of burns or injuries that would suggest murder. She observes the damage caused by time and scavengers, noting the cracked bones and missing pieces, all consistent with exposure in the wilderness. The tension that had surrounded the mystery begins to ease as the truth becomes clear. Sequoia explains that Bird Who Sings in the morning sent him to bring the remains as proof, ensuring that suspicion would not fall on the Cherokee. He then delivers a brief message, reminding Jamie about guns, before preparing to leave. Jamie offers hospitality, but Sequoia declines, stating that his task is complete. The Cherokee visitors gather their things and depart soon after, leaving the ridge quieter but still marked by the weight of what has been revealed. The uncertainty surrounding the burned homestead fades, replaced by the sobering reality of a man who lived and died alone, unnoticed until his remains were found. Roger Mackenzie gathers a small group to perform a burial for the unknown man, and they carry the bones to a quiet rise where a simple grave is prepared. The ceremony is brief and respectful, with Roger reading a psalm and offering a prayer for the soul of the dead man. Brianna quietly suggests the name Ephraim, and the group accepts it, giving the nameless man a final identity. The moment carries a quiet dignity, despite the simplicity of the setting. The others stand in silence, each reflecting on the life that ended in isolation, and the fragile line between survival and loss in the wilderness. After the burial, the group disperses, returning to their daily lives, but the memory of the event lingers. Claire remains aware of the deeper meaning behind the moment, recognizing that the ridge exists in a world where death can come quietly and without witness. The act of burial restores a sense of order, but it also reinforces the reality that danger does not always come from enemies, but from the harsh and unforgiving nature of the land itself. Chapter 23. Jamie prepares for disaster as he and Claire confront fate, loss, and their unbreakable bond. Claire Fraser remains beside Jamie Fraser after the burial, stepping away from the others to find a moment alone in the quiet of the woods. She places a final stone on the small cairn, reflecting on the unknown man they have just buried, and wonders how he came to live and die in such isolation. Jamie speaks thoughtfully, suggesting that some men choose solitude, while others are driven to it by circumstance, and admits that he often questions how any of them arrived at their current lives. Claire answers honestly, explaining that she once searched for meaning in such questions, but eventually stopped when no clear answers came. Jamie studies her face and asks whether she ever wishes to return to the life she left behind. Claire responds without hesitation that she does not, though the truth carries a deeper complexity that she keeps within herself. Jamie accepts her answer and leads her farther into the woods, seeking privacy and distance from the world below. The quiet surroundings allow their thoughts to settle, and their conversation deepens as they move beyond the immediate concerns of the day. Jamie Fraser stops and reveals a clearing where trees have been cut and the ground prepared, showing Claire a place he has chosen for a future home. He explains that he began preparing it as a precaution, in case something happens to their current house, and his words bring an unspoken fear into the open. Claire understands immediately that he is thinking of the possibility of fire, and the weight of that future presses heavily on her. She looks out over the distant mountains, taking in the beauty of the landscape, while struggling to accept the idea of losing everything they have built. Jamie speaks calmly, acknowledging the uncertainty of what lies ahead, including the possibility that Brianna, Roger, and Jemmy may leave. They discuss the implications of time travel and the danger of the coming war, recognizing that their family may be forced to make impossible choices. Claire admits that the thought of losing them is painful, but she tries to face it with reason. Jamie offers no false reassurance, only the quiet truth that they must meet whatever comes with strength. His presence remains steady, grounded in action rather than fear, as he prepares for a future he cannot control but refuses to ignore. Jamie Fraser shifts the mood gently, drawing Claire closer and reminding her of what they still have in the present. He speaks of their years together, measuring the time they have shared, and reflects on the life they have built despite separation and hardship. Claire responds with equal honesty, acknowledging that she once tried to leave him behind, but never truly could. Their conversation becomes lighter, moving into playful teasing, yet the underlying connection remains strong and deeply felt. Jamie praises her qualities with a mixture of humor and sincerity, describing her strength, her courage, and her unwavering loyalty. Claire challenges him, pushing back with her own sharp wit, and their exchange becomes a familiar dance of affection and challenge. The tension of the earlier conversation fades as they reconnect physically and emotionally, their bond reaffirmed through both words and touch. In the end, Jamie speaks with quiet conviction, telling her that above all else, she is faithful, and Claire accepts the truth of it without argument. The moment settles into calm, grounded in the certainty that whatever dangers lie ahead, they will face them together. Chapter 24. Tom Christie confronts Claire while Jamie reveals the pain of isolation and his need for human touch. Claire Fraser checks Tom Christie's pulse with steady hands, then presses her palm to his forehead and confirms he has a mild fever. She helps him sit up and gives him herbal tea, watching closely as he reacts to the pain in his injured hand. She keeps her tone calm and controlled, choosing not to acknowledge his discomfort at her presence in nightclothes. She explains that he must remain in the house overnight so she can monitor the wound and prevent infection. She knows he will not follow instructions if left alone, and she refuses to risk his recovery. She removes the bandage carefully, inspects the swelling, and smells the wound to detect any sign of infection. She finds only blood and herbs, with no indication of decay, and feels cautious relief. She replaces the dressing with precision, finishing the task with a firm knot. Christie suddenly questions her uncovered hair, quoting scripture to challenge her behavior. Claire responds without hesitation, using his own religious references to counter his argument and assert her independence. She refuses to submit to his expectations, and her confidence unsettles him. Claire takes control of the moment and forces Christie to perform hand exercises, guiding his fingers through painful movements that he struggles to complete. She insists on repetition, explaining that the pain is necessary to prevent permanent damage. Christie obeys, though his face tightens with effort and frustration. His hunger interrupts the tension, and Claire leaves to prepare a meal, speaking aloud to her cat as she gathers food and drink. She returns with a heavy tray, including whiskey, and finds Christy still working through the exercises despite his exhaustion. She praises his effort, then encourages him to eat, watching as he struggles to use his left hand. The alcohol begins to affect him, loosening his rigid control, and he admits that he does not believe she is a witch. Claire reacts with mild amusement, recognizing his attempt to offer respect. As he continues drinking, his emotional restraint weakens, and he apologizes for his behavior during the surgery. He confesses that he could not remain still, and the admission reveals deep embarrassment. Claire responds with understanding, explaining that no one could endure such pain without reacting. Christy shifts the conversation toward Jamie Fraser, asking whether he behaved differently during similar treatment, and his tone carries resentment. Claire senses the comparison and answers carefully, refusing to diminish Christy while defending Jamie's strength. Christy presses further, recalling Jamie's past punishment and questioning the reason behind his actions. Claire explains that Jamie protects those under his care, but Christy struggles to understand such loyalty. His confusion turns into quiet bitterness, revealing his inability to reconcile Jamie's behavior with his own values. Exhaustion finally overtakes him, and he sinks back into the bed, his anger fading into something closer to defeat. Claire leaves him to rest and returns to her own room, where Jamie waits. He wakes as she joins him and asks about Christy, then begins to massage her shoulders, easing the tension from her body. Claire relaxes into his touch, describing Christy's behavior with dry humor. The mood shifts as Jamie grows quiet and begins to speak about his time in prison, describing the darkness, the silence, and the constant presence of other men. He explains how exhaustion dulled their minds, but moments of clarity brought unbearable longing. He admits that what he desired most was not passion, but simple human contact, the touch of another person. His voice softens as he confesses the depth of that need, and Claire responds by placing her hand against his chest, offering the connection he once lacked. Chapter 25. Jamie and Roger discover a burned family and face accusations as violence spreads across the frontier. Jamie Fraser checks his saddlebags with practiced care, adjusting each item until everything sits exactly as he wants it. He notes the improvements Brianna made, including loops for pistols and organized compartments for supplies, though he quietly removes a few unnecessary items to avoid teasing. Roger Mackenzie arrives beside Brianna and Jemmy, and the farewell begins with small tension hidden beneath routine gestures. Jemmy insists on going with them, but Jamie refuses firmly, using a quiet authority that stops the child's protest. He lifts Jemmy, embraces him, and promises a future journey when he is older. Brianna watches closely, masking her worry while checking straps and gear, though her expression betrays concern. Roger kisses her before mounting, and Jamie turns toward the house to see Claire standing in the window. Her hair shines in the morning light, and the sight strikes him with sudden intensity. Desire mixes with a sharp, unexpected fear that he may not see her again. He waves, forcing the feeling aside, and rides out with Roger as the ridge disappears behind them. Jamie and Roger travel through the forest in steady silence, each absorbed in his own thoughts as the cold air settles around them. They discuss Ian's absence briefly, acknowledging his need for solitude without fully understanding it. Roger then raises the issue of Hiram Crombie, explaining his intention to preach to the Cherokee and his desire for Jamie's help. Jamie rejects the idea immediately, recognizing both the danger and the absurdity of forcing such beliefs onto others. Their conversation fades as they continue riding, until a sharp scent cuts through the air. Both men notice it at once, and Roger asks quietly if something is burning. They follow the smell and soon reach a ruined homestead, where the remains of a house still smolder in silence. Two bodies hang from a tree nearby, their forms barely recognizable. Jamie removes a crumpled note pinned to one body, reading a message that declares death to regulators. The scene settles heavily around them, and they begin searching for survivors, calling into the woods with urgency. Their voices echo without answer, and the silence deepens the horror of what they have found. Roger moves through the trees with growing desperation until he returns to the burned yard, where Jamie stands among the remains. They search again and finally uncover a small, motionless shape buried in ash and leaves. Roger lifts the child, realizing she is still alive, though barely. Her body is burned beyond recovery, her breathing shallow and uneven. He holds her close while Jamie wets her lips and speaks gently, trying to comfort her. They both understand quickly that she cannot survive, and the knowledge settles between them with crushing weight. Jamie performs a quiet baptism, then looks at Roger, offering to act, but Roger refuses. He takes responsibility, pressing a cloth over her face and ending her suffering with steady hands. The moment passes into stillness, and they prepare a burial, working with bare hands to cover the bodies as best they can. Riders soon arrive, led by Richard Brown, who questions them sharply and suggests they may be responsible. Roger reacts with anger, pointing out flaws in the accusation, while Jamie remains controlled and cautious. Brown eventually withdraws, leaving behind suspicion and unease. Roger finishes the burial in silence, his grief turning inward, as the reality of violence and loss settles heavily on both men. Part 4, Chapter 26. Roger breaks down after trauma while Brianna builds a water system and reveals Fergus's dark behavior. Roger Mackenzie drops his saddlebags beside the pit and looks around with urgency, asking immediately where Jem is. His voice carries tension, and he ignores Brianna's greeting as he searches for reassurance. Brianna pauses, surprised by his reaction, then explains that Jem is safe at Marsali's house, playing without concern. Relief hits Roger hard, and his body loosens as the fear leaves him. He pulls Brianna into a tight embrace, holding her with a force that reflects the weight he has carried during his journey. His breathing is uneven, and the memory of the burned homestead returns with sharp clarity. He follows her inside, sits at the table, and lowers his head as he begins to describe everything that happened. His words come slowly, broken by emotion, as he recalls the child he could not save. The act of ending her suffering remains vivid in his mind, and the memory tightens his throat. His old injury reacts to the stress, making it difficult to breathe, and panic rises again. Brianna moves behind him, placing her hand gently on his throat, guiding him to focus on breathing and nothing else. Brianna steadies Roger with calm determination, keeping her voice low and controlled as she helps him regain his breath. Her presence anchors him, and the physical contact eases the tension in his body. Once he recovers, she shifts the conversation towards something practical, introducing the project she has been working on while he was away. She explains the construction of a groundhog kiln, describing how it will allow her to fire clay and create pipes for a water system. Roger listens, still shaken, but gradually drawn into her explanation. She describes traveling to Salem with Marsali, trading goods and studying how others solved similar problems. She outlines the limitations of wood and the need for more durable materials, then presents the idea of clay pipes as a solution. Her excitement grows as she speaks, her hands moving as she explains each step. Roger responds with quiet humor, though his attention remains divided. The conversation brings a sense of normal life back into the room, softening the weight of his recent experience. The simple act of discussing plans creates a fragile balance between past trauma and present stability. Brianna's tone shifts as she introduces a more serious concern, and her expression tightens as she speaks about Marzali and Fergus. She explains that Fergus has been absent frequently, leaving Marzali to manage the household, the children, and the work alone. When he returns, he drinks heavily and behaves with growing irritation. Roger listens carefully, recognizing the pattern but unsure how serious it has become. Brianna hesitates before revealing that she believes Fergus may have hurt Marzali, based on bruises she has seen. The accusation settles heavily between them, and Roger's reaction turns thoughtful and tense. He reflects on what he has seen in other families, understanding that such behavior can remain hidden behind normal appearances. He considers the responsibility of intervening, knowing that silence would allow the situation to worsen. Despite his reluctance, he offers to speak with Fergus, recognizing that someone must act. Brianna responds with quiet approval, though concern remains in her eyes. The moment ends with a sense of unresolved tension, as Roger prepares himself to confront a problem that may be far more complex than it appears. Chapter 27. Claire is attacked and kidnapped after confronting Marzali about Fergus in a violent raid at the whiskey clearing. Claire Fraser walks along the forest trail and follows the scent of damp grain, knowing the malting has begun and Marzali will be working alone. She plans her words carefully, determined to understand the truth about Fergus before acting. Germain suddenly falls from a tree in front of her, clutching a bird's nest, and she checks him quickly before continuing. She reaches the clearing and finds Marzali working hard, her body strained under the weight of pregnancy and labor. Claire observes her closely, scanning for signs of harm, and notices faint bruises on her arm. She approaches gently and asks about Fergus, keeping her tone calm. Marzali reacts with hesitation, then admits he grabbed her, though she insists it happened during an argument she started. Claire listens without judgment, allowing Marzali to explain the moment. The conversation deepens when Marzali recalls a childhood memory of fear, shouting, and violence, connecting it to her reaction in the present. Claire understands the emotional weight behind the story and comforts her quietly, offering support instead of pressure. Claire stays to help with the heavy work, lifting and turning the damp grain while Marzali rests outside. The rhythm of the labor fills the shed, and the heat builds around her as she pushes through the task. Her thoughts drift between compassion and frustration as she reflects on Marzali's past and her own complicated feelings. The moment of calm breaks suddenly when voices approach from the woods, and Claire steps outside to find a group of armed men emerging from the trees. Their presence feels wrong immediately, and she senses danger before they speak. The men ask for whiskey, but their tone carries threat rather than courtesy. Claire answers firmly, refusing to show fear, while Marzali moves toward the hidden keg. The leader steps forward and strikes Claire across the face without warning, the blow snapping her head back. Shock spreads through the clearing, and tension erupts as Marzali reacts instantly. She grabs an axe and swings with full force, striking one of the men and drawing blood. The moment explodes into chaos as the men surge forward. Claire lunges to defend Marzali, but the attackers overwhelm them both with brutal force. She grabs a burning pot and throws it into the group, scattering hot coals and creating a brief opening. She sees Marzali collapse against the shed, motionless, her body exposed and vulnerable as flames begin to spread around her. A heavy blow strikes Claire's head, and her vision collapses into darkness. She regains awareness as men drag her to a horse, lifting her roughly and forcing her across the saddle. The clearing burns behind her as they ride away, and her last sight of Marzali shows her lying still among growing flames. Fear sharpens Claire's thoughts as she listens to the men argue about her fate. Some want her dead, while the leader insists on keeping her alive to find whiskey. She realizes quickly that survival depends on her usefulness, and she begins to think strategically. She leaves small traces behind, tearing out strands of her own hair and dropping them along the path to mark the trail. As night falls, the group stops, and the tension among them grows. Claire faces threats, pain, and uncertainty, but she holds her ground, using intelligence and defiance to stay alive while waiting for any chance of rescue. Chapter 28. Claire manipulates fear to survive as Lionel Brown falls into the gorge and violence escalates. Claire Fraser wakes before dawn with a pounding head and a body soaked in sweat, her mind still clouded by pain and fear. She hears the men moving nearby, complaining about the lack of food, and forces herself to sit up despite the stiffness in her limbs. Hodgepile approaches her with a knife, and for a moment she believes he will mutilate her, but instead he cuts her bonds and orders her to move. She stumbles toward a nearby stream, splashes cold water on her face, and gathers what little strength she can before being forced back onto a horse. She studies her captors carefully, counting their number and observing their behavior, noting their rough condition and lack of discipline. Her attention sharpens when she sees Lionel Brown among them, and the realization sends a cold wave through her body. She understands instantly that he cannot allow her to live if she reaches Jamie, and that her danger has increased beyond the threat of random violence. She straightens her posture, forcing herself to appear strong and unafraid, using her gaze as a weapon to keep the men at a distance. Claire rides in tense silence, scanning the forest for any sign of rescue while also planning her own escape. She watches the terrain closely, memorizing possible paths and searching for anything that could be used as a weapon. Every movement of the group increases her awareness of the danger surrounding her, especially the unseen presence of Lionel Brown somewhere behind her. When they reach a deep gorge, she recognizes the opportunity for both escape and disaster. The men begin preparing to cross the river, leading the horses down a narrow trail to break their tracks. Claire is handed over to Teb, and she quickly shifts her strategy, speaking in low, deliberate tones to instill fear. She claims that death will come for the group and suggests that he should not stay with them, planting the idea that supernatural forces are involved. Teb reacts with visible unease, gripping a charm beneath his shirt, and Claire presses the advantage by describing a water spirit that will carry her away if he lets go. Before she can act, Lionel Brown steps forward and demands control of her, but Claire refuses firmly and positions herself behind Teb, forcing a confrontation between the two men. The tension erupts when they struggle over her, and the conflict sends Brown crashing over the edge of the gorge. Claire moves instantly, trying to flee into the brush, but Hodgepile intercepts her and drags her back with brutal force. He strikes her and demands answers, his anger fueled by the chaos she has caused. The men focus on rescuing Brown, pulling him from the gorge with ropes while shouting over one another. Claire watches as he is brought up, his body broken and covered in blood, and realizes that he is no longer an immediate threat. She is forced to treat his injuries with almost no tools, using cloth, wood, and whiskey to stabilize his shattered leg and broken bones. The pain drives Brown into panic, and when he hears her muttering during the treatment, he accuses her of cursing him. The accusation spreads quickly, stirring fear and tension among the men. Hodgepile reacts with fury, seizing Claire's hand and cutting into her finger as a warning, reminding her that he does not need her whole. Claire suppresses her fear and meets his gaze, using her composure and the blood on her hand to reinforce the illusion of power. The moment teeters on the edge of violence, but the men hesitate, unsettled by what they believe she might be. Hodgepile regains control and silences her by forcing a gag into her mouth, ensuring she cannot speak again as they prepare to continue their journey. Chapter 29. Claire faces brutality and near death, while a hidden time traveler appears and a mysterious drum signals hope. Claire Fraser lies bound on the cold ground, her wrists tight behind her back, her body aching from the ride and the beating she has endured. She breathes slowly through the gag, forcing air into her lungs with effort as the camp settles around her. The men move at a distance, their voices low, their presence constant, and she measures each sound with careful attention. Hunger gnaws at her, thirst burns her throat, but she keeps her mind fixed on survival. She thinks of Jamie Fraser and holds onto the belief that he will come for her, using that certainty to anchor her thoughts. The pain in her ribs sharpens with each breath, and she tests her body, counting injuries without allowing panic to take control. She shifts slightly, feeling the rough ground beneath her, searching for any small advantage. The darkness deepens and isolation presses in, but she refuses to surrender to fear. She keeps her thoughts moving, forcing herself to remain present, aware, and ready for any chance to act. A group of young men approach her slowly, their movements uncertain but driven by intent, and Claire recognizes the danger immediately. She tenses her body, preparing to resist as much as possible despite her restraints. One of them touches her hesitantly, his actions confused and clumsy, and she reacts with controlled defiance, refusing to give him the response he expects. The moment shifts when another man steps forward with clear aggression, and the restraint breaks into violence. Claire struggles against the ropes, using every movement to protect herself, but the force against her overwhelms her resistance. Pain spreads through her body as she is struck and pinned, and her breathing falters under the pressure. The gag tightens against her mouth, trapping her breath, and she feels the edge of suffocation closing in. She fights to create a small gap, twisting her head until she can draw in a thin stream of air. Her vision blurs, and the world narrows to the sound of her own heartbeat, pounding against the weight pressing down on her. She refuses to lose consciousness, forcing herself to remain aware despite the crushing pain. Donner kneels beside her after the men leave, his face tense as he quickly loosens the gag and allows her to breathe freely. He speaks in a low voice, revealing knowledge that shocks her, and she realizes he is not like the others. He explains that he comes from the future, that he traveled through the stones, and that he knows what she is. Claire listens carefully, measuring his words, and confirms that she understands, acknowledging her own past without hesitation. Their exchange is brief and urgent, shaped by fear of discovery, and Donner admits he cannot free her without risking his own life. Claire presses him for help, searching for any advantage, but he withdraws as footsteps approach, forced to maintain his role among the captors. Another man arrives and reties her, leaving her vulnerable once again as the night stretches on. Exhaustion pulls at her, dragging her into fragments of sleep filled with pain and confusion. The darkness shifts when a distant sound breaks through the silence, a steady drumbeat echoing across the woods. Claire lifts her head slightly, listening with renewed focus, and recognizes the sound as something deliberate. Hope rises slowly within her, fragile but real, as she understands that someone may be coming. Chapter 30. Claire faces Lionel Brown's fate and Jamie sets terms for justice. Claire regains a fragile sense of control as she wakes in the quiet house, her body aching from injuries while small tasks like making coffee restore a feeling of independence. Ian greets her calmly, inspecting her bruised face without alarm, and reassures her that she is still herself, which triggers an emotional release of relief. As they share breakfast, Claire feels a temporary peace, but the mention of a captive shatters that calm, reminding her of Lionel Brown. Ian and Fergus reveal that Jamie intends to question him, and their cold certainty about extracting answers unsettles Claire deeply. The tone shifts as Claire realizes these men are no longer boys shaped by innocence, but hardened by experience, capable of deliberate violence. Their willingness to kill Brown forces Claire to confront the brutal reality of justice in their world, where survival and vengeance blur into one. Claire seeks out Jamie, finding him working despite a painful splinter embedded deep under his fingernail, which she removes with clinical precision. As she treats him, she carefully raises the subject of Lionel Brown, fearing the methods that might be used during interrogation. Jamie confirms his intent to question the man but insists he will not kill him dishonorably, promising that any execution would be done openly and with justification. This distinction offers limited comfort, as Claire struggles between her moral principles and the violent reality surrounding her. The conversation expands into the broader danger they face, with bandits still at large and the fragile safety of the ridge under threat. Claire reveals her suspicion that Donner may have survived, introducing a new layer of uncertainty and potential danger, which Jamie immediately understands could escalate the situation further. Claire wrestles internally with conflicting emotions, admitting her shame at feeling relief that her attackers are dead, while also fearing what that reveals about herself. She considers tending to Lionel Brown as a way to restore her moral balance, but Jamie challenges her, pointing out the emotional burden that would come if she saved a man he might later execute. He ultimately decides to keep Brown alive for now, using him as leverage for information and protection. Left alone, Claire reflects on the illusion of safety and the inevitability of violence in their world, recognizing that no one, including Jamie, is truly safe. Seeking distraction, she immerses herself in reading, temporarily escaping her reality until Thomas Christie arrives with an injured hand. As she treats him, their conversation reveals unexpected depth, showing how stories once brought comfort even in prison. The encounter grounds Claire again in her role as healer, but the underlying tension remains, as the day closes with the unsettling awareness that peace is temporary and danger is closing in. Chapter 31. Claire waits in fear while Jamie reveals the truth about the interrogation. Claire moves through the empty house as night falls, her nerves fraying with every sound while the absence of Jamie and Ian feeds her growing anxiety. She considers seeking comfort with Brianna and Roger but rejects the idea, unwilling to face questions or concern while still physically and emotionally shaken. Instead, she drifts aimlessly through the kitchen, unable to focus, until she opens the drawer where Jamie keeps his pistols and decides to arm herself. Her hands tremble slightly as she loads the weapon, creating a fragile illusion of control in a situation that feels dangerously uncertain. When the door finally opens, she reacts instantly, aiming the pistol at Ian, who calmly defuses the moment. His steady presence reassures her, but the tension lingers as she asks about Jamie and Lionel Brown, needing to understand what has happened in her absence. Ian explains that Lionel Brown has already begun to break under pressure, revealing fear without the need for violence, and insists that no harm has been done to him. Jamie soon arrives, exhausted but composed, and gently reassures Claire that guards have been posted to protect the house, something she had not realized and which immediately eases her fear. He apologizes for leaving her alone, recognizing too late how vulnerable she felt, and his quiet concern restores a sense of safety. As they eat together, forcing food into Claire despite her lack of appetite, the act of sharing a meal gradually calms her body and mind. The conversation turns to what Brown has revealed, and Jamie outlines the structure of the criminal network involving the Browns and Hodgepile, exposing a system of theft, corruption, and organized violence that extends far beyond a single attack. Jamie and Ian describe how the Browns Committee of Safety evolved into a tool of control, using authority to justify theft and intimidation, while Hodgepile's gang operated as enforcers and suppliers. The situation escalated when the gang turned to kidnapping and selling captives, including women and children, transforming their crimes into a brutal trade driven by profit. Claire reacts with shock and anger as she learns how these captives were sold either to native tribes or trafficked toward coastal markets, realizing the scale of suffering involved. When she recounts Brown's direct role in her own ordeal, including his willingness to kill her, the gravity of his guilt becomes undeniable. Jamie listens carefully, then states his intention to hang Brown, though he delays the decision to gather more information and plan carefully. The conversation ends with a quiet shift toward rest, as Claire, exhausted, retreats to bed, where a moment of unexpected humor emerges when Jamie awkwardly explains his recent encounters in the Cherokee village, allowing Claire to laugh despite her pain and briefly reclaim a sense of normalcy before sleep. Chapter 32. Claire breaks down physically while fear and guilt surface. Claire forces herself to sit at the table the next morning as Mrs. Bug resumes her usual routine, serving food without fuss despite Claire's visible injuries. The normalcy of the kitchen contrasts sharply with Claire's fragile condition, and even the act of eating becomes difficult due to the pain in her jaw. She attempts to eat slowly, relying on soft food and small movements, but the strong smell of cooking overwhelms her senses. Seeking distraction, she asks about Lionel Brown, but Mrs. Bug responds with raw hatred, expressing that death would be too merciful for him. The violent intensity of that response triggers an immediate physical reaction in Claire, and she rushes outside to vomit, unable to control the surge of nausea and panic. The moment exposes how deeply the trauma still affects her body, turning even simple conversation into something unbearable. Claire struggles to regain control as she cleans herself at the well, trying to steady her breathing while an overwhelming sense of vulnerability takes hold. She experiences a strange and unsettling sensation, as if her body no longer feels intact, heightening her awareness of every internal detail and leaving her shaken. She attempts to rationalize her physical state, attributing it to natural causes and recent strain, but the emotional weight behind it remains unresolved. Refusing to remain frozen, she forces herself to act, declaring that she has things to do and choosing to leave the house in search of purpose. This decision becomes a small but important act of resistance, as she tries to reclaim her identity through routine and responsibility rather than fear. Claire walks toward the Christies' home with the intention of checking on Tom's injured hand and possibly taking Malva out to gather medicinal plants, focusing on practical tasks to anchor herself. She reflects on Malva's abilities and the usefulness of teaching her, finding comfort in the idea of passing on knowledge. At the same time, she becomes aware of the strategic movements around her, noting that Marzali and the children have been relocated for safety, reinforcing the sense that danger still surrounds them. The thought of visiting them is quickly dismissed, as Claire realizes she cannot yet face others without exposing her emotional state. Instead, she chooses isolation, recognizing that remaining at home offers temporary protection from both external threats and intrusive attention. Despite her efforts to move forward, the underlying tension persists, as Claire continues to navigate the fragile balance between survival, guilt, and the need to regain control over her life. Chapter 33. Claire treats Lionel Brown while Jamie prepares justice. Claire forces herself to walk toward the Bug's cabin, driven by a need she cannot fully justify but refuses to ignore. Each step feels heavy, her body still weak, yet her mind is fixed on confronting Lionel Brown. When she arrives, the atmosphere is tense and controlled, with guards present and an unspoken understanding that what happens here carries weight beyond a single man. She enters and finds Brown injured, restrained, and visibly broken, his earlier authority replaced by fear and desperation. Claire kneels beside him and begins to examine his wounds with steady hands, focusing on her role as a healer despite the storm of emotions inside her. The act of touching him forces her to confront the contradiction between her oath and her anger, Yet she continues, cleaning and treating his injuries with the same care she would give anyone else. Brown reacts with a mixture of fear and confusion, unable to reconcile her actions with what he knows of what has been done to her. Claire listens as Brown attempts to justify himself, shifting blame and clinging to fragments of denial, but his words carry little weight against what she already knows. She questions him carefully, not as an interrogator but as someone searching for clarity, and his answers reveal the same pattern of evasion and self-preservation. Despite this, Claire notices moments of genuine fear, small cracks that show he understands his situation. She finishes her treatment, binding his wounds and ensuring he will survive, fully aware that survival does not mean mercy. The tension between her duty and her emotions reaches its peak in this moment, as she realizes that saving him does not absolve him, nor does it resolve what must come next. Instead, it forces her to accept that healing and justice can exist side by side, even when they lead to opposite outcomes. Jamie arrives shortly after, his presence shifting the atmosphere immediately as authority and finality enter the room. He acknowledges Claire's actions without judgment, understanding what she has done and why, but makes it clear that his intentions remain unchanged. He questions Brown again, extracting what information he can, while Claire observes the interaction with a growing awareness of the differences between them. Jamie's control is absolute, his decisions shaped by responsibility rather than hesitation, and Claire sees that he has already accepted the path ahead. When the questioning ends, Jamie confirms that Brown's fate will be decided publicly, ensuring that justice is seen and understood by all. Claire leaves the cabin with a quiet acceptance of what is coming, recognizing that while she has fulfilled her role, the world they live in demands more than compassion alone, and that some endings cannot be softened, only faced. Chapter 34. Jamie confronts Richard Brown with Lionel Brown's body in Brownsville. Jamie leads the group into Brownsville in a calculated display of authority, riding in full Highland dress while Bird rides beside him as a visible symbol of Cherokee support. Claire rides close, her bruised face uncovered, serving as living proof of the violence committed against her. Ian follows with the body of Lionel Brown strapped behind his horse, wrapped tightly but still disturbing enough to unsettle the animals. The silence of the group adds weight to their arrival, and the sight draws townspeople out of their homes, forming a growing crowd that watches in uneasy curiosity. Claire feels detached as she studies their faces, knowing they do not understand the full truth, but realizing that what they can see is already enough. Her presence and the body together form a message that requires no explanation. Richard Brown steps out of his house, visibly shaken and unprepared, surrounded by armed men who hesitate as they take in the scene. Jamie moves closer and begins to speak with calm control, listing the crimes committed against his family with deliberate clarity. His words cut through the tension, forcing everyone present to confront the reality of what has happened. When he reveals that Lionel was found among the attackers, the reaction spreads through the crowd, and Richard's composure breaks as he looks toward the wrapped body. Claire steps forward and delivers the final piece, explaining that Lionel died from his injuries after being taken captive, presenting the outcome as controlled and measured rather than violent revenge. The moment lands heavily, as the truth is established without chaos or argument. Jamie orders the body returned so it can be buried, then turns away without waiting for a response, ending the confrontation on his own terms. Bird's presence reinforces the warning, making it clear that any future action against Jamie will carry wider consequences beyond a single settlement. Claire resists the urge to look back as they leave, forcing herself to focus forward while her thoughts turn briefly to Donner and the unresolved question of whether he survived. The group rides out without interference, leaving behind tension instead of resolution. As they put distance between themselves and Brownsville, Claire asks if the conflict is over, But Jamie answers quietly that such things never truly end. He reminds her that survival is the only certainty, and for now that is enough. Part 5. Chapter 35. Claire discovers Marsali's baby is in danger and prepares emergency delivery. Claire walks into Marsali's home and senses danger at once, even before speaking. The children sit quietly, watching her with fear, and Marsali's face tightens when she sees Claire's injuries. Claire examines her quickly, confirming that Marsali is physically stable, but something feels wrong with the pregnancy. She places her hands on Marsali's belly and feels movement, which brings brief relief, but that feeling fades when she listens to the baby's heartbeat. The rhythm is slow and irregular, and Claire recognizes the signs of serious distress. She studies the bruises across Marsali's abdomen and realizes the attack may have damaged the child. Anger rises inside her, but she forces herself to remain calm. She questions Marsali carefully, gathering details while her mind races through possible causes. Every sign points to danger, and Claire understands that waiting could cost the baby's life. Claire decides that immediate action is necessary and asks Marsali to come with her to the big house. Marsali agrees without resistance, showing a quiet awareness of the risk. As they walk, Claire considers the possible outcomes, knowing that each option carries danger. She thinks about performing surgery but understands that it could kill Marsali, while waiting for natural labor could kill the child. The weight of the decision presses on her, but she focuses on the safest path available. When they meet Ian, Claire sends him to find Fergus without delay, recognizing that Marsali needs him present. Back at the house, Claire prepares her instruments, setting up everything she might need for a difficult delivery. She gathers herbs, checks her tools, and considers the use of ether, but rejects it due to the risk. She forces herself to move step by step, keeping control through action. Claire examines Marsali again and finds that the cervix has begun to open, which offers a small measure of hope. She decides to use laminaria to encourage dilation, choosing a method that reduces immediate risk while allowing labor to begin. Marsali remains calm, writing letters to her children as a precaution, which deepens the tension of the moment. Fergus arrives at last, drawn by urgency, and his presence shifts the atmosphere instantly. He goes straight to Marsali, showing intense focus and determination. Claire watches as he begins to stimulate contractions, using knowledge from his past in a way she did not expect. The contractions grow stronger, and Claire sees that the process is working. She steps back briefly, allowing them space while staying ready to intervene. As labor begins to take hold, Claire knows that the outcome is still uncertain, but for the first time, there is a real chance that both mother and child might survive. Chapter 36. Henri Christian's birth shocks the Ridge while Ian reveals his lost child. Claire observes the reaction across the Ridge as news spreads about Henri Christian, and the attention quickly shifts from her own trauma to the child's condition. The baby appears healthy in strength and movement, but his body reveals clear signs of dwarfism, which unsettles many people. Visitors arrive under false pretenses, hoping to see him, and their curiosity often turns into judgment. Marsali responds with fierce protection, keeping the baby close at all times and refusing to let others define him through fear or superstition. Fergus returns briefly after the birth, but his behavior shows deep conflict, as he accepts the child's name but withdraws emotionally and leaves again. His absence creates a quiet tension that lingers in the household, while Marsali continues her role as mother without hesitation, even as she listens constantly for any sign of his return. Claire notices how Marsali maintains strength, caring for her children and protecting Henri Christian despite the growing pressure from the community. The Ridge reacts in different ways, some showing curiosity, others discomfort, But Marzali refuses to let any of it affect her bond with her son. Ian arrives and asks to hold the baby, and his calm acceptance contrasts sharply with the reactions of others. He speaks gently over the child, offering a blessing that reflects his time among the Mohawk, and his presence brings a quiet sense of understanding into the room. When Marzali presses him about Fergus, Ian hesitates before revealing something deeply personal, shifting the conversation into something heavier and more intimate. His voice lowers, and the atmosphere changes as he begins to speak about his own past. Ian describes waking in the night beside Emily, sensing danger before he fully understands it. He hears her struggle and calls for help, but the women take her away, leaving him outside, powerless. The cold and silence press in around him as he realizes something is wrong, and he leaves the village, unable to stay still. He runs into the forest, driven by fear and guilt, his thoughts breaking apart as he tries to process what is happening. The memory becomes intense as he recalls the physical exhaustion, the cold air, and the rising panic. He encounters wolves during this desperate flight, and the situation turns into a fight for survival. Without weapons, he uses whatever he can find, striking and struggling until he kills one of the animals. The moment forces him to confront both death and instinct, and when he later learns that his child was lost, the weight of that truth settles into him. His story ends without comfort, but his presence beside Marzali shows that he understands her pain, even if Fergus does not yet know how to face it. Chapter 37. Marzali faces the truth while Fergus withdraws from his family. Marzali settles into life at the big house, holding Henri Christian close as she adjusts to the reality of his condition. She moves carefully through each day, tending to her other children while keeping the baby within reach at all times. Her actions show quiet determination, but her eyes often drift toward the door, listening for Fergus. The absence grows heavier with each passing day, and the silence he leaves behind creates tension that no one can ignore. Claire watches this unfold, noting how Marzali refuses to break under the pressure, even as the ridge continues to react with curiosity and unease. Visitors still come, and their looks carry questions they do not always voice, but Marzali meets them with steady defiance. She answers only what she must, protecting her child from judgment while maintaining control over her home. Claire studies the situation closely, recognizing the strain on both parents, even in Fergus's absence. She sees how Marzali's strength holds the family together, but also understands that Fergus's guilt is driving him away rather than bringing him closer. The attack, the birth, and the child's condition combine into a weight that Fergus cannot yet face. Claire reflects on the way men respond to fear and failure, often retreating instead of confronting what they cannot fix. She considers speaking to him, but knows that such wounds cannot be forced open without consequence. At the same time, she continues to care for Marzali and the children, providing stability where she can. The household becomes a place of quiet endurance, where each person carries their own burden in silence. Marzali confronts her situation with growing clarity, accepting that Fergus may not return soon and choosing to act regardless. She focuses on what she can control, ensuring that her children are safe and that Henri Christian is cared for without hesitation. Her love becomes a shield, both against the outside world and against the uncertainty within her own family. Claire sees this shift and recognizes it as a turning point, where survival depends not on waiting, but on moving forward despite fear. The tension remains unresolved, but it changes shape, becoming something steadier and more controlled. Fergus's absence continues to cast a shadow, yet Marzali refuses to let it define her or her child, holding her ground with a quiet strength that reshapes the fragile balance of their lives. Chapter 38. Ian shares the truth of loss while Marzali finds strength. Ian continues speaking in a low, steady voice as Marzali listens, holding Henri Christian close while absorbing every word. He describes the moment after the attack, when he stood outside in the cold, unable to follow the women who had taken Emily away. The silence of the night pressed against him, and he felt useless, cut off from what mattered most. He explains how fear and guilt drove him into the forest, forcing him to move, to run, to escape the waiting. His thoughts fractured as he tried to make sense of what was happening, and he began to blame himself for the loss before it was even confirmed. The memory carries weight in every detail, and Marzali understands that he is not simply telling a story, but reliving it. His voice remains controlled, but the emotion beneath it is clear, shaping each word as he continues. Ian describes the forest closing around him as he ran, the cold air cutting into his body while exhaustion slowed his steps. He recalls the moment he realized he was not alone, when the wolves began to track him, drawn by scent and movement. The fear shifted from grief to survival, and he was forced to act despite having no weapon. He explains how he fought using instinct and strength, striking with whatever he could find until he managed to kill one of the animals. The fight leaves a lasting impression, not only for its violence, but for what it represents. He recognizes the wolf as a mother, and the realization connects directly to his own loss, deepening the weight of the memory. The moment becomes more than survival, turning into a reflection of what has been taken from him. Ian finishes his story by revealing that his child was already dead before he knew it, and that knowledge settled into him without warning. Marzali reacts with quiet compassion, her anger fading as she understands the depth of his experience. She holds her son more firmly, not out of fear, but out of determination to protect him and accept him fully. The conversation changes her perspective, allowing her to see Fergus's absence through a different lens, even if it does not lessen the pain. Claire observes this shift and recognizes the importance of the moment, as understanding begins to replace frustration. The tension in the room softens, not because the problems are solved, but because they are now shared. Marzali's strength deepens, and Ian's story leaves a lasting mark, connecting loss and survival in a way that shapes what comes next. Chapter 39. Roger leads a funeral where the dead woman returns to life before dying again. Roger wakes before dawn when loud knocking breaks the silence, and he forces himself out of bed despite the cold. Hiram Crombie stands outside and informs him that his mother-in-law has died during the night, then asks him to lead the burial service. Roger agrees, though his throat is sore and his voice weak, and he already doubts his ability to speak properly. After a quick breakfast with Jamie, Claire, and Brianna, he borrows a Bible and prepares mentally for the task. The group sets out toward the Crombie home under a heavy sky that threatens snow, and along the way they hear the eerie wailing of a mourning woman. The sound unsettles everyone, especially Jemmy, and creates a tense atmosphere before they even arrive. When they reach the cabin, they find it crowded with neighbors, and Mrs. Wilson lies on a table, prepared for burial, surrounded by traditional objects and rituals. Roger steps forward to begin the service, placing his hand on the body and trying to maintain control as all eyes turn to him. He starts with simple words about life and death, then attempts to move into a structured prayer, but his voice begins to fail him. He coughs repeatedly, struggles to translate scripture into Gaelic, and loses the rhythm of the ceremony as the crowd grows restless. The tension increases with each pause, and Brianna watches anxiously as he fights to continue. Suddenly, Jemmy points toward the body and insists that the dead woman has moved. At first, no one reacts, but then Mrs. Wilson opens her eyes, and the room erupts into panic. People stumble backward in fear, while Jamie forces order with a shout. Roger reacts immediately, lifting her into a sitting position as Claire rushes forward to examine her. The chaos settles into stunned silence as it becomes clear that she is alive. Claire quickly understands the situation and realizes that Mrs. Wilson is suffering from a severe internal condition that will soon kill her. Roger regains control of the moment and addresses the crowd, framing the event as a sign of faith and divine presence. Mrs. Wilson regains strength briefly and begins to speak, angrily accusing her son-in-law of trying to bury her without proper respect. Her voice rises as she demands her belongings and criticizes the lack of a proper wake, while the crowd watches in shock. A sin-eater is summoned, and the atmosphere shifts again as the man enters, avoided by everyone. He performs the ritual by eating bread and drinking wine meant to carry away her sins, and the room falls into complete silence. As the ritual ends, Mrs. Wilson weakens rapidly, and Claire feels the exact moment when her body fails. The old woman dies peacefully, her anger gone, and the tension dissolves into a quiet acceptance as snow begins to fall outside, marking the true end of the funeral. Part 6, Chapter 40. Jamie faces war decisions and Roger builds kiln while MacDonald falls into pit. Claire moves closer to Jamie as the sounds of spring fill the air, and the warmth of the season replaces the harsh silence of winter. Birds sing through the night, and the air feels alive again after months of cold. Jamie wakes slowly beside her, aware of Major MacDonald's presence in the house but unwilling to face him immediately. Instead, he turns toward Claire and pulls her close, choosing comfort over duty for a brief moment. The household begins to stir below, with voices rising from the kitchen and the smell of breakfast drifting upward. Once fully awake, Jamie shares the reason for MacDonald's visit. He explains that Governor Martin is losing control of the colony and is considering arming indigenous tribes to maintain power. Claire understands the danger of such a decision and realizes how easily it could ignite wider conflict. Jamie confirms that he must leave soon to speak with the tribes, knowing the situation is already unstable and growing worse. Roger stands inside a deep pit, measuring the progress of the kiln he is building, and struggles with the physical labor required to complete it. He calls for help, but the boys assisting him have disappeared again, leaving him to work alone. Jamie arrives and joins him without hesitation, using the improved tools Brianna designed to speed up the process. The two men work together efficiently, digging and clearing the earth until the task is nearly complete. As they pause to rest, Jamie raises a serious question about whether Roger and Brianna should consider returning to their own time for safety. Roger understands immediately and reflects on the dangers of both staying and leaving. He considers the threat of war, disease, and violence in the present, but also the uncertainty and risk of attempting to travel through time again. Jamie then reveals the growing financial strain on the ridge, including the loss of whiskey production, the needs of their tenants, and new demands for weapons. He admits he may need to sell valuable gemstones to survive, a decision that unsettles Roger deeply. Major MacDonald walks toward them, unaware of the danger nearby, while a large sow moves in his direction with sudden intent. Roger tries to shout a warning, but his voice fails due to sharp pain in his throat. Jamie yells instead, but MacDonald panics and runs in the wrong direction, heading straight toward the hidden pit. The sow charges behind him, forcing him into a desperate sprint across the clearing. His footing slips as he runs through the grass, and though he recovers for a moment, he continues blindly without understanding the danger ahead. In an instant, he vanishes completely, falling into the pit Roger has just finished digging. Jamie and Roger approach carefully and look down to find him curled at the bottom, shaken but alive. The sow loses interest and wanders away, leaving the scene in sudden silence. Relief replaces tension as Roger manages to speak again, and the absurdity of the situation settles over them. closing the moment with a strange mix of danger and humor. Chapter 41. Jamie plans secret weapons deal while Brianna reveals Cherokee tragedy. Jamie rides with Major MacDonald until they reach Coopersville, then sends him on his way toward Salisbury with supplies and quiet relief. He turns instead toward the McGillivray's forge, carrying the weight of new responsibilities. Inside, he finds Robin at work, shaping iron with steady blows, while a young apprentice works the bellows without much focus. Jamie waits, observing the tools and the workbench, until something catches his attention. He recognizes a set of drawings with bold, precise lines, and realizes they are Brianna's designs. The sketches show a weapon unlike any he has seen, with unusual features that suggest improvement and innovation. When Robin confirms that Brianna brought them, Jamie feels both pride and concern. He shifts the conversation and reveals his purpose. He needs 30 muskets, and he needs them quickly. The request shocks Robin, but Jamie remains calm, hiding the urgency behind controlled words. He explains nothing of the deeper reasons, only insists on speed and discretion. Jamie listens as Robin calculates what can be done, weighing cost, time, and secrecy. The number of available weapons is far below what Jamie needs, and each piece will require effort to obtain. Jamie insists on keeping his name hidden, knowing the danger of being linked to such preparations. He accepts the limitations and pushes forward, understanding that even partial success matters. Once arrangements are made, he leaves the forge and continues alone, allowing his thoughts to settle. As he walks, he reflects on the coming conflict and his role within it. He knows he must eventually choose between loyalty to the crown and rebellion, and that moment is approaching. He considers the difficulty of influencing the indigenous tribes, knowing they trust him as a representative of the crown. The idea of changing sides fills him with unease, especially when thinking of those who might see it as betrayal. He cannot yet see how to resolve these conflicts, but he knows time is running short. Brianna waits for him along the road and steps forward as soon as he appears, her expression tense despite her calm tone. She tells him she has something important to say before he leaves to meet the tribes. She hesitates, then explains a future event that has been troubling her. She describes a forced migration that will happen decades later, where the Cherokee will be driven from their land and many will die along the way. Jamie listens carefully, absorbing the weight of what she says without interruption. She reminds him that knowledge of the future once allowed him to save lives before, even if he could not stop everything. She suggests that he might warn the Cherokee, or at least consider the possibility. Jamie understands the implication immediately, and the burden of that knowledge settles on him. He sees the moral conflict clearly, but also recognizes the uncertainty of interfering with events that have not yet happened. After a long pause, he chooses not to act on it yet, deciding instead to focus on the present. He suggests something simple and grounding, turning toward the idea of fishing with Jemmy, and leaves the question unresolved as the day continues. Chapter 42. Claire tests ether anesthesia as Bobby experiences terrifying vision. Claire studies Bobby Higgins closely as he sits at the table, noting his improved health and solid weight after his recovery. She asks him simple questions about his condition, but her attention is focused on something deeper. She needs to test the ether she has created, and she knows she must do it on real people to understand its effects. Bobby senses her intent and becomes uneasy, suspecting she plans to experiment on him. Claire reassures him with calm words, but she carefully guides the conversation toward her goal. She explains that she cannot perform surgery and administer ether at the same time, and that Malva will need practice assisting her. This detail shifts Bobby's thinking, especially when he hears Malva's name, and his resistance weakens. Lizzie listens beside Claire, trying to remain composed, though she senses what is coming. Claire sets the plan firmly, deciding the experiment will take place in the morning before food, ensuring better conditions for testing the effects. Claire prepares the mask and positions Lizzie first, guiding her to lie still while Malva applies the ether with careful hands. Lizzie takes a deep breath as instructed, and within seconds her body goes limp, losing all awareness. Claire immediately begins observing her pulse and breathing, timing the duration of unconsciousness with precision. She instructs Malva to maintain the correct level of ether, watching closely as Lizzie drifts in and out of awareness under controlled doses. The results confirm Claire's expectations, and she tests further by pricking Lizzie's finger. Lizzie does not react, proving the absence of pain. Bobby watches in disbelief, unable to understand how someone can remain completely unaware of injury. When Lizzie awakens, she has no memory of what happened, which unsettles her and deepens the sense of mystery. Claire explains the process calmly, but the experience challenges their understanding of consciousness and control. Bobby volunteers next, driven by a mix of curiosity and determination to prove what he has seen. He lies down and allows Malva to place the mask over his face, taking deep breaths until his body suddenly collapses into stillness. Claire monitors him carefully, repeating the process to observe timing and dosage while Malva assists with growing confidence. As Bobby awakens, his reaction is different. He describes a brief but disturbing vision, something dark and unsettling that lingers in his mind. Claire recognizes this as a possible side effect but chooses to downplay it, offering a simple explanation to avoid fear. Lizzie reacts strongly to the idea that the soul might leave the body during unconsciousness, raising concerns about what truly happens under ether. Malva challenges this belief, while Claire realizes the danger of such ideas spreading. As the experiment ends, she clears the remaining ether from the room and dismisses them, satisfied with the results but aware that acceptance of this new method will be difficult. Chapter 43. Jamie fights starving Tuscarora while facing British pressure over Cherokee. Jamie reads the message from John Stewart and feels the pressure behind every word, recognizing the expectation that he manipulate the Cherokee for British interests. He reflects on the suggestion to influence leadership within the tribes, understanding how dangerous and delicate such interference would be. He wades into the cold lake with Ian, using the shock of the water to clear his mind and push away the growing weight of responsibility. As he surfaces among the reeds, he hears unfamiliar voices nearby and freezes, listening carefully. He identifies the language as Tuscarora and realizes these men are not Cherokee. The voices speak in low tones, cautious and tense, and he understands they believe the area is unguarded. Jamie remains still, analyzing their movement, and notices they are making their way toward the horses. He knows he must act quickly, but without alerting them too soon, and begins moving silently through the reeds despite the discomfort of mud and sharp plants against his skin. Jamie creeps closer through the grass and searches for something to use as a weapon, finding only weak branches until he finally tears a stronger limb free from a tree. He watches the two men approach the horses, noticing their hesitation and lack of confidence. When the moment comes, he bursts from cover with a loud shout, startling them into panic. One man runs immediately, while the other struggles to keep up due to an injury. Jamie strikes hard, knocking the slower man to the ground and disabling him with force. He leaves him briefly and chases the second man, who tries to escape through the rough terrain but loses his footing in the mud. Jamie tackles him, and they fight violently, grappling and striking each other with desperation. The struggle is chaotic and brutal, with both men slipping in mud and fighting for control. A sharp impact leaves Jamie disoriented, but he regains focus as Ian and Rollo arrive, and the remaining man is subdued under the threat of the dog. Jamie regains his balance and questions the captured man, who is clearly terrified and exhausted. The young man reveals that they are Tuscarora and that they are alone, part of a group that has been destroyed. He explains that their people suffered from hunger, sickness, and attacks, leaving only a few survivors struggling to stay alive. Jamie listens as the man describes how their group became too weak to defend themselves, forcing them into desperation. The second man, badly wounded, is confirmed to be his brother, and the bond between them becomes clear as they struggle to remain together. Jamie recognizes their condition, seeing their hunger and exhaustion, and understands they are not true enemies but victims of circumstance. The confrontation ends not with triumph, but with the realization of how fragile survival has become for those caught between shifting powers and harsh conditions, reinforcing the growing tension surrounding the land and its people. Chapter 44. Jamie warns Cherokee of future tragedy while negotiating tribal alliances. Jamie completes the exchange for the captured Tuscarora girl, handing over medals, knives, and a compass to secure her release. He studies her closely once he sees her, noticing her plain appearance but sensing a deeper quality that explains why two young men were willing to risk everything for her. He quickly pushes aside unsettling thoughts and turns his attention to the arrival of new guests. A hunting party returns with Cherokee visitors, and among them stands Alexander Cameron, a man deeply embedded within their society. Cameron greets Jamie warmly, and both men measure each other with careful interest. They join the preparations for a feast, sharing food and drink while observing customs. Jamie notes Cameron's influence and realizes his presence carries political weight. He waits patiently, understanding that important matters must follow the proper rhythm of hospitality before business can begin. Jamie walks with Cameron away from the others, and their conversation shifts toward politics and land. Cameron reveals that a powerful man plans to purchase vast Cherokee territory, ignoring existing agreements and pushing into restricted land. Jamie understands the danger immediately, recognizing both the ambition behind the plan and the fragile position of the Cherokee leaders involved. Cameron expects Jamie's support, assuming he will help smooth acceptance among the tribes. Jamie listens without committing, then introduces his own concern. He explains the situation of the displaced Tuscarora youths and asks Cameron to take responsibility for them. Cameron agrees, acknowledging that many small groups have been destroyed and forced into wandering. The agreement benefits both men, resolving one problem while leaving the larger political tension unresolved. Jamie feels the weight of these shifting alliances, knowing that each decision carries consequences beyond the moment. Jamie sits among the men later as stories are shared, and finds himself drawn into memories he did not expect to revisit. He begins recounting a battle from his past, describing the violence and loss with vivid clarity. As he speaks, the memory grows stronger, pulling him back into the experience until he loses track of where he is. He feels the presence of those he killed and struggles with the sudden return of forgotten details. The reaction unsettles him, but the others respond with respect, sensing the depth of what he has endured. Later, in the quiet of the firelight, he makes a decision he had not planned. He tells them of a vision passed through his family, describing a future where the Cherokee will be forced from their land and suffer greatly. The warning is difficult to explain, but he makes it clear that not all may share that fate if choices are made differently. The men listen in silence, absorbing the possibility, as Jamie finishes with a sense of burden and quiet resolve. Chapter 45. Manfred confesses deadly disease as Lizzie collapses from fever. Claire rises from her work in the garden, stretching her aching back as she surveys the crops she has carefully tended. She notices Manfred watching her from beyond the fence, his posture tense and uncertain. He approaches and asks to speak privately, avoiding the house as though fearing interruption. Claire senses his distress and invites him to sit, allowing him time to gather himself. He struggles to speak, then finally admits he cannot marry Lizzie. His words come out abruptly, heavy with shame. Claire questions him gently, guiding him toward the truth. He explains that he traveled to Hillsborough and intended to end a previous relationship, but instead discovered that the woman he loved had died. He breaks down as he speaks her name, revealing his grief and confusion. Claire offers comfort, holding him as he struggles with the loss. She suggests delaying the marriage, but he refuses, insisting that something far worse prevents it. Manfred lifts his head and forces himself to speak, revealing that the woman he loved was a prostitute who died from a disease. He confesses that he believes he has the same illness, and fear overtakes his grief. Claire immediately understands the seriousness of the situation and examines him to confirm her suspicion. She finds evidence consistent with infection and realizes the danger extends beyond him. She takes him to Jamie, who reacts with anger and disbelief, struggling to control his response. Manfred apologizes repeatedly, ashamed and terrified of what will happen next. Claire explains that he did the right thing by telling the truth, though the consequences remain severe. She considers the possibility of treatment with penicillin, but doubts linger about its effectiveness. The situation becomes more urgent as the risk to Lizzie is considered, and tension fills the space as decisions must be made quickly. Manfred panics as voices approach the house, recognizing the sound of his mother before anyone else does. Fear overwhelms him, and he flees through the window without warning, choosing escape over confrontation. Claire has no time to react before the situation shifts again. Ian arrives carrying Lizzie, who has collapsed from a sudden return of fever. Her body shakes with chills, and her condition appears serious. Claire immediately begins treatment, applying remedies and monitoring her pulse as Ian assists without hesitation. Lizzie drifts in and out of awareness, her strength drained by the illness. Claire works quickly, focusing on stabilizing her while keeping her calm. As Lizzie regains partial consciousness, she asks for Manfred, unaware of what has happened. Claire hesitates, unable to explain the truth, and offers only a partial answer. The moment closes with uncertainty, as Lizzie's condition remains fragile and Manfred's fate unknown. Chapter 46. Manfred vanishes as scandal destroys Lizzie's reputation and community trust. Ian returns with bruised face and torn knuckles, breathing hard as he reports that Manfred has fled and spoken of ending his life. He curses him in anger, then storms upstairs to stand beside Lizzie in silence. Claire listens with growing dread, realizing the situation has worsened beyond control. She worries that Manfred may truly harm himself and regrets not assuring him more strongly that he could be treated. Lizzie lies weak with fever, unable to understand what has happened, and Claire knows she cannot yet tell her the truth. Jamie prepares to face the consequences and decides to inform the McGillivray family at once. Claire urges caution but agrees that they must act. He leaves with grim determination, knowing the news will bring anger and shame. The house remains tense in his absence, filled with fear of what may follow. Jamie returns late, exhausted and silent, confirming that Manfred has not come home. He explains that he spoke only with Robin, unable to face you directly, and the weight of that decision lingers heavily. Before dawn, a violent pounding shakes the house, and chaos erupts as Ute forces her way inside, furious and accusing. Claire faces her as the woman lashes out, shouting accusations and blaming her for everything that has happened. Panic rises in Claire as the confrontation becomes physical, and she reacts with uncontrolled fear, striking out blindly. The moment spirals until Jamie intervenes, pulling Claire away and placing himself between them. Ute regains control and declares that Claire is mad, her voice cold with judgment. She turns her anger into a final threat, announcing that the family will be shunned and cut off from trade and support. Her words carry weight, and everyone understands the consequences. Lizzie stands in the doorway, pale and unsteady, asking what has happened to Manfred as the tension settles into silence. Ian answers bluntly, revealing the truth without hesitation, and the damage is immediate. News spreads quickly across the region, twisting into rumor and scandal. Some believe Manfred is diseased, others claim Claire lied, and many place blame on Lizzie, harming her reputation despite her innocence. Men on the ridge defend her honor through force, silencing direct insults but failing to stop the spread of gossip. Trade begins to suffer as Ute influences others to turn away, and Claire feels the weight of isolation growing. Lizzie grieves not only the broken engagement but the loss of the family she had come to love. Joseph suffers quietly, losing both his daughter's future and the sense of belonging he had found. Meanwhile, Manfred remains missing, leaving behind fear, anger, and uncertainty that continues to deepen. Chapter 47. Claire tracks escaped bees as tension settles after scandal. Claire walks beyond the garden with quiet focus, scanning the trees as she searches for the swarm that has left one of her hives. She moves carefully through the grass, listening for the low hum that might reveal their resting place. The air feels heavy but calm, and the work gives her a sense of control after the chaos of recent days. She studies branches and hollow spaces, knowing that the bees will not travel far before pausing. Her eyes move from tree to tree, searching for the cluster that forms when the swarm gathers to decide its next home. She considers the timing, aware that if she finds them soon, she can guide them back into a prepared hive. The task demands patience, and she allows herself to focus fully on it, pushing aside the tension that has settled over the ridge. Claire spots movement among the branches and approaches slowly, careful not to disturb the swarm before she understands their position. She watches their behavior, noting how they cling together in a living mass while scouts search for a new place to settle. She calculates her next step, thinking of how best to capture them without causing panic. The process requires steady hands and precise timing, and she prepares herself for the attempt. As she observes them, her thoughts drift briefly to the fragile balance of the community around her. Like the swarm, people gather, separate, and move based on unseen pressures. She recognizes how quickly stability can break and how difficult it is to restore once lost. The comparison lingers as she shifts her weight and reaches for what she needs, grounding herself again in the physical task before her. Claire steps closer and begins the careful process of guiding the swarm, using slow movements to avoid startling them into flight. She positions herself beneath the cluster and prepares to secure them before they decide on a permanent location. The moment requires calm and precision, and she keeps her breathing steady as she works. The bees respond to her presence with subtle shifts, but remain largely still, allowing her to continue. She feels a quiet satisfaction as the plan begins to take shape, aware that success will restore order to at least one small part of her world. The tension of recent events does not vanish, but it settles into the background as she completes the task. The scene closes with a sense of fragile calm, where simple work offers brief relief from the deeper conflicts that continue to grow. Chapter 48. Jamie investigates Malva as Brianna discovers human bone love charm ritual. Jamie walks along the forest path and stops when he sees a snake curled in the dust, refusing to move despite his attempts to scare it away. He cuts a branch and forces it off the trail, only to hear a sudden scream behind the bushes. He rushes forward and finds Malva Christie trying to crush the snake with her basket, her fear clear and uncontrolled. He stops her and calms the situation, helping her gather the mushrooms she dropped. Their conversation turns quickly, moving from the incident to local gossip. Malva recounts a story about a snake biting a man during a church gathering, then shifts toward a more dangerous topic. She reveals that some people believe Claire is a witch. Jamie reacts calmly, dismissing the rumor as the natural suspicion people hold toward outsiders. Malva denies believing it herself and instead expresses deep admiration for Claire, describing her as kind and knowledgeable. Jamie listens carefully, measuring her sincerity while keeping his tone light. Jamie guides Malva along the path and begins to question her more carefully about her life, focusing on her father and her future. He asks about her plans for marriage, and her reaction is immediate and defensive, revealing tension beneath her composed behavior. She insists she has no intention of marrying soon and asks him not to mention such matters to her father. Jamie senses something hidden but does not push too hard, choosing instead to continue with indirect questions. He learns that she and her brother were raised in Scotland, which contradicts what he believed about their family history. This detail sparks suspicion, and he begins to reconstruct the timeline in his mind, realizing there are inconsistencies in Tom Christie's story. As they walk, Malva skillfully redirects the conversation, asking Jamie about his own past and distracting him from further questions. He allows the shift, but his thoughts remain fixed on what he has learned, and the unanswered questions grow heavier in his mind. Brianna stands in the stream later, digging into the muddy bank as she works to create a water channel, her body aching from the effort. Jamie joins her and helps move a large boulder, using wooden levers to shift it into place. The water begins to flow differently, carving into the bank as she planned, and the success lifts her mood. The boys arrive and quickly turn the work into chaos, but Jamie manages them while keeping the task moving forward. Afterward, they rest and share cider, enjoying the brief moment of peace. The calm breaks when they notice a small fire site on a flat rock nearby. Brianna approaches and sees that the burned remains are not wood but bones. Jamie confirms they are human finger bones, and the discovery sends a wave of unease through her. The smell of the ashes is strange and sharp, suggesting something more than a simple fire. Jamie identifies it as a ritual, warning her not to touch anything. Later, Brianna seeks answers and learns that such a combination of elements forms a love charm involving human remains, and the realization leaves her deeply unsettled, aware that something dark is happening within the ridge. Chapter 49. Brianna moves bolder with Jamie as human bones reveal dark ritual. Brianna drives the spade into the muddy bank and pulls out heavy clay, forcing her tired body to keep working despite hunger and aching arms. She refuses to stop, focused on shaping the water channel, while Roger remains away helping another family. Jamie arrives from the woods and watches her for a moment before offering help. She responds with irritation, but accepts it when he steps into the stream and joins her. He removes his shirt to avoid soaking it, and she notices his scars, forcing herself to look away and focus on the task. Together they examine the large boulder blocking the channel and decide to move it instead of digging around it. Jamie retrieves wooden levers and begins loosening the rock with steady effort. Brianna steps back briefly to cool herself in the water, then returns to help, her energy renewed by his presence and the possibility of progress. Jamie positions the levers and instructs Brianna where to push, and the two of them strain together to shift the stone. The boys arrive and immediately join in, turning the work into a noisy game as they dig and shout. Jamie directs them while ignoring their chaos, keeping the effort focused until the rock finally breaks free, crashes into the stream, sending water over them and soaking everyone. The boys shout with excitement, and Brianna laughs despite herself, feeling the tension ease for a moment. The current begins to cut into the bank exactly as she planned, carving a new path through the clay. Jamie praises her idea, impressed by her understanding of the flow, and they sit together to rest and drink cider from his pack. Brianna examines the clay, testing its texture and thinking about her kiln, hoping this material might finally work. The brief success gives her a sense of achievement, softening her frustration and reminding her of what she is building. Brianna follows the boys to a flat rock near the water when they call her, expecting something small and harmless, but instead finds the remains of a strange fire. She kneels and studies the ashes, noticing charred fragments that do not match wood. Jamie joins her and confirms that the pieces are human finger bones, their pale shapes standing out against the blackened surface. The realization chills her immediately, and she pulls back in revulsion. The smell rising from the ashes is bitter and unnatural, mixed with something that reminds her of medicine. Jamie studies the site and concludes that it is not random, but part of a deliberate ritual. He warns her not to touch anything, explaining that it is likely a charm used for some private purpose. The moment shifts the mood completely, replacing the earlier sense of accomplishment with unease. Brianna looks at the remains again, understanding that someone nearby has carried out something dark and intentional, and the thought follows her as they leave the place behind. Chapter 50. Roger blackmailed by Malva as Claire performs life-saving ether surgery. Roger climbs the mountain path with a heavy mind, replaying Malva's threat and realizing how easily people would believe her accusation. He remembers how often he has visited Amy McCallum, and understands that what he thought was kindness now looks like something else to others. Anger rises in him, directed at Malva and at himself, but he knows the damage is already done. He decides he must stop visiting Amy to protect his reputation and his marriage, even if it leaves her family without help. As he reaches the cabin, his thoughts are interrupted when Amy runs toward him in panic, clutching him and crying out in fear. She tells him that Aiden is gravely ill and may die without help. Roger reacts immediately, pushing aside his concerns and focusing on the urgent need. He steadies her and prepares to act, knowing there is no time to hesitate. Claire examines Aiden and quickly recognizes the signs of a life-threatening condition that requires immediate action. She confirms the diagnosis through a painful test and decides that surgery is the only option to save him. She prepares for the operation, knowing she must use ether to keep him unconscious during the procedure. She sends Roger to fetch Malva, understanding she will need assistance to manage both the anesthesia and the operation itself. Roger runs to find her and locates her in the stream, but she refuses to come at first, afraid of her father's reaction. Faced with the risk of losing Aiden, Roger forces the situation, using Malva's secret with Bobby to pressure her into helping. She resists for a moment, then agrees and follows him back, her curiosity overcoming her fear. The urgency builds as they return, and every second feels critical as the child's condition worsens. Claire begins the surgery with intense focus, blocking out everything except the task before her. Malva administers the ether carefully, counting each drop while monitoring Aiden's breathing and pulse. Claire makes the incision and works quickly, navigating the small body with precision as she locates the inflamed appendix. The room remains silent except for controlled instructions and the faint sounds of the procedure. Tension breaks when Alan bursts in and attacks Roger, accusing him of wrongdoing, and the fight spills out of the room in chaos. Tom Christie appears in the doorway, watching with suspicion and anger as the operation continues. Claire completes the removal and closes the wound, but the crisis is not over. Aiden suddenly stops breathing, and panic strikes instantly. Claire throws herself into action, forcing air into his lungs and pressing his chest, refusing to give up. After a terrifying moment, he coughs and begins to breathe again, his cry breaking the silence and confirming that he has survived. Chapter 51. Claire revives Aiden as Tom Christie questions her powers and beliefs. Claire steadies herself after the final breath returns to Aiden, her hands still trembling from the strain of keeping him alive. She watches his chest rise and fall, confirming that his breathing has stabilized, and forces herself to remain calm despite the lingering fear. Amy collapses beside the table, clutching her son and sobbing with relief as she realizes he has survived. Claire steps back slightly, allowing the mother to hold him while she checks the bandages and the warmth of his body. The room feels heavy with the aftermath of what has just happened, and every movement seems slow and deliberate. The smell of ether still lingers in the air, mixing with sweat and blood, and Claire focuses on practical tasks to regain control of her thoughts. She adjusts the coverings around Aiden and ensures he is protected from the cold, knowing the danger is not fully gone. Tom Christie watches everything in silence, his rigid posture revealing tension as he tries to understand what he has witnessed. His eyes move between Claire and the child, and the question forming in his mind becomes impossible to hide. He steps forward slightly and asks what has been done, his voice sharp with suspicion. Claire answers directly, explaining that she saved the boy's life through surgery, but her words do little to ease his concern. He struggles to reconcile what he has seen with his beliefs, especially after witnessing the moment when Aiden appeared lifeless and then returned. The idea that Claire could bring someone back from the brink unsettles him deeply, and doubt begins to take root. He studies her face as if searching for something hidden, unable to decide whether her actions are a miracle or something far more dangerous. Claire meets his gaze without retreating, holding her ground despite the growing tension between them. She understands what he is thinking, even if he does not say it openly, and knows that suspicion will spread quickly if left unchecked. She focuses on the facts, repeating that the boy was never dead, only in danger, and that her actions were based on knowledge, not superstition. Tom listens, but his expression does not soften, and the distance between them becomes clear. Outside, the noise of the earlier fight has faded, leaving only a quiet that feels heavier than before. The moment settles into uneasy silence, with no clear resolution. Claire turns back to her work, choosing action over argument, but she is fully aware that what happened in that room will not be forgotten. Chapter 52. Roger declares calling as minister while strengthening family bonds with Brianna. Roger sits beside Brianna on the cabin stoop as darkness settles and fireflies begin to glow across the clearing. He gathers his courage and tells her that he intends to become a minister. The words hang in the air, and he watches her closely, unsure of how she will respond. Brianna takes time to process the idea, surprised but not entirely shocked. She studies him and realizes that this desire has been growing quietly within him for some time. She responds honestly, telling him she thinks it is a good thing, though she admits she needs time to understand it fully. Roger relaxes at her acceptance, and the tension in his body eases. He explains that he feels called to help people in a deeper way, but also admits that he has no clear idea how to begin. The uncertainty frightens him, and he does not hide it. Brianna listens carefully and chooses support over doubt, offering to stand beside him even without knowing what the future will look like. Roger leans closer and reassures Brianna that his decision does not change his feelings for her or his commitment to their family. He insists that she will never be asked to change her faith, making it clear that her identity remains her own. Brianna tests him with direct questions, asking if he is afraid, and he answers honestly that he is. She responds with quiet strength, promising to help him in any way she can. Their conversation shifts toward practical concerns, including money and survival, but they treat it lightly, refusing to let fear dominate the moment. Roger admits that becoming a minister will not bring wealth, and Brianna answers with humor and confidence, reminding him that she did not marry him for security. The exchange deepens their connection, showing mutual trust and respect. He takes her hand and speaks with firm conviction, promising that his role as husband and father will always come first, no matter what path he follows. Jem's voice cuts through the quiet as he calls for Roger from the darkness, pulling him away from the moment. Roger responds immediately, rising and leaving Brianna with a brief but meaningful kiss before heading toward the noise. Brianna remains on the stoop, listening as the sounds of laughter and play drift across the clearing. Jamie appears beside her and sits down, sharing the quiet space without needing explanation. They talk about the evening, and Brianna describes her childhood memories, comparing the fireflies to lights she once saw in a place filled with joy and safety. She explains how those moments were meaningful not because of the place itself, but because of the happiness shared with her parents. Jamie listens, understanding the deeper meaning behind her words. The conversation settles into a peaceful silence, and Brianna reflects on her own family. She realizes that while her son may never experience the same world she once knew, he will grow up surrounded by laughter and love, and that is enough. Part 7. Chapter 53. Jamie plans secret weapons deal as revolutionary tension forces impossible choice. Jamie sits at his desk and writes carefully, forming each word with purpose as he prepares a letter to Lord John Grey. He expresses gratitude for past help, but quickly moves to the real reason for writing. He explains that he needs money, and he needs it soon, because he must secure weapons before they become impossible to obtain. He describes the difficulty of purchasing arms openly, knowing that suspicion grows around anyone preparing for conflict. He outlines his plan to attend a large gathering where weapons may be traded quietly, using the cover of celebration to hide his intentions. Claire watches him as he writes, sensing the weight behind every line. She questions him directly, asking why he must involve himself so deeply in matters that will lead to violence. Jamie answers with calm certainty, explaining that he cannot remain passive when danger is already moving toward them. Jamie sets the letter aside and turns his attention to the broader situation, explaining the political tension that is building across the colonies. He speaks of organized communication between leaders, describing efforts to unite resistance through committees that exchange information and strategy. Claire listens and adds what she knows, reminding him that the conflict will grow into open war long before many expect it. She mentions key events that will spark the fighting, and Jamie absorbs this knowledge without surprise, accepting it as part of the path ahead. He reflects on his position, caught between loyalty to the crown and the growing need to resist it. The conflict is not abstract for him, but personal, shaped by past battles and future consequences. He understands that choosing a side will place him against men he respects, and the thought weighs heavily on him. Jamie rises and walks outside, letting the air clear his thoughts as he considers the decisions he must make. He returns with quiet resolve, explaining that he will obtain the weapons he needs, regardless of the risk. He reveals that part of his plan includes providing arms to indigenous allies, ensuring they are not left defenseless as conflict spreads. Claire reacts to this, understanding both the necessity and the danger of such a choice. Jamie acknowledges the moral complexity, admitting that every decision now carries consequences that cannot be undone. He speaks with firm conviction, stating that he will act based on what he believes is right, even if it leads to hardship. Claire studies him, recognizing the certainty in his voice, and accepts that his path is set. The moment closes with a shared understanding that the future is moving closer, and neither of them can avoid it. Chapter 54. Flora MacDonald's speech divides colony as Claire suffers trauma and tension explodes. Claire walks among the gathering at River Run, observing the crowd as voices rise in greeting and music fills the air. She watches groups form and shift, noting how easily conversation turns from polite talk to quiet judgment. The arrival of Flora MacDonald draws attention immediately, and people gather around her with admiration. Claire studies her presence and listens as stories of loyalty and courage are repeated with pride. The atmosphere feels warm at first, filled with celebration, but tension moves beneath it like a current. Claire feels it in the tone of certain voices, in the careful choice of words, and in the way some people watch others too closely. She continues walking, trying to remain calm, but the noise and movement begin to press in on her. A sudden memory strikes without warning, pulling her back into a moment of fear she cannot control. Her breathing falters, and the sounds around her distort as the past rises sharply into the present. Jamie notices Claire's distress and moves toward her at once, placing himself between her and the crowd. He speaks softly and guides her away from the noise, keeping his voice steady as he helps her focus on the present. Claire clings to his presence, forcing herself to follow his instructions as she struggles to regain control. The memory fades slowly, leaving behind a dull ache and lingering unease. Jamie stays close, refusing to leave her side until her breathing returns to normal. Once she steadies, they return cautiously to the gathering, aware that they cannot avoid the social expectations of the event. Conversations resume, but the tone has shifted for Claire, who now feels every glance more sharply. Jamie senses the change as well, and his attention remains fixed on her even as he speaks with others. The moment leaves both of them alert, aware that the surface calm of the gathering hides something far more unstable. Flora MacDonald steps forward later and begins to speak, her voice carrying clearly across the crowd as she calls for loyalty to the crown. The words resonate with many, and approval spreads quickly among those gathered. Claire listens, recognizing how powerful the message is and how easily it shapes opinion. The division between those who support the crown and those who question it becomes more visible, and conversations grow sharper. A man approaches Claire and speaks with quiet accusation, hinting at rumors of weapons and hidden plans. Jamie responds with controlled calm, refusing to confirm or deny anything, but the tension remains. As the gathering continues, the sense of unity breaks into smaller, guarded groups, each aware of the growing divide. Nearby, Jocasta reacts to discomfort in her eye, and concern rises as attention shifts to her condition. The event that began with celebration closes under strain, with politics, suspicion, and personal fear now intertwined. Chapter 55. Brianna meets Wendigo Donner and uncovers a time traveler plot. Brianna focuses on her painting inside Jocasta's bright morning room, using the steady light to complete a commissioned portrait while speaking with Ian. She explains how she learned to paint, recalling advice from her father about truly seeing what is in front of her. She then reveals 2 miniature portraits she has secretly created of her parents, showing both pride and uncertainty about their accuracy. Ian reacts with admiration, studying the details with fascination. Brianna shares her plan to earn money by creating more miniatures, which would allow her to work from sketches without requiring repeated sittings. The conversation shifts when she persuades Ian to sit for a sketch, though he resists due to cultural beliefs about portraits holding power. He finally agrees, sitting stiffly as she quickly studies his complex features and shifting expressions, trying to capture something that refuses to stay still. Ian suddenly reacts to movement beyond the open doors, his attention snapping toward a shadow on the terrace. A faint whistle breaks the silence, and Brianna instantly recognizes the tune as something impossible for this time. Shock hits her hard, and she struggles to respond before forcing herself to sing a line in reply. The whistling stops, and a strange man cautiously appears, dressed partly as a native but behaving in a way that feels out of place. He introduces himself as Wendigo Donner and quickly identifies Brianna as someone like him. His speech and behavior confirm what she already suspects. Ian does not hesitate, attacking him from behind and holding him at knife point. Brianna intervenes, forcing Ian to loosen his grip so Donner can speak. The man insists he means no harm and explains that he has been searching for Claire, believing she can help him return to his own time. Claire soon joins them, and Donner begins explaining his situation with growing urgency. He reveals that he was part of a group of travelers who attempted to change history by influencing native tribes to support the British in the coming revolution. The plan was to prevent the destruction of native lands, but something went wrong during their passage through the stones. Donner describes how they traveled in groups, using rituals and amulets, but lost control of their destination. Some arrived in different times, and others died during the journey. He recalls the terrifying experience of passing through the portal and finding one of his companions dead upon arrival. As he continues, it becomes clear that the group's plan failed before it could even begin. The tension breaks when a man enters accusing Donner of theft. The stolen purse is found on him, and he is immediately arrested and taken away. After he is gone, the room falls silent, leaving Brianna, Claire, and Ian shaken by what they have learned and uncertain whether to help him or let him face his fate. Chapter 56. Claire investigates Cross Creek and uncovers clues about Bonnet and a hidden brothel. Claire walks through Cross Creek under heavy heat, carrying supplies while searching for medicine for Lizzie. She quickly notices the impact of trade restrictions, with common goods either missing or priced far beyond reach. Salt is available, but sugar and pins are scarce, confirming growing tension in the colonies. She moves through the streets with purpose, thinking about the brothel she must locate and the information she hopes to gather. Seeking help, she visits Dr. Fentiman, entering his house and waiting inside his consulting room. The space feels orderly and professional, and she examines his medical tools with quiet curiosity. When he arrives, he is clearly drunk but welcoming, greeting her with exaggerated enthusiasm. Claire maintains her composure, focusing on her objective while enduring his strong breath and erratic behavior. Claire presents him with a preserved specimen to gain his favor, and the doctor reacts with delight, eagerly showing her his collection of medical curiosities. He leads her into a cramped space filled with jars containing preserved body parts and deformities, describing each one with pride. Claire listens carefully, using the moment to steer the conversation toward disease and medical cases. She introduces the topic of syphilis, guiding him toward relevant experiences without raising suspicion. The doctor eventually mentions a past patient who suffered a severe injury, describing the surgical removal of a damaged testicle caused by a gunshot. Claire recognizes the significance immediately and pushes for more details, keeping her tone calm while her mind races. The doctor recalls the man's appearance and behavior, along with his sudden disappearance after stealing valuables. Claire connects these details to Stephen Bonnet, realizing he survived and escaped despite previous assumptions about his death. Claire secures additional information about the man's horse and movements, confirming her suspicion that Bonnet is still alive and dangerous. She also discovers a set of metal syringes in the doctor's possession and understands their medical potential, quickly deciding to acquire one for her own use. After leaving the doctor's house, she visits the local apothecary, only to find it nearly empty and the family preparing to leave for England. The sight of their departure signals deeper unrest, and Claire senses fear beneath the surface of daily life. As she comforts the apothecary's daughter, she learns that loyalist families are abandoning their homes, confirming that conflict is approaching. The tension rises further when a large, aggressive woman enters, demanding information about her missing husband. The woman's violent intent is clear, and Claire recognizes the danger immediately. The encounter ends with unease lingering in the air, as Claire continues her investigation with new knowledge, new tools, and a growing awareness that multiple threats are closing in at once. Chapter 57. Roger returns home and performs his first emergency baptism. Roger rides back toward the ridge, choosing a longer path to avoid conflict, and finds Aiden fishing by a stream. Aiden pretends not to notice him, then suddenly bursts with joy and runs to greet him. Roger lifts him onto the saddle, and they share a warm reunion filled with simple pride and affection. Aiden eagerly asks if Roger is now a real minister, and Roger answers honestly that he is almost one. The boy reveals he has been waiting for days, expecting Roger's return. Roger learns that a newborn child needs baptism, which immediately stirs a sense of purpose in him. He promises to come when needed and continues toward home, carrying a quiet excitement. As he rides, he smells smoke and grows uneasy, fearing danger, but pushes forward quickly. Brianna spots him through the smoke and runs to him without hesitation, throwing herself into his arms. Roger holds her tightly, overwhelmed by relief and happiness, and they exchange rapid, emotional words. Brianna speaks quickly, listing everything that has happened in his absence, from small injuries to serious dangers, mixing humor with chaos. Roger listens, struggling to follow, but focuses on telling her about his progress with the Presbyterians. He explains that he is now a provisional minister, allowed to preach but not yet fully ordained. Brianna reacts with excitement and curiosity, clearly proud of him. Their conversation shifts into intimacy, both drawn to each other after time apart, but the moment is interrupted by Aiden's urgent return. The boy explains that the newborn is in danger and must be baptized immediately, forcing Roger to act. Roger gathers himself and agrees to perform the baptism, even though he is not fully ordained, recognizing the urgency of the situation. Brianna joins him, offering quiet support as they go together. At the family's home, they find frightened young parents and a small baby who appears weak but not critically ill. Brianna quickly assesses the situation and reassures them, calming their fear with practical advice. Roger prepares for the baptism, feeling both nervous and deeply honored. He performs the ritual carefully, pouring water and speaking the words with sincerity, fully aware of the responsibility. The parents react with overwhelming gratitude, convinced they have received a great blessing. When they name the child Rogerina in his honor, he feels both stunned and embarrassed, while Brianna struggles to contain laughter. They leave the house together, sharing a mix of pride, humor, and emotional warmth, both aware that something important has begun in Roger's life. Part 8. Chapter 58. Roger delivers his first sermon while facing fear, disruption, and inner turmoil. Roger stands alone in the forest, forcing his damaged voice to rise again and again despite the sharp pain in his throat. Each attempt burns, each sound comes out weak, but he refuses to stop. He pushes himself to shout until hunters finally hear him and answer. When Alan Christie and Ian approach, Roger greets them calmly, hiding his frustration. Alan jokes about his preaching, and Roger admits he is preparing for his first sermon. The conversation turns serious as Alan confirms that everyone will attend. Roger feels the weight of expectations settle inside him. As they walk back together, Roger senses unease when Alan mentions hearing a strange cry. Ian's silence confirms it was not an animal. Roger understands the truth but says nothing, choosing instead to focus on the task ahead. Roger stands before the gathered community inside the small cabin, aware of every detail at first, from the smell of bodies to the press of people around him. He begins speaking, his voice rough but steady enough to carry. As he continues, his confidence grows, and he loses himself in the rhythm of his words. He watches faces, noticing reactions, measuring attention, and drawing strength from it. Brianna sits to the side, watching him closely, her expression warm and steady. Jamie and Claire stand at the back, observing in silence. Roger continues preaching about love and responsibility, shaping his message carefully, until movement at the edge of the room catches his eye. A snake slides across the floor, released by mischievous boys, moving slowly among the unaware congregation. Roger keeps speaking, forcing calm while tracking the danger, knowing panic would cause chaos. Jamie reacts first, moving quickly to grab the snake and hide it under his clothing, trying to contain the situation without interrupting the service. Roger continues speaking, adjusting his pace to maintain control while watching the unfolding tension. The snake struggles, and Claire steps in without hesitation, pulling it free and hiding it in her pocket with controlled precision. The moment passes before most of the congregation notices anything unusual. Roger finishes his sermon, relieved but exhausted, and leads the closing hymn despite his failing voice. Afterward, he greets people who offer praise and criticism in equal measure, each comment adding to his growing awareness of his role. That night, as he lies beside Brianna, he reflects on the experience, feeling both pride and doubt. His thoughts shift into a vivid nightmare, where violence returns and forces him to confront the reality of a man he killed. He wakes in panic, struggling to breathe, shaken by the memory, and finally admits to Brianna that he recognizes the man he killed, deepening his sense of guilt and the burden he now carries. Chapter 59. Lord John warns of political danger while Bobby Higgins seeks to marry Lizzie. Claire reads Lord John's letter beside Jamie, her voice steady while the contents reveal growing political danger. Lord John warns that Jamie's name has appeared in connection with rebellious groups, placing him at risk of suspicion and arrest. He explains that letters are being intercepted, and trust in communication has collapsed. The warning is urgent, and Claire understands the weight of it immediately. Lord John also shares personal news about his son joining the army, showing pride mixed with concern. The tone shifts as he introduces a more delicate matter. He explains that Bobby Higgins wishes to marry Lizzie and asks for Jamie's help in arranging the match. Higgins has chosen Lizzie over another woman, and Lord John offers to purchase her freedom to make the marriage possible. Claire lowers her voice as she reacts, pointing out the obvious complications surrounding Higgins's past and social standing. Jamie listens carefully, considering the proposal while weighing its consequences. He acknowledges that Higgins is a decent young man, but the reality of his criminal past cannot be ignored. Claire suggests practical solutions, such as offering paid employment instead of relying on status, but both understand that reputation carries heavy weight. Jamie reflects on Joseph Weems' likely reaction, knowing he will resist the idea. They also discuss the possibility of Malva as an alternative, though this path appears equally difficult. The conversation shifts toward other tensions within the ridge. Claire becomes aware of emotional undercurrents involving Roger and Amy McCallum, and Jamie quietly confirms that such tensions exist. The complexity of relationships grows, and Claire begins to see how fragile the balance within their community has become. Every decision now carries consequences that extend beyond simple personal choice. Jamie meets with Joseph Weems and presents Higgins's proposal directly, acting as mediator while trying to remain fair. Weems listens but grows increasingly distressed as he speaks. He admits that he likes Higgins, but cannot accept him as a husband for his daughter. His reasoning is rooted in fear, not cruelty. He believes that Higgins's past will bring danger, rejection, and hardship to Lizzie. He speaks of the risk of violence, the possibility of poverty, and the social judgment that would follow them. Higgins tries to defend himself, promising kindness and stability, but his words fail to overcome the weight of his history. Jamie recognizes the truth in Weems' concerns, even if it disappoints him. The conversation ends without resolution, leaving Higgins rejected and the future uncertain. The moment reflects a deeper truth, that in this world, a man's past can define his fate, no matter how much he tries to change it. Chapter 60. Bobby Higgins faces rejection and the harsh reality of his past. Jamie brings Bobby Higgins into the room, setting the stage for a direct and unavoidable conversation. Bobby stands tense but hopeful, his posture showing both respect and urgency. Joseph Weems faces him with visible discomfort, struggling to maintain composure as he prepares to speak. The air feels heavy with expectation, and Jamie remains present as a silent anchor. Bobby begins by expressing his intentions clearly, promising that he will care for Lizzie and provide for her as best he can. His voice carries sincerity, and his words come from genuine feeling. He tries to show that he understands responsibility, that he values Lizzie, and that he is willing to work hard to build a life with her. The effort is real, but the tension in the room does not ease. Joseph Weems answers slowly, choosing his words with care but unable to hide his fear. He admits that he likes Bobby and does not doubt his intentions, yet he cannot accept the proposal. He explains that Bobby's past as a convicted murderer cannot be ignored, no matter the circumstances behind it. He fears that society will reject them, that violence could follow, and that Lizzie would suffer the consequences. His concern is not only emotional but practical, grounded in the harsh realities of how people judge and respond. Bobby listens, his hope beginning to fade, but he refuses to give up immediately. He insists that he would never harm Lizzie and that he would protect her from any danger. His words grow more urgent, revealing how much this matters to him, but they cannot erase the mark on his past. Jamie observes the exchange, understanding both sides without interfering. He sees the truth in Weems' fears and the honesty in Bobby's intentions, but he also recognizes that neither can fully convince the other. The decision remains firm, and Weems repeats his refusal with quiet finality. Bobby stands still for a moment, absorbing the rejection, his expression tightening as reality settles in. The possibility of marriage slips away, replaced by the weight of what he cannot change. The meeting ends without resolution, leaving Bobby alone with his disappointment. The moment reinforces a painful truth, that even a man determined to do better may still be bound by what he once was, and that some barriers cannot be overcome by will alone. Chapter 61. Claire investigates a deadly disease while fear spreads through the ridge. Claire watches the morning light crawl across the floor as she fights exhaustion after a full night of tending the sick. Her body aches, her eyes burn, yet she refuses to rest before checking her samples. She studies the bottles beside her microscope, each one filled with evidence of the illness spreading through the ridge. Jamie enters quietly, bringing her hot tea and gentle concern. He notices her tension, her stiffness, and tries to ease her with simple care. Claire explains that she has collected samples from the sick, hoping to identify the cause of the disease. She admits she may find nothing useful, but the need to understand pushes her forward. Jamie reacts with unease when he realizes what she is examining, but he listens as she explains the possible presence of microorganisms. She speaks of amoebas and bacteria, describing how they could explain the symptoms and the speed of the contagion. Jamie shifts the conversation when he recalls Brianna's behavior in the kitchen. He describes how she poured boiling water over her hands, scrubbing herself despite the pain. Claire reacts with alarm, asking if she burned herself, and Jamie confirms it with concern. The image reveals more than a simple injury. Claire understands immediately that Brianna is acting out of fear. A baby has died recently, and Brianna has witnessed the reality of contagion for the first time. Claire explains that this fear comes from inexperience, from growing up in a world where such diseases are rare. She reflects on her own memories of war and epidemic, describing how death once spread through entire communities without warning. Jamie listens closely, beginning to understand the difference between Brianna's world and his own. For him, death has always been part of life, something expected and faced. For Brianna, it is a sudden and terrifying intrusion. Claire continues explaining how illness, not violence, has killed more people throughout history. She describes how entire regiments have been lost to disease, how epidemics have erased whole populations. Jamie acknowledges this, recalling his own experiences with sickness spreading through camps and cities. Claire emphasizes that Brianna fears not for herself, but for her child. This realization deepens Jamie's understanding, and he grows quiet as he processes it. Claire feels the weight of the situation settle over her, the knowledge that this outbreak could claim more lives if not controlled. Her exhaustion finally catches up with her, and her thoughts begin to blur. Jamie senses this and insists that she rest, dismissing her attempt to continue working. He leads her away from the microscope, grounding her in the present moment. As the sunlight grows stronger, Claire allows herself to lean on him, both physically and emotionally, knowing that the fight against the disease has only just begun. Chapter 62. Claire identifies amoebic dysentery as death spreads and exhaustion takes hold. Claire adjusts the microscope with steady hands, forcing her tired eyes to focus as she guides Malva to observe the sample. She points to the large, shifting organism and waits for Malva to recognize it. Malva reacts with excitement, describing the strange shape, and Claire confirms it is an amoeba. She explains that this organism is likely the cause of the illness spreading through the ridge. The realization brings clarity, but also urgency. Claire knows that this type of infection is dangerous and difficult to treat. She explains how such microorganisms invade the body and resist natural defenses. Malva listens closely, eager to learn, and asks if penicillin can cure it. Claire answers with frustration, explaining that penicillin is useless against this kind of infection. She accepts that they must rely on herbs and practical remedies, even if their effectiveness is uncertain. Claire begins preparing treatments, selecting herbs with known properties and combining them with careful precision. She instructs Malva to gather onions and garlic, adding them to the mixture along with wormwood and other ingredients. The air fills with strong smells as they work, creating a thick and uncomfortable environment. Claire focuses on the task, pushing aside her fatigue as she considers every possible option. She reflects on how the disease might have arrived, suspecting contaminated water as the source. The pattern of infection suggests a shared origin, and she understands that stopping the spread will be difficult. Brianna enters during this process, reacting to the overwhelming smell and asking about the situation. Claire questions her immediately, seeking updates on other families. Brianna reports that more children are sick, though not all cases are severe. The information confirms that the outbreak is spreading unevenly, creating fear without clear control. Claire later stands among mourners as another funeral takes place, marking yet another loss caused by the disease. The repeated deaths weigh heavily on her, each one reinforcing the danger they face. Roger struggles through the ceremony, his voice breaking as he continues his duties despite emotional strain. Claire observes the grief around her, feeling detached and overwhelmed at the same time. Her body weakens under the strain of constant work, lack of sleep, and emotional pressure. As the ceremony continues, her thoughts begin to drift, blending reality with fragments of memory. She tries to hold onto the moment, but her strength fades rapidly. The physical toll becomes too great, and she collapses without warning. The world around her fades into confusion, leaving behind only fragments of sensation and thought. Her final awareness centers on the disease itself, the image of the organism moving through water, spreading unseen, as darkness closes in around her. Chapter 63. Claire faces death in a fever vision and chooses to return to life. Claire drifts through a storm of fever, her mind consumed by pain that strikes in sharp bursts across her body. Each sensation feels separate and overwhelming, like flashes of light that reveal and destroy at the same time. She loses awareness of time, unable to tell if she is awake or dreaming. Her thoughts dissolve into shifting colors and sensations, with red pulses moving through the darkness like veins of fire. She clings to one image, following its movement as if it can guide her through the chaos. The sound of her own heartbeat grows louder, filling her senses until it becomes unbearable. In a desperate moment, she reaches out and feels something real. She recognizes it as her own heart, beating in her hands, and recoils in horror as it slips away from her grasp. The vision leaves her shaken, but unable to escape the overwhelming force of the fever. Claire begins to see faces forming within the shifting darkness, some familiar and others unknown. The familiar faces show concern and sadness, trying to reach her, but she cannot connect with them. Their voices are lost in the noise of the storm, leaving only the sense that they are calling to her. The unfamiliar faces drift past without emotion, indifferent to her struggle. She feels herself slipping further away from the world, moving toward a quiet space where pain no longer reaches her. In this place, she becomes aware of her own body from a distance. She sees herself lying still, weakened and close to death. The sight fills her with a strange sense of calm, as if she is observing something beautiful and distant. The details of her physical form become vivid, yet disconnected from her sense of self. She feels the pull of this peaceful state, inviting her to let go completely. Claire turns her attention to the world beyond her body and sees Jamie standing near the window, overcome with grief. His posture and silence reveal a depth of pain that reaches her even in this distant state. Brianna stands near him, offering comfort, her presence filled with quiet sorrow. The sight creates a powerful shift within Claire, breaking the calm that had begun to settle over her. She realizes that leaving would mean abandoning them, and the thought brings a sudden clarity. The peace of death no longer feels complete because it separates her from those she loves. She makes a deliberate choice, focusing her will on returning. The decision carries both acceptance and regret, but it is firm. She draws herself back toward her body, leaving the stillness behind. The storm begins to recede, and her awareness returns slowly, marking the moment she chooses life over death. Chapter 64. Claire recovers while tragedy and hidden pain surface. Claire wakes slowly from darkness, her mind floating between sleep and awareness as voices echo around her. She hears Roger praying beside her, his voice strained yet steady as he asks for her recovery. She struggles to respond, her throat dry and her body weak, but manages to speak his name. Roger reacts with shock and relief, dropping everything to help her sit up. He supports her carefully, offering water while watching her closely. Claire drinks with difficulty, feeling the effort in every movement. The simple act of swallowing reminds her how fragile she has become. As she regains awareness, confusion rises, and she begins to understand that she has survived something severe. Her senses return slowly, each one bringing both relief and discomfort as she reconnects with the physical world. Claire lifts her hand to her head and realizes her hair is gone, replaced by rough stubble. The shock hits her immediately, and she reacts with raw emotion, unable to control her response. Roger explains quickly, telling her that her hair was cut during the fever to help her survive. The explanation does little to soften the impact, and she feels grief rise unexpectedly. She struggles to accept the loss, even as she knows it is temporary. Roger tries to comfort her, but the moment exposes how vulnerable she still is. Despite this, Claire begins to focus on more pressing matters. She asks about the illness, about the people she has been treating, and about the outcome of the outbreak. Roger answers carefully, explaining that the disease has stopped spreading and that no new cases have appeared. He confirms that some have died, but many are recovering, offering a fragile sense of hope. Claire listens as more details emerge about events that occurred during her illness. She learns that Roger saved Henri Christian from danger after children tried to harm him, driven by fear and superstition. The story reveals how deeply fear has affected the community, turning ignorance into cruelty. Claire absorbs this with concern, recognizing the social tension growing around them. The situation becomes more serious when Jamie reveals another truth. Fergus has attempted to take his own life, believing he is a burden to his family. Claire reacts with shock, struggling to understand how despair could push him so far. Jamie explains that Fergus feels unable to protect or provide, especially with the added challenges surrounding his child. The weight of this revelation settles heavily on Claire, showing that the damage caused by fear and hardship extends beyond physical illness. As she lies there, weak but aware, she understands that recovery will not only be physical, but also emotional for everyone involved. Chapter 65. Jamie declares loyalty to liberty and escapes a violent ambush. Jamie stands in the middle of the road, holding two horses, as a group of armed men approach from the distance. He recognizes several of them at once, including former regulators and Richard Brown, whose cold stare signals immediate danger. The men slow their horses, studying him with growing suspicion. They question his recent actions in Cross Creek, accusing him of protecting a man they considered an enemy. The tone shifts quickly from casual to hostile. Jamie answers calmly, defending his actions as a matter of humanity, not politics. The group does not accept this explanation. They bring up his connections to known loyalists, including members of his extended family, suggesting that his loyalties are divided. The tension tightens, and Jamie realizes he can no longer avoid a direct answer. When asked to declare his position, he states clearly that he stands for liberty, making his choice public and irreversible. The men react immediately, their suspicion turning into open hostility. They point toward the visible evidence of contradiction, a British officer's horse nearby, and demand an explanation. Jamie answers simply that the man is his friend, but this only deepens their anger. They accuse the officer of being a spy and begin preparing for violence. Hands move toward weapons, and the balance of the moment shifts toward confrontation. Jamie understands that words will not resolve this situation. The men decide to bring the officer out, intending to punish him publicly as a warning. Jamie sees the danger escalate beyond control and acts without hesitation. He releases the horses and strikes them hard, sending them into panic. The animals rear and surge, creating chaos among the group. In the confusion, Jamie dives into the brush, moving fast through rough ground, ignoring pain and obstacles as he escapes into the trees. Richard Brown follows him on foot, armed and determined, pushing through the forest with anger and intent. Jamie hides briefly, watching as Brown searches with a pistol ready. He knows he cannot fight directly and waits for the right moment. A sudden distraction breaks the tension. MacDonald appears behind Brown and strikes him with a heavy branch, knocking him down. Jamie moves quickly, signaling for MacDonald to follow, and they flee deeper into the forest together. They stop only when the sounds of pursuit fade, allowing them to catch their breath. When they return cautiously to the road, the attackers are gone. MacDonald's horse has been taken, and his sword lies broken in the dust. The loss confirms how close they came to disaster. As they begin the long walk back, Jamie reflects on the strange outcome. He has declared himself openly, yet neither side truly believes him, leaving him caught between two worlds that now both see him as a threat. Chapter 66. Claire defies weakness to investigate illness and reclaim control. Claire listens to the quiet sounds of the house, feeling calm as sunlight warms the bed, until footsteps break the peace. Brianna bursts into the room, her voice sharp with fear and anger, accusing Claire of trying to die. Claire answers softly, but Brianna refuses to accept it, warning her never to risk her life again. She confesses her love in a strained voice and leaves quickly, leaving Claire shaken and emotional. The moment breaks Claire's fragile calm, and she feels the need to act instead of lying still. She sits up slowly, ignoring the weakness in her body, and decides to leave the house without permission. She moves carefully, avoiding the main doors, and climbs out through the window to escape unseen. The effort leaves her breathless, but the sense of freedom pushes her forward. Claire walks down the path with difficulty, stopping often to recover her strength, but refuses to turn back. She reaches Tom Christie's cabin and calls out, receiving a reluctant answer from inside. She enters and finds him weak and unwell, wrapped in a shawl and struggling to maintain his usual control. He reacts with surprise at her appearance, noticing her shaved head and frail condition. Claire ignores his reaction and focuses on examining him, determined to understand his illness. She questions him about his symptoms and compares them with her own recent experience. She concludes that neither of them suffered from the same disease affecting the others. She explains that the outbreak is linked to contaminated water, while their illness may have another cause. Christie struggles to understand her explanation, confused by her reasoning about contagion and transmission. Claire continues, suggesting the possibility of mosquitoes spreading a different illness, trying to piece together the pattern. Claire accepts Christie's offer to walk her home, and they leave together, both weakened but stubborn. The journey back is slow and exhausting, forcing them to stop frequently, but they manage to reach the house. Their arrival draws immediate attention, and the household reacts with anger at Claire's reckless behavior. She is scolded by everyone and forced back upstairs, her brief freedom ending abruptly. Jamie confronts her directly, his anger mixed with fear, demanding to know why she risked her life. Claire answers calmly, explaining that she needed to act as a doctor and understand what was happening. Jamie refuses to accept her reasoning, insisting she must rest. He physically carries her back to bed, making his concern clear. Later, as night falls, Claire lies awake, aware of her weakness but also of her need for connection. She reaches for Jamie, asking for closeness, and he responds with care and restraint. Their quiet intimacy restores a sense of balance, reminding them both of what they nearly lost. Chapter 67. Jamie completes his mission and resigns from the crown. Standing Bear grips the musket with awe, running his fingers along the polished wood and clean metal as he breathes in the scent of oil and powder. The weapon passes from hand to hand, each man reacting with the same sense of wonder and pride. Bird, filled with excitement, distributes more muskets, his confidence growing with each gift. The mood in the village shifts into celebration, as the arrival of weapons signals power and alliance. Jamie watches the reaction closely, aware of the weight behind each musket he has delivered. He introduces Hiram Crombie to Bird, presenting him as a man who brings stories of Christ. Bird responds with curiosity, comparing the Christian figure to spirits from his own beliefs. The exchange reveals the gap between cultures, but also a shared interest in stories of life, death, and return. Crombie struggles to communicate, relying on memorized phrases and Ian's guidance, while trying to maintain dignity in front of the gathered group. Jamie observes the feast that follows, where food fills every space and voices rise in satisfaction. Crombie begins to relax under the attention, eating and speaking more freely, though still awkward in his role. Ian supports him when needed, helping him navigate language and custom. The celebration grows warmer, fueled by food and drink, and the atmosphere becomes one of unity rather than tension. Jamie allows himself to step back from responsibility, watching the interactions unfold without interference. He senses that his task is complete, that he has done what was required of him. The feeling is unfamiliar, not tied to loss or regret, but to a quiet sense of closure. He reflects on his past loyalties, recognizing that he has always lived under the authority of a crown, whether willingly or not. Now, for the first time, he feels the shift away from that bond. Jamie listens as Crombie attempts to share religious words, creating moments of confusion and unintended humor among the listeners. The misunderstandings do not break the mood, but instead add to the strange harmony of the gathering. As the night settles, the fire burns low, and the voices soften into contented silence. Jamie understands that he will leave soon, and that this moment will not repeat. He has completed his duty, and there is no reason to remain in this role any longer. The realization brings clarity. He later sits alone and writes a formal letter, stating his resignation as an agent of the crown. He explains that his personal convictions no longer allow him to serve in that position. The act marks a clear break from his past obligations. With that decision, Jamie steps fully into a new path, guided not by duty to a king, but by his own sense of right and loyalty. Part 9. Chapter 68. Jamie plans Fergus's printing future while children rebel against separation. Jamie lifts the emerald from the melted wax with careful precision, his movements steady and deliberate, while Claire waits with the cloth ready to receive it. The gem glows faintly as it cools, and their conversation quickly turns serious when Jamie speaks of death with unsettling calm. He insists that the black diamond must remain untouched, reserving it for Claire if he dies, and the weight of his words lingers heavily between them. Claire resists the idea of leaving, grounding herself in the presence of her family, but Jamie presses on, revealing a dream that disturbs her deeply. He describes seeing her in a different time, surrounded by a strange light he recognizes as electric, a concept he has never truly experienced. The vividness of the dream unsettles Claire, planting doubt and unease in her mind as she struggles to understand how he could perceive something so unfamiliar with such certainty. MacDonald's sudden arrival shifts the tone from personal fears to urgent opportunity, as he brings news of a printing press available in New Bern. The former owner, a loyalist, has been forcibly removed, leaving his business behind under pressure to sell quickly. Jamie listens carefully, recognizing both the risk and the potential advantage, and quickly decides to act. The emerald becomes the key to securing the purchase, transforming a hidden reserve into a future for Fergus. Plans are made with urgency, and Fergus is entrusted with the responsibility of managing the new venture. Jamie warns him about the dangers of politics and public opinion, emphasizing the need for caution in a time when loyalty can determine survival. Fergus, filled with excitement, accepts the challenge, while Marzali watches closely, fully aware of the weight of what lies ahead. The decision sets everything in motion, forcing the family to prepare for a rapid departure before winter makes travel impossible. The ridge erupts into controlled chaos as packing begins, and the emotional cost of departure becomes impossible to ignore. Marzali and Fergus prepare to leave with their children, and Jamie struggles to hide his sorrow as he says goodbye. The situation becomes tense when several of the children disappear during the preparations, triggering immediate concern. Roger and Ian track them down, discovering the boys hiding in a cave, determined to prevent Jermaine from leaving. Their plan is simple but desperate, built on the belief that they can survive together in the wild if they refuse to go. The adults confront them firmly, explaining the reality of the situation, and the illusion quickly collapses under the weight of responsibility. Jermaine's resistance fades as he understands his mother needs him, and he accepts the separation with quiet heartbreak. The group returns, the tension dissolving into resignation, and the departure becomes inevitable, closing the moment with a sense of emotional finality. Chapter 69. Brianna confronts Ian's secret journey and his hidden pain about Emily. Brianna follows Ian up the steep forest slope, keeping pace despite the strain, while noticing that he ignores clear signs of nearby deer. The realization settles slowly that this is not a hunting trip, and Ian's silence confirms it. Rollo abandons them after failing to attract Ian's attention, leaving Brianna increasingly suspicious as the climb continues without explanation. When they finally stop near a stream, she presses him for answers, but Ian refuses with a calm deflection that only deepens her frustration. She gathers grapes in the cold water, using the moment to question him again, but he continues to evade, revealing only that their destination is still far away. The truth emerges abruptly when he admits the journey will take several days, and that Jamie already knew. Brianna reacts with anger at being kept in the dark, but Ian softens the tension with humor before turning serious, making it clear that the journey matters deeply to him. Brianna forces herself to accept the situation and continues, though the strain of uncertainty remains. As evening approaches, they stop to make camp, and she takes the opportunity to fish in a nearby pond. The quiet focus of the task brings a brief sense of control, and she successfully catches several fish after persistent effort. The calm breaks suddenly when a group of beavers erupts into motion, driven into panic by Rollo's sudden appearance. The chaos turns physical as Brianna slips, falls, and struggles to regain footing while the animals scatter violently through the water. Rollo leaps into the pond, intensifying the confusion, and Brianna is left soaked and bruised by the encounter. She returns to the fire exhausted, cold, and irritated, while Ian reacts with restrained amusement that only sharpens her frustration. Despite his humor, he quickly shifts to concern, offering practical help while she recovers from the shock and cold. Brianna studies Ian closely as they settle by the fire, noticing his physical strain and the deeper exhaustion beneath it. She pushes him to speak, refusing to ignore what is clearly troubling him, and her persistence finally forces a response. Ian admits the journey is connected to his wife, Emily, and the tone of his voice changes as he begins to reveal the depth of his struggle. He explains that when he slept beside her, he felt whole, certain of himself in a way he cannot now recover. Without her, his sense of identity drifts, leaving him unsettled and lost, especially in sleep. Brianna listens without interruption, recognizing the weight of what he is sharing, and responds not with argument but with quiet support. She moves closer, offering physical comfort, allowing him to rest against her as he slowly relaxes. The conversation fades into silence, but the emotional shift remains, marking the beginning of a deeper truth that Ian has yet to fully reveal. Chapter 70. Brianna awakens with clarity, while Ian prepares to reveal the truth about Emily. Brianna wakes slowly in the cold morning air, her body stiff from the hard ground but her mind unusually clear. She becomes aware of a rare sense of peace, one that comes from being alone with her own thoughts, without interruption or demand. The feeling contrasts sharply with her usual life, where responsibility and constant presence leave little space for quiet reflection. She rises carefully, tending to simple needs before returning to the remains of the fire. The camp feels still and safe, with birds moving naturally around her, showing no sign of alarm. That small detail reassures her that nothing dangerous is near. She begins the routine of starting a fire, but frustration quickly builds as repeated attempts fail. The task, normally simple, becomes a test of patience, and her thoughts drift toward knowledge from her own time, recalling tools and methods that are not available here. Ian returns with Rollo, bringing food gathered from the forest, and immediately takes over the fire-making with practiced ease. His focus contrasts with her earlier frustration, and within moments he succeeds where she struggled. Their conversation turns briefly to knowledge and tools, as Brianna mentions chemical methods for creating fire, but the moment remains grounded in the present reality. She observes him more closely now, noticing the physical signs of strain in his body, the thinness, the tension that has not fully left him even after rest. The quiet morning creates space for her concern to surface again, and she continues to watch him, aware that his silence holds more than simple reluctance. The routine of preparing food and tending the fire becomes a cover for something deeper, something he is still holding back. Brianna presses gently, determined not to let the moment pass without answers, and Ian begins to shift under the weight of her attention. He does not immediately speak, but his hesitation reveals the importance of what he carries. The conversation moves closer to the truth, circling around the subject of Emily, the reason for their journey. Brianna senses that whatever lies ahead is not simple, and that Ian has brought her for a purpose beyond companionship. The quiet of the morning sharpens the tension rather than easing it, as both of them understand that they are approaching something significant. Ian prepares to reveal more, but holds back for a final moment, insisting that the full explanation will come when they reach their destination. The chapter closes with that expectation hanging between them, as the journey continues toward a truth that has yet to fully emerge. Chapter 71. Claire receives urgent message from Phaedra and Jamie decides to ride to River Run. Claire works steadily with the blood mixture, stirring grains and fat into the thick liquid, while Ronnie Sinclair arrives exhausted from the climb, carrying whiskey casks and complaints about the ridge's location. He delivers a crumpled note meant for the healer, and Claire immediately senses something unusual about it. The message feels indirect and secretive, passed through unknown hands, and that alone raises concern. As she continues the work, she reflects on the growing unease in the colonies, noticing how strangers have begun to travel more frequently. She connects this to the tension building toward war, recalling similar patterns from the past. Roger joins her, still unsettled after killing the pig, and their conversation turns to the act of taking life. Claire explains the purpose of ritual, and Jamie later joins them, reinforcing the idea that killing must be acknowledged with respect and gratitude. The moment becomes solemn as Roger repeats the prayer, grounding the act in necessity rather than violence. Claire finally opens the note, and the crude writing immediately creates a sense of urgency. The words are simple and forceful, clearly meant to avoid attention, and the name Phaedra confirms the sender. Brianna recognizes the writing style and explains that she had once taught Phaedra the alphabet, which supports the idea that the message came directly from her. The group considers what could drive Phaedra to send such a message in secret, and the possibilities quickly turn serious. Claire thinks of medical emergencies, while Brianna suggests pregnancy, especially if the father is someone dangerous or inappropriate. The discussion grows more complex as they realize Phaedra may not have wanted to reveal her situation openly, which explains the coded nature of the message. Jamie listens carefully, weighing each idea, while the urgency of the situation becomes impossible to ignore. Jamie begins to consider a different angle, realizing that the message may not be meant for Claire alone. He suggests that Phaedra may have used the word healer as a cover, expecting Claire to bring him along without drawing suspicion. Brianna supports this theory, pointing out that Phaedra would know how to manipulate the situation discreetly. This shifts the focus from a simple medical issue to something more dangerous, possibly involving politics, secrets, or personal betrayal. Jamie makes his decision quickly, recognizing that delay could make the situation worse. He confirms that the weather will allow travel and prepares to leave at once. The conversation ends with quiet determination, as the family accepts that whatever awaits them at River Run is serious, private, and potentially dangerous. Chapter 72. Jamie and Claire discover Phaedra has vanished and uncover a dangerous secret. Jamie pushes past the servant at River Run without waiting for permission, moving directly inside with urgency, while Claire follows and explains their arrival. The house feels tense, and the first shock comes quickly when Jocasta reveals that Phaedra is gone. She states it plainly, but the weight behind her words is clear, and the situation is far more serious than expected. Phaedra has been missing for weeks, and both Duncan and Ulysses have already spent time searching without success. Claire and Jamie exchange a brief look, recognizing that the note they received must have been sent before her disappearance. The timeline suggests fear, urgency, and planning, not a sudden escape. Jocasta insists that no one could have taken Phaedra unnoticed, which leaves only two possibilities. Either Phaedra ran away on her own, or something happened inside the house that no one wants to admit. Claire shows Jocasta the note, and the reaction is immediate confusion mixed with unease. The message raises more questions than answers, especially the fact that Phaedra asked specifically for help. The discussion turns to possible reasons for her disappearance, and pregnancy becomes one of the first serious considerations. Jocasta dismisses it as unimportant in practical terms, but the idea of a secret relationship changes the situation entirely. Jamie suggests that Phaedra might have feared being sold if her situation became known, but Jocasta reacts strongly to that, laughing in a way that reveals something deeper and darker beneath her composure. The laughter feels wrong, uncontrolled, and unsettling, and it shifts the mood sharply. Without explaining, Jocasta leads them outside, driven by something she has decided to reveal rather than say. Jocasta brings them to a hidden chest filled with paintings, and Claire begins examining them as Jamie watches closely. Among the portraits, one stands out immediately, showing Hector Cameron, Jocasta's late husband. Another image reveals Phaedra as a young girl, and the resemblance is unmistakable. The truth becomes clear without needing words. Phaedra is Hector Cameron's illegitimate daughter, a living reminder of betrayal that Jocasta has carried in silence. This revelation changes everything, giving new meaning to Phaedra's fear and her desperate message. It also introduces a dangerous possibility that her disappearance is tied to secrets within the household rather than an external threat. The tension deepens as Duncan and Ulysses return without success, and notices are already being spread to find Phaedra. The chapter closes with uncertainty, suspicion, and the growing realization that the truth may be far more dangerous than they expected. Chapter 73. Jamie expands political strategy while Claire finds Joseph Weems in distress. Claire works beside the still, watching the final stage of whiskey production as Jamie carefully monitors the process. The absence of Marzali has made everything more difficult, and each step now requires more effort and attention. The malt has been prepared just in time before the weather turns, and the last batch is finally ready to be stored. Jamie evaluates the quality with satisfaction, noting that although the yield is small, it will serve its purpose. He immediately begins planning how to use it not only for survival but for influence. He decides to sell part of it to secure supplies, while reserving some for aging and using the rest as a political tool. He intends to send bottles to key figures, reinforcing alliances and rebuilding trust after previous tensions. Claire understands the strategy and recognizes that whiskey has become more than a commodity. It is now part of a larger effort to navigate the unstable political climate surrounding them. Jamie and Claire carry the heavy casks through the wind, struggling against the terrain as they move toward the hidden cache. The effort strains their bodies, but they work together without complaint, driven by necessity. Once the casks are secured, they pause to rest, both aware that winter is approaching quickly. The conversation turns briefly to the broader situation in the colonies, with Jamie reflecting on recent developments. He notes the growing tension in Massachusetts and the military preparations taking place, recognizing that larger conflict is becoming inevitable. Claire listens, aware of how these events will shape the future, but remains focused on the present moment. The air grows colder, and the environment feels unsettled, as if the land itself is responding to the coming change. The sense of unease builds quietly, without a clear source, until it is broken by a faint and unexpected sound. Jamie suddenly reacts, alert to a distant noise that does not belong to the natural surroundings. Claire listens carefully and begins to hear it as well, a human sound filled with pain and despair. They move toward it cautiously, navigating the rocks until they reach its source. There, they find Joseph Weems sitting alone, his posture collapsed inward, holding a jug as he drinks. His face is marked by tears, and his condition shows clear emotional distress. The sight is unexpected and immediately concerning, as it suggests a personal crisis rather than a simple moment of weakness. Claire and Jamie approach him, recognizing that whatever has brought him here is serious. The chapter closes with that discovery, shifting the focus from external tensions to an intimate moment of human suffering that demands attention. Chapter 74. Jamie and Claire confront Weems as his despair reveals a deeper crisis. Jamie steps closer to Joseph Weems, his voice steady but firm, while Claire observes the man's condition with growing concern. Weems sits hunched over the jug, his hands trembling slightly, and his face shows the marks of recent tears. He tries to compose himself when he sees them, but the effort fails almost immediately. His distress is too deep to hide, and his attempt to speak breaks under the weight of whatever he carries. Jamie crouches near him, lowering himself to Weems' level, refusing to let the man retreat into silence. Claire watches closely, noting the signs of exhaustion and emotional strain, understanding that this is not simple drunkenness but something far more serious. The air feels tense and fragile, as if any word might either steady him or break him completely. Weems finally begins to speak, his words uneven and hesitant, as he struggles to explain what has driven him to this state. His story comes out in fragments, but the meaning is clear enough. Something has happened that has shaken his sense of security and dignity, leaving him overwhelmed by fear and shame. He clings to the whiskey not for comfort but as a shield, something to dull the sharp edges of his thoughts. Jamie listens without interruption, his expression hardening as the truth takes shape, while Claire feels a rising sense of anger mixed with compassion. The situation is not just unfortunate, it is unjust, and it has left Weems feeling powerless. The emotional weight of his confession fills the space between them, turning the quiet hillside into a place of confrontation and truth. Jamie responds with quiet intensity, offering not empty reassurance but a firm presence that demands Weems face what has happened. Claire supports him, her voice calm but direct, guiding Weems toward clarity rather than escape. The conversation shifts from despair to decision as they begin to consider what can be done. Weems is still shaken, but the act of speaking begins to steady him, pulling him back from the edge of collapse. The moment becomes one of transition, where fear starts to give way to resolve, even if only slightly. The wind continues to move around them, carrying the cold of the coming season, but the focus remains on the man before them. The chapter closes with the sense that this encounter will lead to action, as Jamie and Claire prepare to confront whatever has caused the suffering and restore what has been broken. Chapter 75. Jemmy's lice cause chaos, and a birthmark reveals a deep connection. Jemmy leans over the table with intense focus, watching the batter as Claire works, his hands already dirty and ready to steal a taste. He insists he likes the mixture raw, and Claire resists at first, warning him about getting sick, but quickly gives in to his persistence. He tastes it with obvious delight, and the quiet moment feels harmless until Brianna enters and immediately senses something is wrong. She questions them, and Jemmy tries to act innocent, but a small speck in his hair changes everything. What begins as a joke turns serious when Jemmy casually mentions that another child has lice. Brianna reacts instantly, pulling him into the light and inspecting his scalp. The truth becomes obvious at once, with visible nits and moving insects confirming the infestation. Claire checks Brianna and herself, and the situation escalates from mild concern to urgent action as they realize how easily lice can spread. Jamie enters at that moment, drawn by the smell of burning, and the situation spirals into chaos almost immediately. Jemmy reaches into the oven with a cloth, trying to grab the cookies, and Jamie reacts with speed, pulling him away and removing the burning tray with his bare hand. The hot metal flies, cookies scatter across the floor, and Atso jumps into the mess, only to burn himself and retreat in panic. Roger rushes in, colliding with Brianna, and the entire scene becomes a tangle of movement, heat, and smoke. Claire focuses on putting out a small fire while the others check Jemmy for injuries. Despite the danger, Jemmy remains unharmed, and the tension breaks slightly as the family regains control. The focus shifts back to the lice problem, and the decision is made quickly. There is no easy solution, and shaving Jemmy's head becomes the only practical choice. Jamie prepares the razor while Claire gathers tools, and Brianna begins cutting Jemmy's hair with determination, sending strands falling to the floor. The mood shifts again, becoming almost light as they joke and read Fergus's newly printed newspaper, celebrating his success. Roger reads aloud, and the humor of the content contrasts with the earlier chaos, restoring a sense of normalcy. Jamie finishes shaving Jemmy's head with care, revealing the smooth skin beneath, but the moment changes when Claire notices a small mark behind his ear. She examines it closely and explains it is likely harmless, but Brianna remains concerned. Roger then reacts in a way that shifts the atmosphere again, touching the same spot on his own head and revealing he has an identical mark. The realization settles heavily, linking father and son in a quiet but powerful way. The scene ends with Roger choosing to shave his own head as well, turning the moment into both a practical solution and a symbolic act of connection. Part 10. Chapter 76. Jamie Fraser faces treason accusations and cuts ties with Lord John Grey. Claire reads Lord John Grey's letter and immediately senses the urgency behind his words, as he warns Jamie Fraser that his name appears on lists of suspected traitors. John's tone mixes frustration with genuine concern, making it clear that Jamie is no longer simply involved in quiet resistance, but is now openly exposed to danger. Jamie listens calmly, acknowledging the risk without denying it, and shows Claire that such accusations are not rumors, but part of a wider network of hostility. He produces crude and hostile documents that describe him as a dangerous agitator, revealing that people in the region have begun to target him personally. Claire reacts with disbelief and unease as she realizes how distorted and violent these accusations have become. Jamie, however, treats the situation with a dry acceptance, understanding that truth is irrelevant once fear and politics take over. This moment establishes that his position is no longer hidden, and that his actions now threaten not only himself but everyone connected to him. Claire continues reviewing the growing pile of correspondence, uncovering a complex web of political tension spreading across the colonies. She reads letters from committees and militias, each one carrying fragments of a larger movement that is beginning to replace traditional authority. Reports describe shortages, appeals for supplies, and the formation of new governing bodies, all signs that colonial resistance is becoming organized and irreversible. Among these papers, Claire discovers evidence that Jamie himself has been contributing to the growing unrest by writing under a pseudonym. When she confronts him, he admits it without hesitation, revealing that he has quietly participated in shaping the revolutionary narrative. This admission shifts the situation from passive involvement to active influence, deepening the danger he faces. Another letter intensifies this threat when John Stewart openly warns that Jamie could be executed for treason if alliances with native groups turn against the crown. Claire feels the weight of these combined threats pressing in from all sides, transforming what once felt distant into something immediate and personal. Jamie responds to the mounting danger with a deliberate and controlled decision, choosing to eliminate any trace of correspondence that could endanger others. He feeds the letters into the fire one by one, destroying not only evidence but also connections that once held meaning. Claire watches this act with a strong sense of recognition, understanding that he has faced similar moments before, where survival required sacrifice and secrecy. When Jamie finishes, he writes a final letter to Lord John Grey, ending their communication with quiet finality. His message is brief and resolute, cutting ties not out of indifference but out of necessity, to protect John from being implicated. This act carries emotional weight, as it marks the loss of a friendship that has endured across years and conflicts. Claire senses the gravity of the moment, recognizing that Jamie is stepping fully into a path that cannot be reversed. The storm outside mirrors the tension within, reinforcing the feeling that the world around them is shifting towards something inevitable and destructive. Chapter 77. Brianna foresees the revolution as Lizzie gives birth in the night. Roger wakes suddenly in the deep silence of the night, sensing a shift he cannot explain, and finds Brianna already awake beside him, staring toward the window with quiet intensity. She speaks softly, revealing that the 18th of April has arrived, and with it the moment she knows will ignite the coming war. Her voice remains calm, but the weight behind her words draws Roger closer as he listens, aware that history is unfolding beyond their reach. Brianna begins recalling the famous ride that carried warnings through the countryside, describing men gathering in the cold darkness, preparing for movement that will change everything. Roger imagines the scene vividly, hearing the distant echo of marching feet and feeling the tension of a night charged with purpose. The stillness around them begins to feel temporary, as if the world itself is holding its breath before breaking into motion. Their shared awareness transforms the quiet moment into something urgent and alive, connecting their private space to events unfolding far away. Roger responds to Brianna's words with a mixture of fascination and unease, drawn into the vision she creates as she continues describing the signals and warnings that spread across the land. He pictures the movement of men and the spark of action that will carry fear and determination from one town to another, building toward inevitable confrontation. The imagined urgency fills him with a powerful physical reaction, as the nearness of death and conflict stirs something instinctive within him. He turns to Brianna, seeking connection in the face of what is coming, and their closeness becomes an expression of shared tension and unspoken fear. The moment is intense and immediate, driven by the awareness that life can change without warning. When it passes, Roger remains aware of the fragile line between survival and loss, thinking of those who will face the coming violence without knowing what awaits them. The night begins to shift as the first signs of dawn approach, breaking the stillness and signaling the end of waiting. The quiet is shattered by urgent footsteps and a pounding on the door, pulling Roger and Brianna abruptly back into their present reality as news arrives that Lizzie has gone into labor. Brianna reacts instantly, dressing quickly and rushing through the forest with Claire toward the Beardsley cabin, driven by concern and urgency. When they arrive, they discover that the birth has already taken place, and Lizzie sits stunned but unharmed, holding her newborn child. Relief replaces fear as Claire takes control of the situation, checking both mother and baby with practiced efficiency. Brianna assists, holding the infant and experiencing a surge of emotion as memories of her own child return vividly. The small cabin fills with energy as the family gathers, sharing excitement and wonder at the new life. Lizzie's joy is tempered by the absence of her father, creating a quiet tension beneath the celebration. Despite this, the moment remains powerful and grounding, offering a sense of renewal and hope in contrast to the growing shadow of war beyond their doorstep. Chapter 78. Roger creates a Freemason lodge to unite Fraser's Ridge amid rising tension. Brianna lifts the waxed cloth from the basin and studies the softened pulp, carefully stirring the mixture while judging its texture and readiness for pressing. She works with steady focus, adding flower petals to the mass so they will leave delicate traces in the finished paper, turning scraps into something both useful and beautiful. Roger approaches through the brush and observes her process with curiosity, commenting on the smell and the strange composition of her materials. Brianna explains each step with calm confidence, describing how even insects dissolve into the mixture, becoming part of the final product. Their exchange remains light at first, grounded in practical work and small humor, but Roger's tone shifts as he prepares to reveal his true purpose. His presence becomes more deliberate, and Brianna senses that he has come not only to observe but to ask something important. The quiet labor of making paper reflects her ability to shape order from chaos, a contrast to the uncertainty building around them. Roger asks Brianna to take Jemmy away for the evening, revealing his plan to hold a gathering that excludes women and centers on the men of the Ridge. He explains that he intends to establish a Freemason lodge as a neutral space where conflicting groups can meet without open hostility. Brianna reacts with surprise and mild skepticism, questioning the secrecy and purpose behind such an organization. Roger answers with measured seriousness, describing the principles of unity and shared ground that the lodge offers, especially in a community divided by political and religious tension. He makes it clear that the women already maintain cooperation through daily work, but the men lack that same foundation and risk falling into open conflict. Brianna listens closely, recognizing the deeper intention behind his idea, even as she questions the traditions and rituals involved. Roger's determination reveals his growing sense of responsibility, showing that he is no longer simply reacting to events, but actively trying to shape the outcome. His decision carries both hope and risk, as he attempts to prevent division before it becomes irreversible. Brianna assists Roger by holding the screen steady as she spreads the pulp into a thin layer, guiding him through the process with careful instruction. As they work together, the conversation softens, but the emotional weight remains beneath the surface, shaping their interaction in subtle ways. Roger insists that the gathering will include simple comforts, emphasizing that even small gestures can help create a sense of unity. Brianna notices the seriousness in his expression and recognizes a familiar pattern, seeing in him the same sense of duty she has long associated with Jamie. This realization brings a quiet emotional response, as she understands that Roger has accepted a role that demands strength and sacrifice. She hides her feelings behind the task at hand, focusing on the thin line of pulp spreading across the screen, careful not to let it exceed the measure she has set. The delicate balance of the paper mirrors the fragile balance Roger is trying to maintain among the people of the ridge. In that moment, Brianna sees both the risk and the necessity of his choice, understanding that unity may be the only defense against the conflict drawing closer. Chapter 79. The Lexington alarm confirms the start of war for Jamie Fraser and his family. Claire reads Marsali's letter and immediately senses the instability behind her words, as Fergus describes the sudden removal of a rival printer in New Bern under suspicious circumstances. The incident reveals how political factions are no longer acting discreetly, but are now using force to control information and influence public opinion. Fergus faces pressure from opposing sides, each demanding loyalty while offering money to secure his cooperation. He responds carefully, giving answers that satisfy both parties without committing to either, showing a sharp awareness of the dangers surrounding him. Marsali confesses her fear about their uncertain future, though she also notes that Fergus appears more energized by the challenge than discouraged. Claire reflects on this with concern, recognizing that what Fergus treats as a strategic game is in reality a situation that could quickly turn deadly. The letter exposes how deeply the conflict has spread, reaching into everyday life and forcing individuals to navigate a landscape where neutrality becomes increasingly difficult. Claire reacts strongly to the idea that Fergus is involved in such dangerous maneuvering, rejecting the notion that any of this can be treated lightly. Jamie attempts to reassure her, acknowledging Fergus's skill but remaining aware of the risks. Their conversation shifts as Jamie presents a newly arrived document, one that carries far greater significance than the personal struggles described in the letter. Claire reads the message and instantly recognizes it as a warning circulated after a violent clash between British troops and colonial militia. The document describes the sudden attack, the casualties, and the urgent need to spread the news across the countryside. Claire realizes that this is not rumor or speculation, but the confirmation of a turning point she has long anticipated. The event marks the beginning of open war, transforming the growing tension into irreversible conflict. The recognition strikes her with unexpected force, as the distant future she once knew becomes immediate reality. Jamie absorbs the meaning of the document with a mixture of awe and certainty, understanding that the moment they have been preparing for has finally arrived. He reflects on earlier warnings and predictions, now validated by the events described in the message, and accepts that there is no longer any space for hesitation. His reaction is calm but decisive, as he takes up his quill and prepares to copy the document so it can be sent onward. This act transforms him from observer to participant, committing him fully to the unfolding revolution. Claire watches this shift with a sense of inevitability, recognizing that the path ahead has narrowed to a single direction. The message, once carried by riders across distant towns, now rests in their hands, linking them directly to the start of the war. As Jamie signs his name and prepares the copy, the weight of history settles firmly upon them, confirming that their lives are now bound to the conflict that has begun. Chapter 80. Malva accuses Jamie Fraser of fathering her child and shatters the ridge. Jamie prepares to travel to the Mecklenburg Congress with firm resolve, determined to support the growing movement toward independence despite lingering distrust from some leaders. Roger shares his excitement at witnessing history unfold, but this anticipation collapses when the Christie family arrives unexpectedly in visible distress. Tom Christie announces that Malva is pregnant, and the tension in the room rises at once as her condition becomes undeniable. Jamie responds with cautious calm, trying to ease the situation, but Tom reveals that Malva refuses to name the father unless Jamie is present. Malva remains silent at first, trembling and avoiding eye contact, until pressure builds and she finally speaks. She lifts her head, fixes her gaze on Jamie, and accuses him directly of being the father of her child. The accusation lands with brutal force, and Jamie's face shows complete shock, revealing no trace of guilt or preparation. The room freezes as the weight of her words settles over everyone present. Claire reacts instantly to Malva's claim, driven by a surge of anger and disbelief that overwhelms restraint. She strikes Malva across the face with full force, knocking her backward and shattering the fragile silence. Claire's body floods with emotion as she struggles to process what she has heard, and she leaves the house without hesitation, unable to remain in the same space. She runs into the wilderness with no clear destination, driven by shock and the need to escape the moment. Her thoughts race as she tries to reconcile the accusation with her certainty about Jamie's character. But the presence of Malva's pregnancy forces her to confront the reality that someone is responsible. The physical exhaustion of her flight mirrors the chaos in her mind, and she collapses at last in a secluded hollow, struggling to breathe and think clearly. The certainty that Jamie is innocent remains firm, but the question of who is truly responsible begins to press against her resolve. Jamie remains behind to face the immediate consequences of the accusation, confronting Tom and Alan Christie with controlled anger as the situation threatens to spiral into violence. Alan attacks him in fury, but Jamie defends himself with precision, refusing to escalate beyond what is necessary to maintain control. Malva continues to insist on her story, providing detailed claims meant to support her accusation, including knowledge of scars on Jamie's body that shocks everyone present. This detail creates a dangerous shift, as doubt begins to creep into the room despite Jamie's firm denial. Tom Christie struggles to maintain composure, caught between belief and uncertainty, while Alan demands action with reckless aggression. Jamie refuses to accept any compromise or false responsibility, rejecting the accusation outright and ordering the family to leave his home. The confrontation ends with tension unresolved, leaving Jamie isolated within the growing storm of suspicion and conflict that now threatens to consume his life and reputation. Chapter 81. Roger investigates Malva's lie as tension explodes across Fraser's Ridge. Brianna reacts with explosive anger as she processes Malva's accusation, gripping objects with enough force to break them and speaking with raw fury about the injustice done to her father. Roger watches her carefully, aware that her rage hides a deeper fear that she refuses to admit. He attempts to ground the situation by focusing on facts, suggesting that Malva's actions must have a motive tied either to the real father or to some advantage she hopes to gain. Brianna begins to think through possible suspects, recalling moments she had seen Malva with other men, and her anger shifts into a more focused determination to uncover the truth. Despite her insistence that Jamie could never be guilty, Roger senses a shadow of doubt beneath her certainty, a reflection of how powerful the accusation has become. The conversation turns toward practical action, as both of them recognize that the only way to weaken Malva's claim is to expose the reality behind her pregnancy. Roger sets out to confront the situation directly, deciding to speak with the Christie family and, if possible, Malva herself. He walks to their cabin with a clear purpose, aware that he must approach carefully if he hopes to gain any trust from her. When he finds Malva alone, he speaks to her calmly, offering conversation instead of accusation, and presenting himself as someone willing to listen rather than judge. She responds with guarded hostility at first, using harsh language to describe herself and the situation, as if testing his reaction. Roger refuses to condemn her, maintaining a steady tone that gradually lowers her defenses. As he works beside her, performing simple tasks, he allows the silence to settle until her composure begins to break. Malva eventually starts to cry, not loudly, but with a restrained and controlled grief that reveals the strain she is under. Roger senses that he is close to reaching the truth, recognizing that her emotional state may lead her to reveal more than she intends. Alan Christie interrupts the fragile moment with sudden violence, arriving in a rage and immediately accusing Roger of taking advantage of Malva's vulnerability. He lashes out verbally and attempts to assert control through intimidation, turning the situation into a confrontation that threatens to escalate further. Roger stands his ground, refusing to be provoked, but when Alan moves to strike his sister, he intervenes without hesitation, stopping him with force. The physical conflict reveals how deeply the accusation has destabilized the family, pushing Alan into reckless aggression and leaving Malva caught between fear and defiance. Roger warns Alan clearly to control himself, establishing a boundary that prevents the situation from descending into chaos. He leaves the scene with uncertainty, aware that his attempt to help may have made matters worse rather than better. The tension spreads beyond the Christie family, affecting the entire ridge, as gossip, suspicion, and conflict begin to take root in every corner of the community. Chapter 82. Claire battles betrayal and anger while searching for the truth about Malva. Claire tears weeds from the garden with fierce determination, using physical effort to contain the anger and confusion that still burn inside her. Her hands work without pause, ripping roots from the soft earth, turning each plant into a small victory that gives her momentary control over her thoughts. The act becomes almost violent, each movement driven by the need to silence the storm in her mind. Ian approaches quietly, sensing her mood before he even speaks, and hesitates when he sees the tension in her face. Claire does not bother to hide her irritation, snapping at him and warning him sharply when his dog moves too close to her work. Despite her harsh tone, she allows him to stay, recognizing that he has come with purpose. The fragile calm she builds through labor remains unstable, ready to break at the slightest pressure, as her thoughts return again and again to Malva's betrayal. Ian tries to begin his question carefully, choosing his words with visible effort as he sits beside her. But Claire interrupts him abruptly with suspicion and frustration. Her mind is still trapped between anger and disbelief, and every mention of Malva threatens to reopen the wound. Ian clarifies that his concern is not trivial, and his tone shifts to something more serious as he prepares to speak about the situation. Claire listens, though her patience is thin, aware that whatever he has to say may bring her closer to understanding the truth. The tension between them remains controlled but sharp, reflecting the wider unease spreading across the ridge. Claire's thoughts continue to circle around the idea of betrayal, not only from Malva but from the trust she had built over time. She struggles to separate emotion from fact, knowing that she must remain clear-headed if she hopes to uncover what really happened. Claire begins to recognize that her anger alone cannot resolve the situation, and that she must confront the truth with deliberate focus rather than instinctive reaction. The garden around her becomes a symbol of this effort, as she clears away unwanted growth to reveal what lies beneath. Ian's presence offers a small measure of stability, reminding her that she is not entirely alone in facing the problem. She steadies herself, preparing to listen fully and consider what he has to say, even if it challenges her assumptions. The weight of the accusation still presses heavily on her, but her determination begins to shift from emotional defense to active search for answers. The moment marks a quiet transition, as Claire moves from reacting to the crisis toward confronting it directly, knowing that only truth can restore balance to her life and the fragile peace of the ridge. Chapter 83. Claire and Jamie confront truth and loyalty after Malva's accusation. Ian begins speaking with hesitation, choosing his words carefully as he brings up Malva and the growing trouble surrounding her accusation. Claire listens with tension held tightly in her body, prepared for anything that might deepen the crisis. Ian explains that he has been watching closely, observing small details others might miss, and suggests that something about Malva's behavior does not align with the story she is telling. His tone carries uncertainty, but also a quiet conviction that the truth has not yet surfaced. Claire absorbs this without interrupting, aware that even small inconsistencies could become important. The conversation forces her to shift from anger into analysis, examining the situation with the same precision she uses in her medical work. Ian's concern feels genuine, and his perspective offers a different angle that begins to widen her understanding of what may be happening beneath the surface. Claire continues questioning Ian, pressing him for anything concrete that could help expose the truth, and he shares what little he has gathered from observation and instinct. His insights are not enough to resolve the matter, but they reinforce the idea that Malva's accusation may be part of something more complex than simple deception. Claire's thoughts turn again to the wider impact of the claim, recognizing how quickly suspicion spreads and how easily reputations can be destroyed. She feels the weight of responsibility not only to protect Jamie, but also to uncover the truth in a way that prevents further harm. The emotional tension remains strong, but it is now directed toward action rather than reaction. Ian's presence provides a sense of support, reminding her that others are also searching for answers and that she does not have to carry the burden alone. Claire steadies herself as the conversation ends, aware that the path ahead will require patience, clarity, and resilience. The accusation has already fractured trust within the community, and restoring that trust will demand more than simple denial. She reflects on her bond with Jamie, drawing strength from the certainty she feels in their relationship, and uses that certainty as a foundation to move forward. The uncertainty surrounding Malva remains unresolved, but Claire's focus sharpens as she prepares to confront whatever truth emerges. The moment closes with a sense of controlled determination, as she accepts that the situation cannot be avoided and must be faced directly. The crisis has not ended, but Claire is no longer overwhelmed by it, ready instead to uncover the reality behind the accusation and protect the life she has built. Chapter 84. Claire finds Malva murdered and attempts to save her unborn child. Claire rushes toward her garden after noticing the gate has been left open, fearing that animals may have destroyed her crops during the night. As she approaches, a sharp sting hits her neck, followed by another at her temple, and she realizes at once that she has entered a swarm of enraged bees. The air fills with frantic movement, and the pain spreads quickly as more stings strike her skin. She stumbles off the path, struggling to see through tears as she tries to escape the attack. In the chaos, she catches sight of a shattered hive, its honey and comb spilled across the ground, and understands that something large has disturbed it. She assumes a bear is responsible and fights the instinct to charge forward in anger. Instead, she forces herself to retreat, pushing through brush and moving uphill to circle the area safely. Her body shakes with adrenaline, her face burns with pain, and every step becomes a struggle as she searches for a way back without provoking further danger. Claire reaches the path again and arms herself with a knife, steadying her breath as she prepares to confront whatever has destroyed the hives. She listens carefully, expecting the sounds of a feeding animal, but the garden remains strangely quiet. The bees settle into a low hum, gathering around the broken combs, and no movement suggests the presence of a bear. Suspicion replaces fear as she moves forward, advancing slowly and keeping low to avoid attracting attention. The smell of honey lingers in the air, thick and heavy, but beneath it she detects something else, something wrong. She steps closer, scanning the ground, and suddenly sees Malva lying among the lettuce, her body still and unnatural. Claire reaches her in an instant, dropping to her knees and grasping her wrist, searching desperately for a pulse. The absence of life becomes clear at once, confirmed by the sight of her cut throat and the blood surrounding her. Shock crashes through Claire, but she forces herself to look again, refusing to accept what she sees without certainty. Claire notices a faint movement in Malva's belly and reacts without hesitation, shifting from shock into urgent action as she realizes the child may still be alive. She takes up her knife and cuts quickly through flesh and muscle, focused only on reaching the womb before it is too late. Her hands work with precision despite the panic, pushing through resistance and opening the body with brutal necessity. She reaches inside and pulls the child free, cradling the small form and clearing its airway as she fights to bring it to life. She breathes into its lungs and presses its chest with careful force, willing the fragile body to respond. For a moment, there is movement, a faint spark that suggests life might hold. Then the motion fades, and the small body grows still in her hands. Claire clutches the child against her, refusing to accept the loss even as it becomes undeniable. She remains there, covered in blood and grief, holding the lifeless infant beside Malva's body, trapped in a moment where hope has been extinguished completely. Chapter 85. Jamie leads a bride-stealing journey as Monica Barish walks back to the ridge. Claire watches the days pass after Malva's death as silence settles over the ridge, broken only by whispers and wary glances that follow her and Jamie everywhere. No one comes forward with answers, and the absence of truth feeds suspicion, allowing tension to grow unchecked. Jamie moves through each day with controlled restraint, but Claire sees the pressure building inside him, waiting for release. One morning, that restraint breaks, and Jamie declares that he cannot endure the uncertainty any longer. He calls for Joseph Weems and confronts him directly, asking whether he truly wants to marry Monica Barish. Weems hesitates, overwhelmed by doubt and humility, but under Jamie's forceful insistence, he admits his feelings with sudden honesty. Jamie seizes the moment at once, deciding that action is the only way to cut through hesitation. He orders preparations for a journey, gathering supplies and men with swift authority, transforming frustration into purpose. Jamie organizes the expedition with energy that shifts the mood around him, drawing Roger and Ian into the plan while issuing instructions with confidence. The idea of traveling to retrieve Monica becomes a bold solution, driven by the belief that hesitation must be replaced with decisive action. The men prepare quickly, their conversation filled with humor and anticipation as they mount their horses. Roger adds a note of caution, reminding Jamie that Monica must agree willingly, but Jamie dismisses the concern with optimism. He views the mission as an opportunity to restore order, not only for Weems but for the ridge itself, offering a moment of clarity amid confusion. When they depart, their energy carries them away like a storm breaking from the clearing, leaving behind a space that feels strangely lighter. Claire senses the shift at once, noticing that without Jamie and the others, the tension loses some of its focus, spreading out instead of pressing inward. Claire settles into the quieter rhythm that follows their departure, finding brief comfort in the presence of the women who gather together in the evenings. Their conversations turn naturally toward the unresolved murder, each of them considering possible suspects and sharing thoughts that might lead to answers. The discussion offers a sense of shared purpose, easing the isolation that has settled over Claire since Malva's death. Their speculation moves between young men and older ones, weighing motives and opportunities without certainty. In the midst of this uneasy calm, a sudden knock at the door breaks the quiet, drawing immediate attention. Claire answers and finds Monica Barish standing there, exhausted and barely able to remain upright. Monica collapses into her arms, and they bring her inside quickly, caring for her as she recovers. She explains that she has walked alone for days, driven by her desire to reunite with Weems despite opposition from her family. Her arrival brings unexpected warmth and relief, offering a small moment of joy that cuts through the lingering darkness surrounding the ridge. Chapter 86. Brianna forces Roger to leave the ridge while suspicion falls on Jamie and Claire. Brianna sorts through Roger's belongings with sharp focus, folding clothes and checking each item as she prepares him for the journey ahead. She calls out to him when something is missing, and his hesitant response reveals that he has misplaced his silk stockings during a careless outing. The exchange begins with irritation, but it quickly softens into something more fragile, as both of them feel the strain of the situation pressing in. Roger admits that he is unsure about leaving, his voice carrying the weight of responsibility and doubt. He knows that danger surrounds the ridge, and the idea of walking away while Claire and Jamie face suspicion troubles him deeply. Brianna refuses to allow hesitation to take hold, insisting that he must go, repeating the argument that his future depends on this opportunity. Her determination is firm, but beneath it lies fear that she cannot fully hide. Roger listens to Brianna's insistence and tries to balance his sense of duty with his desire to stay and protect his family. He has already spent days attempting to calm tensions, speaking to the Christies and trying to prevent conflict from escalating. His efforts have brought little progress, and the weight of failure lingers in his thoughts. Brianna reminds him that there is nothing more he can do here, pushing him toward the path that leads away from immediate danger. The decision to leave is not simple, and both of them feel the cost of it. Brianna struggles with guilt as she considers leaving her parents behind in a place filled with suspicion and hostility. She knows that her presence would not change public opinion, yet the instinct to remain close remains strong. At the same time, she feels a growing need to escape the tension that surrounds them, to protect Jemmy from the fear and confusion that could soon reach him. Brianna's emotions break through when a small accident outside draws her attention, and frustration erupts into sudden anger that she cannot contain. She lashes out at the children for breaking part of the work Roger has been building, her reaction fueled by stress rather than the event itself. Roger steps in calmly, taking the object from her hands and reminding her that the damage is not important. His steady presence allows her anger to fade, replaced by exhaustion and quiet acceptance. She admits that she needs to leave, acknowledging the truth that has been building within her. Roger agrees, understanding that the decision has already been made, even if it feels incomplete. He holds her as she begins to calm, offering silent support while both of them face the uncertainty ahead. The moment settles into a fragile peace, shaped by necessity rather than comfort, as they prepare to separate in the hope that distance will bring safety. Chapter 87. Claire is accused of murder as Jamie defends their home against a violent mob. Claire stands alone in her surgery, staring at a crate she has no strength to open, as the silence around her reflects how completely the ridge has turned against her. Patients no longer come, and even the smallest tasks feel pointless under the weight of suspicion that now surrounds her. She crosses the hall to find Jamie at his desk, and the quiet exchange between them reveals the strain they both carry without speaking it aloud. Their moment is broken by the sound of horses outside, and Jamie moves at once to face whoever has come. Claire follows, her body already reacting with fear before she sees the men waiting in the yard. Richard Brown stands among them, his presence heavy with intent, and his words confirm the danger as he declares that they have come to arrest her for murder. Jamie refuses immediately, his voice firm and controlled, but the threat in the air grows stronger with every second. Claire feels fear tighten around her chest as she realizes that this is no simple arrest, but a move driven by revenge. Claire runs to the kitchen and arms herself with weapons, acting on instinct as the situation escalates into violence. A man enters through the back door, reaching for her with confidence, and she shoots him without hesitation, forcing him to retreat in shock. The smell of gunpowder fills the air as she secures the door and rushes back toward the front of the house. Outside, the fight has already begun, and she sees Jamie surrounded by attackers, struggling to break free from the press of bodies. She raises her weapon and fires into the edge of the crowd, creating just enough space for Jamie to fight his way back toward the house. He moves with controlled fury, striking those who come too close, and reaches the door as she pulls him inside. Together they bar the entrance and move quickly to secure every opening, turning the house into a defensive stronghold. The attack shifts from open assault to siege, as the men outside regroup and prepare for another attempt. Jamie and Claire take position upstairs, loading weapons and watching the men gather in the fading light, aware that the danger has not passed. Brown tries to negotiate, calling out with claims of justice and promises of a fair trial, but his tone reveals his true intent. Jamie answers with gunfire, refusing to trust anything he says, and the standoff continues as both sides measure their next move. As darkness approaches, more people arrive, forming a larger crowd that includes neighbors drawn by the conflict. The situation threatens to collapse into chaos, with voices calling for punishment and justice without proof. Jamie stands before them, defending Claire with unwavering resolve, but the pressure continues to build. At last, a fragile solution emerges when it is decided that both Jamie and Claire will be taken to stand trial, with Tom Christie offering to accompany them as a guarantee. The decision prevents immediate violence, but it does not remove the threat, leaving them facing an uncertain future as they return inside for what may be their final night in their home. Chapter 88. Claire is attacked by a mob as Ezra dies and public hatred grows. Claire begins the journey under a gray sky, rain soaking the road and deepening the silence that surrounds her and Jamie as they ride under guard. She feels the weight of leaving their home behind, watching Mrs. Bug fade into the distance as they enter the forest. The group moves with tension, driven more by obligation than purpose, and no one speaks openly about what lies ahead. Claire studies the men around her, sensing exhaustion and resentment building among them. She notices the wounded man, Ezra, struggling to stay upright, his pain visible despite his effort to hide it. Her instincts push her to help him, and she prepares to offer treatment when the opportunity comes. When he approaches with food, she attempts to speak calmly, but he responds with open contempt, spitting into her bowl and dropping Jamie's portion in the dirt. The insult cuts through her restraint, and she abandons any intention of helping him, recognizing that compassion has no place in this moment. Claire watches Ezra deteriorate as the journey continues, his condition worsening under the strain of travel and lack of care. The fever in his face becomes more pronounced, and his movements grow weaker, yet no one intervenes. She remains silent, holding to her earlier decision, even as her medical instincts warn her of the likely outcome. The tension among the group increases as exhaustion and frustration take hold, and the long journey without resolution begins to wear them down. Eventually, Ezra loses his strength completely, falling from his horse and dying without ceremony on the road. His death leaves a visible impact on the others, not through grief, but through fear and unease. Some begin to look at Claire differently, as if her refusal to treat him has marked her in some way. At the same time, Richard Brown continues spreading his version of events, turning their situation into a story that paints Claire and Jamie as dangerous criminals. This growing narrative feeds hostility, shaping the way strangers react to them as they pass through towns and settlements. Claire experiences the full force of that hostility when they ride into a small settlement and are suddenly met with a violent attack from villagers. Stones fly through the air, striking both riders and horses, and chaos erupts without warning. One blow hits her horse, causing it to rear violently, and another strikes her body, knocking the breath from her lungs. She struggles to maintain control but is thrown to the ground, landing hard and disoriented. Instead of retreating, she reacts with pure instinct, driven by anger and frustration that have been building for days. She lunges at one of the attackers, dragging him down and striking him repeatedly with uncontrolled force. The fight becomes chaotic and physical, her movements fueled by desperation rather than strategy. The attack intensifies around her until Jamie reaches her, throwing himself over her body to shield her from further blows. He absorbs the impact of the stones, protecting her at great personal cost, until the violence finally subsides. When it ends, Claire rises unsteadily, aware that something has changed, as the journey has crossed from tension into open danger, and there is no longer any safety in simply enduring the road ahead. Chapter 89. Jamie meets Ian in secret as Brown's plan to incite mobs becomes clear. Jamie examines Claire's injured hand with careful attention, holding her fingers and pressing gently along the swollen knuckles while she reacts with irritation and stubborn denial. He reassures her that the bones are not broken, using her color and appetite as proof, even as she insists on her own judgment. The tension between them softens into quiet familiarity, shaped by shared pain and exhaustion after the attack. He offers her food from their own supplies, refusing to trust anything provided by Brown's men, and she accepts reluctantly, aware that their isolation has become complete. As they eat, Jamie reflects on the situation with growing clarity, recognizing that Brown never had a real plan and is now trapped by his own actions. The journey has turned into a burden for everyone involved, and the men grow restless as their expectations of quick violence fade into slow, uncertain travel. Jamie feels the strain in his body, his ribs aching from the blows he took, but his thoughts remain focused on how to escape a situation that continues to tighten around them. Jamie observes the camp as night falls, watching the men settle while Richard Brown moves restlessly, unable to find peace or direction. He studies Tom Christie from a distance, noticing the man's silent suffering and the depth of emotion he struggles to conceal. The realization comes quietly but with certainty, as Jamie understands that Christie's feelings toward Claire go far beyond concern or loyalty. This knowledge adds a new layer of complexity to an already dangerous situation, forcing Jamie to consider how it might influence Christie's actions. As the camp grows still, Jamie senses movement beyond the edge of the firelight, a presence that has followed them for days without revealing itself. He rises carefully, leaving Claire asleep, and steps into the darkness under the pretense of a simple need. The forest feels alive around him, filled with shapes and shadows, until a familiar figure emerges and confirms what he already suspected. Ian steps forward from the darkness, his presence bringing sudden relief and renewed hope as he greets Jamie quietly and confirms that he has been tracking them. The two move deeper into the woods to speak freely, and Ian reports that the situation on the ridge remains tense but stable, with no deaths despite growing conflict. He then reveals the full extent of Brown's actions, explaining that rumors are being spread deliberately to turn public opinion against them. This strategy aims to provoke mobs and force a resolution through violence, removing the need for any formal trial. Jamie listens with controlled anger, recognizing the danger of this approach and the urgency of responding to it. Ian offers the possibility of escape, suggesting they could disappear into the forest before dawn, but Jamie refuses, understanding that fleeing would only confirm guilt and make survival even more difficult. Their conversation ends with a brief, intense embrace, and Ian disappears back into the night, leaving Jamie to return to the camp with renewed awareness of the danger and the need to act carefully in the face of a growing and unpredictable threat. Chapter 90. Claire is separated from Jamie and taken prisoner in New Bern. Claire notices the change at dawn when Richard Brown is gone, and the tension that had surrounded the group begins to ease under new leadership. The men move with less hostility, their exhaustion softening their behavior as the journey continues. She senses a shift in Jamie as well, something quieter and more controlled, though he offers no explanation. The road becomes less oppressive as the weather clears, and the group settles into a dull rhythm of travel that feels almost manageable. This fragile balance breaks without warning when they reach a settlement and find Brown waiting for them. The moment turns violent as his men seize Jamie suddenly, slamming him against a wall and restraining him before he can react. Claire drops everything and rushes toward him, driven by panic, but Brown catches her with brutal force and drags her away before she can reach Jamie. The shock of the separation hits instantly, tearing away the only stability she has left. Claire fights with everything she has as they force her onto a horse, kicking and struggling while shouting for Jamie and demanding answers. Her resistance only tightens their grip, and she is carried away despite her efforts, leaving Jamie behind in a cloud of dust and confusion. She catches glimpses of Tom Christie still present, and she calls out to him desperately, begging him to intervene and prevent harm. Christie hesitates, clearly shaken, and confronts Brown, but whatever explanation he receives fails to satisfy him. He returns to Claire with strained assurance, claiming that Jamie will not be harmed, though his voice lacks conviction. The journey continues at speed, leaving no chance for Claire to resist further, and she is forced into silence as her strength fades. Fear grows steadily, not only for her own fate but for what may be happening to Jamie beyond her sight. The distance between them becomes unbearable, turning uncertainty into a constant pressure that she cannot escape. Claire endures the journey to New Bern in a state of exhaustion, her body drained and her mind fixed on the worst possibilities. She is taken through unfamiliar streets and brought to a large house that serves as both residence and prison. The sheriff receives her with cold curiosity, listening to the accusations without offering sympathy or doubt. She remains silent, conserving her strength as the situation becomes clear. When she is finally led away, Tom Christie appears beside her and speaks with sudden intensity, insisting that Jamie is alive and urging her to trust in a higher power. His words offer a small measure of relief, though they cannot erase her fear. The door closes behind her as she is locked into a confined room, and the reality of her imprisonment settles in. The space is small, dark, and suffocating, filled with the presence of another prisoner who watches her with interest. Claire stands there, trying to steady herself, knowing that she has been isolated completely and must now face whatever comes next alone. Chapter 91. Jamie escapes capture as Neil Forbes plans to send him to England and trap Claire. Jamie lies bound on the damp floor of a boat shed, the smell of mud and stagnant water pressing into his senses as pain spreads through his head and ribs. He shifts slowly, fighting nausea and dizziness while trying to understand where he has been taken and what Brown intends to do next. The memory of being seized returns in fragments, mixed with the fear that Claire has been carried away beyond his reach. He forces himself to stay conscious, focusing on the faint light filtering through the wooden walls and listening for any sign of movement outside. His thoughts turn quickly to survival, weighing what little freedom he has left against the certainty that he cannot remain where he is. Time stretches painfully as he waits, unsure whether help will come or whether he must attempt something desperate on his own. Jamie hears a faint sound in the darkness and calls out despite the pain it causes, and within moments Ian appears beside him, cutting through the ropes that bind him. Relief floods through him as his nephew works quickly, freeing his arms and allowing him to move again. He struggles to his feet, unsteady but driven by urgency, and demands to know what has happened to Claire. Ian answers at once, explaining that she has been taken to New Bern and that Brown has been working with others to remove both of them from the situation. He describes how Brown sought help from Neil Forbes, who devised a plan to divide them and secure his own advantage. Jamie listens in silence, anger building as the pieces fall into place and the full extent of the scheme becomes clear. Jamie learns that the plan is to send him away to England on a ship controlled by Stephen Bonnet, ensuring that he cannot interfere with what happens to Claire. At the same time, Claire is to be left behind to face trial alone, exposed to danger and public judgment without his protection. The realization sharpens his focus instantly, turning confusion into clear purpose as he understands the urgency of acting before the plan can be completed. He steps toward the opening of the shed and sees the water stretching out under the moon, a ship waiting in the distance that may already be part of the trap set for him. Ian remains at his side, ready to follow his lead, and together they stand at the edge of action, knowing that every moment matters. Jamie steadies himself despite the pain, his mind already moving toward the next step, determined to reach Claire and break the scheme that threatens to destroy them both. Chapter 92. Claire Fraser taken to the governor's palace and forced into service. Claire Fraser endures 2 suffocating days inside the filthy jail, where heat, dampness, and decay cling to her skin and clothing. She spends her time trying to survive the discomfort, surrounded by insects and stale air that makes every breath heavy. When Mrs. Tolliver orders the prisoners to help with the laundry, Claire rushes outside with relief, welcoming even the brutal sun over the suffocating darkness of the cell. She works through the exhausting task of washing, rinsing, and hanging clothes, her body soaked with sweat, but grateful to be free from the crawling vermin. During a brief rest, she examines Mrs. Tolliver, who suddenly collapses from a mix of alcohol sickness and heat exposure. Claire quickly checks her pulse and confirms she is alive, but before she can decide what to do next, 2 men arrive. One of them, well-dressed and authoritative, demands to know which woman is the midwife. Claire steps forward, claiming her identity, and is immediately taken away without explanation, leaving the prison behind as she is forced into a carriage and removed from the only place she has known for days. Claire arrives at the governor's palace in New Bern, where the contrast between luxury and her recent suffering feels almost unreal. She is hurried through servants' quarters, cleaned, and forced to present herself properly before being taken upstairs to meet the governor's wife. Mrs. Martin, heavily pregnant and in visible distress, greets Claire with suspicion and irritation, questioning her origins and competence. Claire ignores the hostility and begins her examination, asking direct questions and observing symptoms carefully. She determines that the illness is not labor or fever, but a severe case of food poisoning caused by overeating spoiled food. Claire stabilizes her patient, getting her out of bed and encouraging fresh air despite resistance rooted in superstition. As Mrs. Martin begins to recover, she reveals knowledge of the rumors surrounding Claire, including the accusation of murder. Claire calmly denies the claim, though she admits to having performed the surgical act that fueled the gossip. Instead of reacting with fear, Mrs. Martin becomes intrigued, treating Claire with a strange mix of curiosity and amusement. Claire quickly realizes that her situation, though improved, is far from safe. Guards surround the palace, and any attempt to leave is blocked, resulting in her being confined to a small room under watch. She cleans herself and regains some strength, but observes signs of tension outside, including armed soldiers and defensive positions that suggest unrest. Soon after, she is summoned to serve a new role. The governor discovers her ability to write clearly and assigns her to copy official documents, treating her as a useful tool rather than a prisoner. Claire accepts the role, understanding that it may offer a better chance of survival or escape than her previous position. As she works, she listens to conversations that reveal fear of rebellion among the colonists. Her situation shifts again when she learns that she is accused of forgery, a crime punishable by death. The knowledge settles heavily on her, forcing her to reconsider her future. Though physically removed from the horrors of the jail, Claire now faces a different danger, trapped in a political storm that grows more unstable with every passing hour. Chapter 93. Claire Fraser plans escape and impersonates the governor's wife. Claire Fraser eats alone in her small room, sensing the growing disorder inside the governor's palace. Fear moves quietly through the house, stronger than any illness, as servants vanish and tension replaces routine. She watches the fading light through her window and feels the isolation pressing in. Determined to act, she retrieves hidden paper, ink, and quill, and begins writing urgent letters to Fergus and Marzali. She explains her situation briefly and asks Fergus to search for Jamie in nearby towns, focusing on places where he might be held. She writes quickly, aware that time is limited, and folds the letters before footsteps approach her door. She hides the remaining materials and prepares herself as Webb arrives to summon her. Without explanation, he escorts her to Mrs. Martin's chamber, where she is ordered to assist with packing. Claire obeys, recognizing that any change in routine may offer a chance to escape or gather information. Mrs. Martin surprises Claire by remaining calm and composed, directing the packing with quiet efficiency. The governor enters, and the emotional exchange between husband and wife reveals the seriousness of the situation. He is worried, and she understands the danger they both face. Claire is dismissed to fetch food, and as she moves through the silent halls, she senses an opportunity forming. In the kitchen, she finds a few remaining servants and speaks with them carefully, offering small pieces of information in exchange for cooperation. She learns that one of them leaves the palace regularly to gather supplies. Claire seizes the moment and entrusts her letters to the servant, offering payment to ensure delivery. With no certainty that the message will reach its destination, she returns to the upper floors, aware that this may be her only chance to contact help. Later, she joins the governor in the library, where he burns documents and prepares for what seems like an imminent collapse of authority. She continues copying letters, observing his anxiety as he listens for signs of unrest beyond the walls. Claire works late into the night, feeling the exhaustion build as the governor continues his preparations. He speaks briefly of his dead son, revealing a rare moment of vulnerability, but quickly returns to his duties. The atmosphere grows heavier as silence settles over the palace, broken only by distant sounds outside. When morning comes, Claire discovers that Mrs. Martin has already left the palace before dawn. The plan becomes clear when she is brought back to the chamber and shown a set of clothes laid out for her. She is ordered to dress in Mrs. Martin's gown and prepared to take her place. Claire understands instantly that she is meant to impersonate the governor's wife to create the illusion that she is still present. She allows the transformation, recognizing the opportunity hidden within the deception. With her face partially concealed and her posture adjusted, she becomes a convincing substitute. The governor inspects her appearance, makes small adjustments, and offers his arm. Without hesitation, Claire steps into her role and walks out of the palace beside him, leaving behind the walls that had confined her and entering an uncertain path that may lead either to freedom or deeper danger. Chapter 94. Jamie Fraser finds Claire's message and fails to reach her. Jamie Fraser arrives at Fergus's print shop in New Bern and takes a brief moment to notice its success before pushing inside with urgency. Germaine recognizes him instantly and runs forward with excitement, clinging to him as the rest of the family gathers in a rush of noise and emotion. Fergus quickly senses that something is wrong and pulls Jamie aside, away from the commotion. Jamie explains everything in a strained and hurried voice, describing how he went to the jail and found only Mrs. Tolliver in a drunken state. He recounts how he forced her to speak by dousing her with water and making her drink until she could answer. From her broken recollection, he learns that Claire was taken away by an unknown man. The uncertainty fuels his fear, and a darker thought rises as he considers the possibility that she may have been handed over to Stephen Bonnet. The idea tightens his chest and drives his anger, but he forces himself to focus as Fergus listens carefully, already thinking ahead. Joan interrupts the conversation with innocent urgency, revealing that she found a paper hidden among the books. Fergus retrieves it, and Jamie recognizes Claire's handwriting instantly. The sight drains the strength from him for a moment, but relief follows just as quickly when he reads that she is alive and being held at the governor's palace. The information changes everything, replacing helpless fear with a clear direction. Fergus and Ian begin forming a plan, deciding that one of them should approach the palace openly to confirm her presence. Fergus offers to go, but Ian insists on taking the role, knowing he is less likely to draw suspicion. Jamie listens, though impatience builds inside him, pushing him toward action. After eating to regain strength, he follows Ian toward the palace, unable to remain behind. He watches from a distance as Ian speaks with the guards at the gate, but the exchange fails. The guards refuse entry, and Jamie's frustration sharpens into something harder to control. Jamie waits under the heat of the day, forcing himself to remain still as Ian continues trying to gain access. The tension inside him grows, fueled by the knowledge that Claire is close yet unreachable. When a carriage emerges from the palace grounds, his attention shifts immediately. He sees the governor inside, but his focus locks on the woman beside him. The brief glimpse is enough. He recognizes Claire despite her disguise, and instinct takes over before thought can intervene. He runs after the carriage with everything he has left, pushing his body beyond its limits. The distance closes slightly, but not enough. His breath fails, his vision narrows, and a misstep sends him crashing to the ground. The carriage continues without stopping, carrying Claire away. Ian reaches him moments later and pulls him back to his feet, scolding him for the reckless action. Jamie steadies himself, though the loss hits hard. He knows now that Claire is alive, but she is moving farther away again, and the chance to reach her has slipped through his hands. Chapter 95. Claire Fraser aboard the cruiser as war begins. Claire Fraser wakes before dawn aboard the ship, pulled from sleep by the silence that settles just before first light. She lies still for a moment, feeling the slow movement of the vessel beneath her, then rises and turns her attention toward the distant shore. Each morning begins the same way, with a single question shaping her thoughts as she watches for signs of change. She has been taken from land and now lives aboard the cruiser, where Governor Martin has retreated after losing control of the colony. The palace, the town, and any sense of stability are behind them. Claire continues working as his secretary, copying and drafting letters as he struggles to maintain authority from exile. She observes everything closely, noting the lack of soldiers, the urgency in his actions, and the isolation that defines their situation. Cut off from information and unable to act freely, she spends every available moment scanning the coastline, searching for any movement that might signal hope or danger. Claire hears a disturbance as a small boat approaches the ship from the fading darkness. Voices carry across the water, urgent and strained, and she reacts immediately, sensing that news has arrived. The messenger reports that rebel forces are advancing toward Fort Johnston, led by Colonel Ashe, and that hundreds of men are gathering. The governor responds with anger and frustration, unable to control the situation. He climbs above deck to see for himself, leaving Claire below with the weight of the information settling over her. The colony is no longer stable. Authority has fractured, and open conflict is unfolding. Claire prepares tea and returns to her duties, but her thoughts remain fixed on the implications. She considers the possibility that Jamie may already be free, that someone like Ashe could have acted against the prison where he might have been held. The uncertainty sharpens her focus, turning every report and every movement on the shore into something significant. Claire resumes her work in the governor's cabin, writing as he dictates letters to military contacts and allies. His words reveal desperation, requests for support, and attempts to maintain a network that is rapidly collapsing. She listens carefully, absorbing details about movements, alliances, and the shifting balance of power. The tension aboard the ship spreads through every crew member, creating a constant undercurrent of unease. Claire notices how quickly fear moves among people in confined spaces, changing behavior and heightening awareness. She continues writing, though her mind remains divided between her immediate task and the larger reality unfolding around her. The war she has anticipated is no longer distant. It is present, active, and reshaping everything. As she finishes her work, she returns again to the deck, drawn back to the shore. She watches the land in silence, holding on to the possibility that Jamie is out there, moving closer, and that the chaos now unfolding may be the force that finally brings them together again. Chapter 96. Jamie Fraser reaches Claire as Fort Johnston burns and faces the governor. Claire Fraser watches the shoreline from the ship as tension builds among the crew and officers. The governor and his men react to reports from the fort, shouting orders and demanding answers, while the lookout describes activity below. Men are seen removing weapons and supplies, and later confirmation arrives that Colonel Collett has abandoned Fort Johnston, taking the guns and powder to prevent their capture. The governor grows frustrated as uncertainty spreads, but his fears are confirmed when smoke rises near sunset. Claire observes the rebels gathering and working to set the structure ablaze, carrying torches and building fires that struggle at first to take hold. The effort continues into the night until barrels of turpentine are found, and flames suddenly surge across the fort's wooden walls. Fire consumes the structure, casting light across the dark water as distant cheers and voices carry over the wind. Claire stands at the rail, breathing in the smoke and watching the destruction, her thoughts turning not to the political meaning of the act, but to the possibility that Jamie may be among those men on shore. Claire remains awake through the night, waiting with quiet determination as dawn approaches. The air is thick with ash and haze, and visibility is low as the first light spreads across the water. When a small boat emerges from the mist, she knows instantly who it is. Jamie Fraser rows alone, his movements steady and controlled, and the sight of him brings a sudden calm that settles deep inside her. She watches him draw closer, her body held still by anticipation, until the ship's watch hails him and allows him aboard. The sound of his voice breaks the tension that has held her for days. She turns and meets him as he reaches the deck, stepping into his arms without hesitation. He holds her tightly, then pulls back to look at her, his expression filled with relief and certainty. He removes her cap and runs his hands through her hair, restoring her to herself before kissing her with urgency and familiarity. The moment is brief but complete, grounded in shared survival and recognition, before the presence of others forces them apart. Jamie follows the Marine below to meet the governor, with Claire beside him, and the fragile peace of their reunion gives way to confrontation. The governor questions Jamie's identity and authority, reminding him that Claire is a prisoner of the crown. Jamie remains composed and begins to argue logically, pointing out that under martial law, the governor alone controls all prisoners and therefore has the power to release her. He insists there is no real evidence against Claire and appeals to the governor's own judgment of her character. The governor hesitates but refuses to act, citing the seriousness of the accusation and the risk of public unrest. Jamie shifts his approach and offers a bond to ensure Claire's future appearance in court. The governor reacts with anger, suspecting bribery, but calms when Jamie clarifies his intent. He considers the proposal, weighing his own situation, then rejects the bond and instead presents a condition. He demands that Jamie return to the backcountry, gather 200 men, and join a loyalist campaign under General MacDonald. Only then will Claire be released. Jamie listens, fully aware of the cost and the difficulty, and asks for time to consider. He reassures Claire quietly before leaving, while she remains behind, trapped once more as the weight of the decision closes in around her. Chapter 97. Tom Christie confesses to save Claire Fraser. Claire Fraser waits at the rail before dawn, holding on to the promise that Jamie will return as he said. The air smells of ash from the burned fort, and the sea lies still under a gray sky. When a small boat appears through the haze, she feels hope rise, but that hope fades as the figure becomes clear. The man rowing is not Jamie. As the boat draws closer, recognition strikes her with disbelief. Tom Christie looks up at her, then lowers his gaze and continues rowing. His presence unsettles her, and she feels anger and confusion rising together. The governor refuses to see him immediately, leaving him waiting aboard the ship. Claire refuses to wait. She moves past the guard and finds him at the stern, standing alone and looking toward the shore. His appearance has changed. He looks worn but composed, and there is a clarity in his eyes that was not there before. Claire demands answers at once, asking about Jamie, and he assures her that Jamie is alive and nearby. Tom Christie reveals his purpose without hesitation. He states that he has come to confess to the murder of Malva. The words shock Claire, and she rejects them immediately, insisting that he is not responsible. He remains calm and continues speaking, explaining that Malva was not his biological daughter, but the child of his brother and his wife. He describes his wife as a dangerous woman who practiced dark rituals, and he believes Malva inherited that same nature. He recounts how Malva attempted to harm both Claire and himself by using illness as a weapon, deliberately exposing them to infection in hopes of killing them without suspicion. He explains that Malva desired power, status, and control, and that she was willing to manipulate and destroy others to achieve it. His voice remains steady as he speaks, but the weight of his words carries deep conviction. Claire listens, shaken but focused, trying to separate truth from belief, yet sensing that he truly believes every word he says. Tom Christie explains his final decision with quiet certainty. He tells Claire that he has written a full confession and arranged for it to be delivered and published, ensuring that the governor will accept it as truth. He understands that this confession will lead to his death, but he accepts that outcome without hesitation. He speaks of responsibility and redemption, believing that he must act to prevent further harm and to atone for what he sees as his failures. Claire tries to stop him, insisting that his life has value and that he should not sacrifice himself, but he does not waver. He tells her that he has spent his life searching for something meaningful, and now he has found a purpose in protecting someone he believes worthy. His words carry a finality that leaves no room for argument. He takes her hand, expresses his devotion in a quiet and steady voice, then releases her and turns away. As footsteps approach from below, he walks toward his fate, leaving Claire standing at the rail, knowing that his decision cannot be undone and that the consequences will change everything that follows. Part 11. Chapter 98. Jamie and Claire face guilt and emotional collapse after their escape. Jamie Fraser sits heavily on the bed inside a worn roadside inn, his body drained from days without rest. Claire Fraser watches him closely and urges him to lie down, seeing how exhaustion weighs on every movement he makes. He resists at first, driven by the need to return home, but finally gives in and stretches out beside her. They lie together in silence, both aware of the distance they have traveled and the danger they have left behind. Claire feels relief at being free, but that relief is shadowed by what they have lost and what still remains unresolved. As they rest, Claire asks about the fire at the jail, and Jamie explains that it was an accident caused by Mrs. Tolliver while drunk. No one died, but the news unsettles Claire, reminding her how fragile everything has become. She shifts closer to Jamie, needing the reassurance of his presence, while he begins to explain what happened after she was taken from the palace. Jamie reveals that Tom Christie came to him and declared his intention to confess to the murder. Claire reacts immediately, rejecting the idea and insisting that Tom is not the killer. Jamie confirms that he knows this, but explains that Tom chose to act anyway, driven by his own convictions. Claire struggles to accept this, asking whether Tom will be executed, and Jamie answers with quiet certainty that he likely will. The weight of that truth settles between them, and Claire feels the burden of guilt grow heavier. She questions whether Tom acted out of love, and Jamie confirms it without hesitation, telling her that he would have done the same in his place. Claire absorbs this, unable to escape the sense that she has become the center of a tragedy that continues to expand. She begins to question whether anything can be made right, and Jamie answers with honesty, reminding her that some losses cannot be undone. Claire's thoughts spiral as she considers the murder of Malva and the unknown identity of the true killer. She asks whether Ian could be responsible, but Jamie dismisses the idea, certain that Ian would never allow another to suffer for his actions. They explore other possibilities, including jealousy, hidden relationships, and secrets within the ridge, but no answer brings clarity. The uncertainty feeds Claire's emotional strain, and when she and Jamie attempt to reconnect physically, her mind fractures under the weight of memory and guilt. She begins to see the faces of others, past and present, and feels overwhelmed by their presence. Panic rises as she loses control of her thoughts, and she pulls away, unable to continue. Jamie responds with patience, asking her to speak and guiding her through the moment. Claire admits her fear and the sense that she is being torn apart by grief and responsibility. Jamie holds her and encourages her to release the pain she has been holding inside. She resists at first, but eventually breaks, allowing herself to cry openly. The grief comes fully, and though it shakes her, it also begins to loosen the hold that fear and guilt have taken over her. Chapter 99. Brianna Fraser discovers a pregnancy and a stolen fortune at River Run. Brianna Fraser grinds pigment in the humid heat at River Run, struggling with the damp air that clumps the powder and sticks to her skin. Jem stands nearby, restless and curious, touching everything within reach. His quiet singing catches her attention, and she questions him, discovering that he has learned songs from Roger. The thought brings her a brief moment of warmth, but her focus shifts when Jem mentions a ghost. He describes a figure seen near Hector Cameron's tomb, and Brianna feels unease stir beneath her calm. She questions him carefully, trying to guide the story towards something rational, and suggests that the figure may have been a living man seen in poor light. She keeps her tone light, working to remove fear without dismissing him outright. As Jem continues to describe what he heard, Brianna becomes aware of her own discomfort, not entirely convinced by her explanation. The presence of death, memory, and recent tragedy lingers in her thoughts, shaping her reaction even as she reassures her son. Brianna returns to her work after sending Jem away, but her body begins to react in ways she cannot ignore. A sudden wave of dizziness forces her to sit, and nausea rises sharply, overwhelming her without warning. She barely manages to reach a basin before her body empties itself. The intensity leaves her weak and unsteady, and she remains still for a moment, focusing on her breath as the sensation passes. As her mind clears, she begins to recognize the signs, recalling a similar shift in perception and sensation from the past. The realization forms quickly and settles into certainty. She understands that she is pregnant again. The thought brings a mix of emotions, from quiet acceptance to the awareness of everything it will mean in the uncertain future ahead. She speaks the truth aloud to steady herself, acknowledging the life growing inside her even as the world around her becomes more unstable. Brianna overhears raised voices in the next room and pauses, listening despite her attempt to avoid involvement. Duncan and Buchanan argue over money and urgency, their words revealing tension tied to weapons and supplies. When Buchanan leaves, Brianna enters and questions Duncan, sensing something serious beneath his agitation. He reveals that a large store of gold hidden at River Run has disappeared. The loss is complete, leaving nothing behind, and the implications are immediate and dangerous. He explains that the gold was meant to secure arms for an expected conflict, and without it, their plans collapse. Brianna processes the information quickly, understanding that the situation extends beyond the household and into the larger political struggle. She realizes that forces are gathering, and that her father may soon be drawn into direct conflict. The combination of missing wealth, rising war, and her own pregnancy creates a sense of urgency that she cannot ignore. As she prepares to leave, her thoughts remain fixed on what lies ahead, knowing that the choices made now will shape everything that follows. Chapter 100. Neil Forbes travels to Edenton while secretly tracking another carriage. Neil Forbes rides inside a carriage with his elderly mother as they travel toward Edenton under the pretense of a family visit. He watches the road closely, returning again and again to the window, drawn by the presence of another carriage ahead. The vehicle is small, well-built, and tightly closed, with curtains drawn to conceal whoever rides inside. Forbes keeps his attention fixed on it, careful not to reveal his interest. His mother notices his repeated glances and questions him, but he dismisses her concerns with a calm explanation, claiming he is only enjoying the weather. He maintains a relaxed tone, masking his focus and intent, while continuing to observe the carriage with quiet intensity. His behavior remains controlled, but his attention never strays far from the moving target ahead. Neil Forbes acts at the next stop, stepping out to speak with the driver and arranging for the other carriage to fall back and follow at a distance. The adjustment allows him to keep the vehicle within sight while avoiding suspicion. He returns to his seat and resumes his role as a dutiful son, speaking lightly to his mother and maintaining the appearance of a routine journey. She comments on the heat and discomfort, grounding the moment in ordinary concerns, while Forbes continues to monitor the road. His outward calm contrasts with the careful calculation behind his actions. Every choice he makes supports a hidden purpose, one that requires patience and subtlety rather than force. Neil Forbes continues the journey with steady focus, allowing the distance between the carriages to remain consistent as they move toward Edenton. His mother settles into the rhythm of travel, distracted by the heat and her own comfort, leaving him free to think. He breathes deeply, controlling his reactions and maintaining the illusion of ease. Beneath that surface, his attention remains fixed on the unknown passengers ahead. The controlled pursuit reveals his intent without exposing it, suggesting that the journey holds more than a simple visit. As the road stretches forward, he keeps his silence, watching and waiting, prepared to follow wherever the carriage leads. Chapter 101. Roger Mackenzie faces his faith before learning Brianna has been taken. Roger Mackenzie sits on the porch of Reverend Macmillan's house, listening as the men speak about war. He stays quiet, choosing his words carefully while others debate politics and loyalty. Warren Lee describes the battle at Breed's Hill in vivid detail, and Roger listens with growing unease. The story shifts from strategy to violence, and the tone changes as Lee recalls the moment when soldiers closed distance and used bayonets. Roger hears the description of men being pierced and left to die, and the image settles deeply in his mind. He remembers wounds he has seen before, and the memory connects with the story in a way he cannot ignore. The conversation fades into the background as the reality of war takes hold inside him. He realizes that this conflict is no longer distant or abstract. It is close, brutal, and unavoidable. The weight of that understanding pushes him to stand and leave the porch, seeking space away from the voices and the growing pressure in his chest. Roger walks alone along the shore, removing his shoes and stepping into the cool sand. The sound of the waves replaces the voices behind him, and he focuses on the rhythm of the water as it moves around his feet. He looks out across the dark water, watching distant lights from fishing boats and the slow rise of stars in the sky. The quiet gives him space to think about what comes next. Tomorrow he is meant to be ordained as a minister, and the thought forces him to confront his doubts. He speaks aloud, admitting his fear, and questions whether he can take on such a role while carrying the memories of men he has killed. He reflects on those moments, recognizing the difference between self-defense and intent, and struggles to understand what that means for his faith. Warren Lee joins him briefly, and after a moment of silence, confesses that he prays each night for the man he killed in battle. Roger listens and feels the impact of that admission. He responds simply, saying that he will do the same, and the exchange settles something inside him, even if it does not fully resolve his doubt. Roger returns to the house, calmer but still uncertain, and prepares to go inside. As he reaches the door, Reverend Macmillan calls his name with urgency. Roger turns, and the tone of the voice sends a sharp tension through him. A figure stands behind the Reverend, tall and still, and Roger recognizes him immediately. Jamie Fraser steps forward into the light, his face set and his eyes dark with purpose. There is no greeting, no explanation beyond what is necessary. Jamie speaks directly, stating that Brianna has been taken. The words strike with force, cutting through everything Roger had been thinking about only moments before. His doubts, his plans, and his reflections on faith disappear in an instant. The only thing that remains is the need to act. Roger does not hesitate. He accepts the truth without question and prepares to leave at once, driven by urgency and fear. The quiet night that had offered reflection now collapses into action, and his path forward becomes clear with brutal certainty. Chapter 102. Brianna Fraser confronts Stephen Bonnet and learns of Forbes's betrayal. Brianna Fraser kneels on the narrow bed inside the ship's cabin, forcing herself to breathe through the heavy stench that fills the space. She pushes toward the small window, desperate for fresh air, and studies the dark shoreline outside. A dock stretches along the water, and voices drift up from below, mixed with laughter and distant movement. She listens closely and catches fragments of conversation about a meeting at Ocracoke, a clue she holds onto with urgency. The sound of approaching voices pulls her attention back, and the cabin door swings open without warning. Stephen Bonnet steps inside, calm and confident, holding a bottle and watching her with a faint smile. Fear rises fast, but she forces herself to stand firm. She demands to know where they are, and he answers casually, naming the ship and the place without concern. His relaxed manner unsettles her more than anger would. She scans the room quickly, searching for anything she can use, and spots a piece of wood among the clutter. Brianna Fraser moves fast and grabs the wooden spike, gripping it with both hands as she faces him. She orders him to stay back, her voice sharp and unsteady but clear. Bonnet steps closer anyway, curious rather than threatened, and her fear turns into anger. She raises the weapon and threatens him directly, forcing him to stop when she declares that she is pregnant. The words shift the moment. Bonnet pauses, studying her with interest instead of desire, and then steps back. The tension drops, but the danger remains. He calls for someone outside and orders a woman to be brought to him instead. Brianna watches, stunned, as the situation changes in a way she did not expect. When she demands to know why she is there, Bonnet answers without hesitation. He explains that a man named Forbes paid him to take her away. The name strikes her hard, and anger replaces confusion as she realizes the betrayal. She understands now that her capture was planned, not random, and that her fate depends on what Bonnet chooses to do next. Brianna Fraser forces herself to think clearly as a woman named Hepzibah enters the cabin and begins interacting with Bonnet without concern. Brianna observes everything, waiting for a chance to act. Once Bonnet leaves, she approaches the woman and starts a careful conversation, keeping her voice low and controlled. She explains that she has been taken against her will and asks for help, knowing that trust is fragile in this moment. The woman listens with mild interest, but Brianna senses hesitation and fear beneath the surface. She searches for something valuable and removes a ring, offering it as payment in exchange for a message. She gives clear instructions, naming Roger Mackenzie and Jamie Fraser, and directs the woman to Reverend Macmillan's house in Edenton. She adds the detail about Ocracoke, knowing it may be the only lead they have. The woman accepts the ring, repeating the names uncertainly, and leaves the cabin. Brianna watches her go, aware that everything now depends on whether that message reaches the right hands. Chapter 103. Roger Mackenzie forces Neil Forbes to reveal Brianna's location. Neil Forbes sits comfortably in the inn, enjoying his drink and admiring a ruby pin he has just purchased. He feels secure, convinced that his plan has removed a dangerous threat from his life. His thoughts remain focused on his success until a sudden force pushes him back into his chair. Roger Mackenzie stands over him, pale and tense, demanding to know where Brianna is. Forbes reacts with outrage, masking the fear rising inside him, and tries to assert control of the situation. He denies any involvement and attempts to stand, but Ian Murray blocks him with quiet menace. Roger presses him again, refusing to accept evasion, and the pressure begins to build. Forbes maintains his composure, relying on words and confidence, but the calm begins to crack as the confrontation continues. He senses that this is no simple accusation. These men believe what they are saying, and they will not leave without answers. Roger Mackenzie shifts tactics and begins to break Forbes's defenses with direct accusation and controlled force. Ian watches closely, adding pressure without speaking much, his presence sharp and unpredictable. Forbes tries to hold his position, insisting that he knows nothing, but the situation changes when Roger produces a piece of jewelry. The object triggers immediate recognition, and Forbes's reaction betrays him before he can recover. The illusion of control collapses, and fear replaces confidence. Roger demands the truth again, and this time Forbes cannot hold the lie. He admits that Brianna was taken and reveals the name of the ship, the anemone, and the involvement of Stephen Bonnet. He insists that she is safe, trying to reduce the damage of his confession, but the words come too late to protect him from the consequences. The truth is out, and the focus shifts from denial to urgency. Roger Mackenzie absorbs the information with a shock that tightens his entire body. He calculates the time that has passed and realizes how far Brianna may already be. The urgency drives him forward, but before leaving, the anger that has been building inside him breaks free. He turns and strikes Forbes with full force, sending him back in pain and shock. The act releases some of the tension, but not enough to satisfy what he feels. As Roger moves toward the door, ready to act on the information, Ian remains behind for a moment. He steps closer to Forbes and delivers his own form of punishment, marking him physically before leaving. Roger does not stop him. The focus now is clear, and every second matters. They leave the inn with purpose, driven by the need to reach Brianna before it is too late, carrying the weight of what they have learned and the certainty that the situation is far from over. Chapter 104. Brianna Fraser endures captivity aboard Bonnet's ship while sailing toward Ocracoke. Brianna Fraser sits in Stephen Bonnet's cabin, forcing herself to remain still as he sets the terms of her captivity. He tells her plainly that she will share his bed at night, not as a lover, but as a presence he prefers while he sleeps. She accepts the arrangement outwardly, though every instinct in her resists it. During the day, she gains limited freedom to move around the ship, and she uses that time to explore carefully. She descends into the hold and finds Josh among a small group of enslaved people, chained and confined in harsh conditions. He looks relieved to see her, and they speak quietly, sharing what little information they have. He does not know where they are going, and neither does she, but she tells him to keep his faith and continue praying. She notices the others but cannot communicate with them, and the helplessness of the situation weighs heavily on her as she returns to the deck. Brianna Fraser watches Bonnet from a distance, studying his behavior and movements as he works with the crew. He moves easily among them, confident and alert, and she understands that he is always aware of her presence. She keeps her body still and controlled, knowing that sudden movement draws his attention in ways she cannot risk. At night, she lies beside him in silence, unable to sleep as he pulls her close without hesitation. Each attempt to move away is met with an instinctive response, as he adjusts his hold and keeps her near. The forced closeness awakens memories she struggles to suppress, and she fights to keep her mind focused on survival rather than fear. She becomes certain of her pregnancy, feeling the change within her body, and the knowledge strengthens her resolve. It also reinforces the fragile protection she has gained, knowing that Bonnet avoids risk when it comes to pregnant women. Brianna Fraser endures the passing days by focusing on time and distance, searching for any sign that might tell her where they are headed. She recalls the conversation about Ocracoke and begins to measure the journey against that destination. The sky above the ship remains bright and open, filled with birds and shifting clouds, a stark contrast to the confinement she feels. Bonnet passes her at times, touching her in casual ways that force her to control her reactions. She holds onto her composure, refusing to give him the response he might expect. As the ship moves steadily forward, she calculates how long it will take to reach the meeting point. The uncertainty presses on her, but she holds on to the hope that her message reached Roger and Jamie. That hope becomes her anchor, keeping her steady as the ship carries her closer to whatever waits at Ocracoke. Chapter 105. Roger finds Brianna's trail and Bonnet reveals his dark fear. Roger pushes through the crowded docks of Edenton, questioning every sailor and laborer he can find, and learns that Stephen Bonnet's ship, the Anemone, has already sailed with a simple cargo and a woman who matches Brianna's description. He listens as men describe Bonnet as a smuggler, a traitor, and a pirate, each version shaped by fear or admiration, and the uncertainty tightens in his chest. He cannot confirm where the ship is heading, and every possibility feels like a different path into darkness. Jamie studies the ships at anchor and suggests a plan to split their efforts, while Roger struggles to speak through the pressure building inside him. The thought of losing Brianna burns through him, forcing him to keep moving, because standing still feels unbearable. When they consider hiring a ship, the cost becomes another obstacle. But Jamie quietly resolves to raise money by selling the Black Diamond, showing his determination to act without hesitation. Roger turns away from the docks and encounters Reverend McCorkle, who reminds him of the life he has abandoned, and he feels the weight of that choice as he admits he cannot return to his ordination. His mind is fixed on Brianna, leaving no space for anything else. And even the prayers offered to him feel distant compared to the urgency inside him. He walks beside Jamie and Ian in silence, drawing strength from their presence, because he knows they will not stop searching. Then everything shifts when Claire calls out to them from the inn, and they meet Manfred and Hepzibah, who bring a small but powerful piece of hope. Roger takes Brianna's ring into his hand, feeling its solid weight, and realizes it is proof that she is alive. The mention of Ocracoke and the dark of the moon sharpens their purpose, turning confusion into direction, and Roger feels his resolve harden into something unbreakable. Brianna wakes in the darkness aboard the ship, moving instinctively toward her child before realizing she is trapped beside Bonnet, and his sudden grip pulls her back into a reality she cannot escape. He trembles with fear, revealing a nightmare that has haunted him since childhood, and she feels his vulnerability pressing against her even as danger surrounds her. She forces herself to remain calm, offering comfort not from trust but from survival, because she understands that resistance in this moment could destroy her. Bonnet clings to her as he describes drowning, his fear raw and uncontrolled, and she speaks softly to steady him, repeating promises she cannot guarantee. As his breathing slows and sleep takes him, she continues to whisper, not to him but to the life inside her, holding on to the only certainty she has left. Chapter 106. Roger discovers the stone circle and a slave ship threat emerges. Roger wipes sweat from his eyes as he pushes through the dense forest of Ocracoke, feeling the weight of heat and uncertainty pressing down on him while the search for Brianna stretches into frustration. He remembers how the island had seemed small and manageable when they first heard her location, but now every mile feels endless, filled with tangled growth and hidden inlets. Jamie has already gone ashore to search on foot, refusing to remain on the boat, while Roger and Ian move through the land in a crisscross pattern, determined to cover as much ground as possible. The silence of the island unsettles him, broken only by insects and distant sounds, and every step forward feels like a struggle against time. He forces himself to keep moving, because stopping would mean admitting that he has no clear path to her, and that thought is impossible to accept. Roger crosses a tidal inlet and follows its path inland, sensing that it could lead to something hidden, and his hope rises when he hears what sounds like horses in the distance. He pushes deeper into the forest, ignoring exhaustion, until he suddenly finds himself standing before a group of strange stone pillars rising from the earth. The sight freezes him in place, because he recognizes their significance immediately, connecting them to the story Brianna had told him about Donner and the ritual performed there. The air feels heavy and unnatural, and the silence around the stones seems alive, as if something is watching him. He backs away slowly, unable to shake the feeling that he has stepped into something dangerous and beyond his understanding, and once he turns, he runs toward the shore, driven by instinct and fear. The discovery leaves him shaken, but it also confirms that forces beyond simple chance are tied to their search. Claire waits aboard the boat, watching the shoreline with growing tension as Roger and Ian move in and out of the trees, and she feels the helplessness of being unable to act directly. She listens as Captain Rourke explains how the tides shape the coastline, revealing where a larger ship might anchor safely, and she begins to understand how Bonnet could approach the island unseen. As night falls, a slave ship appears offshore, its presence marked by a foul smell that carries across the water and settles into everything around them. The group approaches cautiously, hoping to find answers, but the crew responds with hostility, firing shots and forcing them to retreat. Roger shouts Brianna's name into the open air, desperate for any sign, but the only answer is gunfire and silence. They withdraw and anchor at a distance, watching the ship through the darkness, and the tension builds as they realize that whatever is happening on the island is larger and more dangerous than they expected. Chapter 107. Brianna faces sail and fights back against Bonnet's control. Brianna steps onto the mist-covered shore of Ocracoke as Bonnet guides the boat through a hidden inlet, and the quiet of the place feels unnatural, heavy with danger. She notices the cold air and the tension in her body, while the pirates move with practiced ease through the shadows. Bonnet orders the enslaved men, including Josh, to be taken away toward a barracoon, and the realization that he is trading human lives settles heavily on her. She tries to resist when Josh is taken, but Bonnet forces her forward with calm certainty, making it clear that defiance will only bring pain. The hidden house emerges from the fog, and everything about it feels isolated and controlled, as though escape has already been accounted for. The smell of a slave ship drifts through the air, confirming that something worse is waiting offshore, and Brianna feels the full weight of her situation closing in around her. Brianna is pushed into the house and confronted by Emmanuel, whose strength and authority make it clear he is another obstacle she cannot easily overcome. She is confined to a small room, but when she finds the door unlocked, she moves carefully through the house, driven by the need to survive. She follows the scent of food and discovers Phaedra in the kitchen, and the shock of seeing someone familiar briefly breaks through her fear. Phaedra explains how she was taken and sold through a chain of betrayal, and Brianna listens while forcing herself to eat, knowing she must stay strong. The two share information about Bonnet's operation, including his plan to sell enslaved people and his preference for valuable captives, and Brianna begins to understand that she is being treated as property. She studies the yard, noting the goods and the presence of gunpowder, and considers the possibility of escape, but every option feels dangerous and incomplete. Brianna is forced to change into a fine dress and is taken downstairs, where Bonnet presents her to a potential buyer, reducing her to an object for inspection. She feels anger rise as the man examines her without restraint, judging her value with cold detachment, and the humiliation pushes her to act. When he tries to inspect her more closely, she bites him with full force, drawing blood and breaking the illusion of control that Bonnet has maintained. The room erupts in chaos as the man reacts with fury, and Bonnet intervenes, not to protect her, but to preserve her value. Brianna is dragged away, her resistance marking a shift in the situation, because she has shown that she will not submit quietly. Even as fear remains, her defiance becomes a weapon, and the danger around her grows sharper as the moment of sale approaches. Chapter 108. Brianna escapes and chooses Bonnet's fate after violent confrontation. Roger waits in silence within the bayberry bushes, watching the shore while the second ship arrives and confirms that Bonnet is meeting buyers on the island. He studies every movement, forcing himself to remain still, even as his thoughts turn toward killing Bonnet and ending the search with blood. Jamie and Ian lie hidden nearby, each prepared for violence without hesitation, and the tension builds as hours pass in heat and insects. The waiting gnaws at Roger, sharpening his resolve and tightening his chest, because he knows Brianna is close. Meanwhile, Brianna wakes in the leaking room and notices the weakness in the ceiling, and the moment she understands it, she acts without hesitation. She tears through the plaster, climbs into the roof, and drags herself onto the rain-soaked surface, driven by fear and determination. She crawls toward the lookout platform and sees the ships offshore, then spots the chained men being marched along the beach, and her helplessness turns into desperate urgency. Brianna crouches on the roof as voices rise below, and she watches Phaedra run toward the chained men, screaming for Josh before being seized by a guard. The scene erupts into chaos, and Brianna grips the railing, unable to intervene, while anger burns inside her. The vibration of movement warns her too late, and Emmanuel appears, climbing onto the roof with intent to capture her. She reacts instantly, gripping the sharpened busk and striking at him, but he advances without fear, forcing her to retreat. She falls from the roof and hits the ground hard, losing her breath, yet she remains still to deceive him. When he descends, she seizes her chance, attacks again, and drives the weapon into him with full force. He staggers, then collapses, and she pulls free, trembling but alive. She runs through the forest, disoriented and injured, as distant cries echo, and suddenly hears voices calling out. Bonnet appears and seizes her, using her as leverage, but she fights back and screams for Roger, refusing to surrender even in that moment. Roger crashes through the brush at the sound of her voice, and the moment he reaches her, Bonnet flees into the forest, abandoning his advantage. Roger holds Brianna tightly, checking her for injuries, while Jamie follows the trail immediately, driven by fury and purpose. Roger joins the pursuit, and together they hunt Bonnet through the trees, closing the distance until they finally bring him down. The fight is brutal and close, ending when Bonnet is struck and left unconscious against a tree. Brianna is brought to him, and the weight of the moment settles heavily as she is given the choice to end his life. She looks at him, sees the blood and the vulnerability, and feels no triumph, only exhaustion and clarity. She refuses to kill him, choosing instead to let him face judgment, and in that decision, she claims control over what has been taken from her. The danger has not vanished, but the balance has shifted, and for the first time, she stands free of him. Chapter 109. Stephen Bonnet sentenced as war and rebellion escalate in the colonies. A printed report spreads across the colonies, announcing that the Crown has officially declared the American colonies to be in open rebellion, and the tone of authority carries the weight of inevitable conflict. The proclamation defines the situation as no longer a dispute, but a war, and the language signals that peaceful resolution has failed. The response from the colonial leaders follows quickly, rejecting proposals meant to restore order and instead asserting their right to control their own resources. The statement emphasizes resistance, making it clear that submission is no longer acceptable, and that survival now depends on their own strength. This shift in position transforms tension into open defiance, and every word reinforces the growing divide between the colonies and Britain. The sense of escalation is unmistakable, and the direction of events moves firmly towards sustained conflict. Military encounters reinforce that change, as reports describe naval chases and armed confrontations between British forces and colonial vessels. A British warship pursues American schooners, captures one, and attempts to secure the second, but local resistance disrupts the effort and forces a retreat. The exchange of fire between ship and shore reveals that civilians and soldiers are now engaged in the same struggle, and losses on both sides underline the risks of continued aggression. These events are not isolated, but part of a wider pattern, and they show how quickly the conflict is spreading across land and sea. Each engagement adds pressure to an already unstable situation, and the balance between control and resistance continues to shift. The colonies are no longer reacting, but actively pushing back, and the consequences are becoming impossible to ignore. A separate report confirms that Stephen Bonnet has been captured, tried, and condemned, bringing a sense of closure to his crimes while also reinforcing the authority of local powers. His sentence is clear and final, marking the end of his influence and removing a dangerous figure from the larger conflict. At the same time, unrest continues elsewhere, with reports of raids and thefts adding to the sense of disorder that now defines daily life. Economic measures attempt to stabilize the situation, as new currency plans are introduced to support the war effort, but these efforts highlight how much the colonies must now rely on themselves. The combined effect of these reports paints a picture of a world in transition, where old structures are breaking down and new ones are being forced into place under pressure. Chapter 110. Jocasta's secret revealed as Jamie confronts Ulysses and lets him go. Claire tends to Phaedra's recovery while the family debates what to do with her, and they decide she cannot return to River Run despite still being legally owned. Brianna insists they must find a way to secure her freedom, and Jamie agrees, planning to resolve the matter carefully. The situation shifts abruptly when Jocasta, Duncan, and Ulysses arrive at the ridge without warning, their presence heavy with urgency and exhaustion. Duncan reveals that they are abandoning River Run and fleeing to Canada, driven out by growing hostility toward loyalists and the collapse of their position. He explains that violence and political pressure have made it impossible to remain, and that he has already sold most of his holdings to escape before losing everything. The decision carries weight because it marks a complete break from their past, and the reality of war presses closer into their lives. Claire treats Jocasta's worsening condition, applying remedies that offer only temporary relief, and during this quiet moment, deeper truths emerge. Jocasta admits that Duncan knows about her long relationship with Ulysses, and that he has chosen to stay with her despite the betrayal. The confession reveals a complex bond shaped by loyalty and compromise, and Claire senses the cost of those choices. Later, Ulysses prepares to leave in secret, intending to seek freedom by joining forces elsewhere, but Jamie intercepts him in the barn. The confrontation unfolds in tense silence, with both men aware of what has been done and what could happen next. Ulysses does not deny his actions, and instead speaks plainly about his love for Jocasta, accepting whatever judgment may come. His calm acceptance strips away any pretense, leaving only the truth of his decisions and their consequences. Jamie holds his weapon ready as he questions Ulysses, probing both his motives and his involvement in the missing gold, but finds no clear evidence of guilt beyond suspicion. He weighs justice against understanding, and in that moment, chooses not to kill him. Ulysses explains that he had once been granted freedom but chose to remain for Jocasta's sake, binding himself willingly to a life without independence. Jamie recognizes the depth of that choice, even as he rejects its moral cost, and ultimately steps aside to let him go. The decision reflects a shift in Jamie's own values, shaped by his family and the future he wants to protect. Ulysses leaves with nothing but his resolve, while the consequences of his actions remain behind, unresolved but acknowledged. The encounter closes without violence, yet its impact lingers, adding another layer to the tensions that define their world. Chapter 111. Prophecy of fire looms as Jamie faces a militia offer and rising war tension. Claire steps out into the frozen morning beside Jamie, leaving the big house behind as the family gathers in Brianna and Roger's cabin to avoid the foretold fire. The air bites with cold, and every movement feels cautious, as if the world itself is waiting for something to happen. Jamie checks every detail before leaving, making sure no flame or ember remains that could cause disaster, while Claire carries essential supplies and watches him with quiet concern. Inside the cabin, the group settles together, sharing warmth and routine, but tension lingers beneath every action. The children play and the women mend clothes, yet no one fully relaxes, because the thought of the prophecy hangs over them all. Jamie, Roger, and Ian take turns stepping outside, watching the empty house in the distance, and every glance toward it carries the same silent question of whether destruction is inevitable. Brianna pauses during her work and voices a sudden realization, suggesting that the prophecy might not refer to the big house at all, and her words shift the mood instantly. Everyone looks around the cabin with unease, considering the possibility that danger may be closer than they thought. The idea spreads quickly, and each person begins to see the space differently, noticing the fire, the stacked wood, and the crowded room. Jamie considers moving again, searching for a safer place, but practical limits force them to remain where they are, and the uncertainty deepens. The sense of waiting becomes sharper, because now every location feels vulnerable, and no decision offers complete safety. The hours pass slowly, marked by small tasks and watchful glances, as the weight of the unknown presses harder with each passing moment. A sudden knock breaks the fragile calm, and panic erupts as everyone reacts at once, expecting danger instead of a visitor. Jamie and Roger rush outside, ready for conflict, but find Major McDonald standing in the cold, his arrival unexpected and urgent. Once inside, he explains that Loyalist forces are gathering and offers Jamie a position of command, bringing the reality of war directly to their doorstep. Jamie listens carefully, asking about numbers and resources, and his questions reveal both experience and doubt. The conversation carries the memory of past battles, and the contrast between hope and reality becomes clear as Jamie weighs the offer. Outside, the empty house remains untouched, but the tension does not ease, because the threat has shifted from fire to war. The day closes with uncertainty still unresolved, and the future feels as fragile as the cold air surrounding them. Chapter 112. Jamie breaks his oath and leads rebels toward the Moores Creek battle. Jamie stands before the gathered men of the ridge and announces without hesitation that he has been summoned to Wilmington to join the rebel militias, and the words fall heavily among them. The men react with shock, their faces tightening as they realize the meaning of his declaration, because following him will make them rebels against the crown. Muto speaks first, asking plainly if Jamie now stands as a rebel, and Jamie confirms it without retreat, forcing the truth into the open. The question of the oath rises immediately, carried by murmurs through the group, and Archbug steps forward to challenge him directly. Jamie acknowledges the oath they all swore, but argues that it was forced upon them as prisoners and lacks the honor of a freely given promise. The tension deepens as Hiram Crombie presses him further, questioning whether they should abandon a vow made before God, and Jamie responds by invoking freedom, speaking words that strike deeper than strategy. Jamie pauses as the weight of his own argument settles inside him, and in that moment he realizes he believes what he is saying, not just repeating it for others. He speaks of freedom as something no man gives up willingly, and the conviction steadies him, even as he knows the cost may be death. The men stand in uneasy silence, some drawn toward his certainty, others held back by fear and memory of past suffering. When he tells them he will leave in a week, the decision becomes real, and they must choose their path. In the days that follow, some step forward to join him, including the men who once stood with him in Ardsmuir, along with others who come from nearby settlements. Hiram Crombie surprises everyone by choosing to follow, despite his doubts, while many others refuse, unwilling to risk everything they have built. The division reflects the deeper conflict spreading through the land, where survival and belief pull in different directions. Jamie rides south with his small company, expecting only those who have committed, but the road brings an unexpected turn when Richard Brown appears with a larger force and offers his support. Jamie accepts, knowing that war creates alliances that would never exist in peace, and the combined group continues toward Wilmington with growing strength. They meet other militia companies along the way and learn that the opposing Highland Regiment is poorly organized, made up largely of new arrivals who lack experience and direction. Ian returns with reports that the enemy is moving carefully, avoiding direct conflict while heading toward reinforcement, and the tension rises as both sides close the distance. When they reach the area near Moores Creek, the land itself becomes part of the strategy, with swampy ground and a narrow bridge creating a natural choke point. Jamie studies the terrain and understands what is about to happen, and the knowledge weighs on him, because he sees clearly that the Highlanders advancing toward them are walking into a deadly trap. Chapter 113. Roger faces his first battle as Highland charge fails at Moores Creek Bridge. Roger grips his musket behind the low earthwork and strains to see through the thick fog, while the sounds of the approaching Highland army reach him with unsettling clarity. He hears the uneven rhythm of marching feet, the clatter of weapons, and the shouted commands that gather strength as they near the creek. Jamie listens beside him and translates the Gaelic voices, explaining that the enemy leader is urging a charge, and the realization shocks Roger because it means they will attack despite the danger ahead. Colonel Lillington steps forward and questions Jamie's loyalty, his suspicion sharp and open, and Roger feels the tension tighten as weapons are held ready on both sides. Jamie answers calmly, stating his position without hesitation, and offers his own life as proof of his loyalty, inviting Lillington to strike him down if he betrays them. The moment passes, but the weight of it lingers, and then the distant shout rises louder, carrying the cry for the king and signaling the beginning of the attack. The Highlanders burst from the fog with swords raised, their voices roaring as they charge toward the broken bridge, and Roger feels a sudden pull as if he is moving with them for a heartbeat before forcing himself to remain still. The first volley of musket fire strikes them as they reach the gap, dropping men in the road, but the rest press forward without hesitation. The cannon fire follows, shaking the ground and tearing through the advancing line. Yet many continue, scrambling onto the exposed beams or dropping into the freezing water below. Roger fires his musket and reloads with shaking hands, his movements driven by instinct as the chaos unfolds around him. He sees men slipping, falling, and struggling in the deep current, unable to swim or climb under the relentless fire from the redoubt. The battle becomes a brutal clash of courage against overwhelming force, and every shot fired pushes the attackers closer to destruction. Roger loads and fires again as the fighting narrows to the bridge and the creek, and he watches as leaders fall one by one, including MacLeod and Major MacDonald, whose injuries leave him struggling in the water. Roger steadies himself and fires a final shot that ends MacDonald's suffering, and the act settles heavily inside him as the reality of battle takes hold. Within minutes, the charge collapses, and the remaining Highlanders scatter or fall, leaving the creek filled with bodies and the air thick with smoke and cries. Jamie stands frozen for a moment, caught between the present and the memory of Culloden, as the past rises sharply in his mind. Roger touches his arm and then moves away to tend the wounded, speaking a quiet blessing as he goes. The battle ends quickly, but its impact remains, marking a turning point where victory comes at the cost of confronting the full weight of war. Part 12, Chapter 114. Amanda's birth brings joy and fear as a deadly heart condition forces a desperate choice. Roger holds his newborn daughter for the first time, and fear grips him as he feels how fragile she is, while awe pulls him closer at the same time. He studies her tiny face, unable to look away, and runs a gentle finger along her cheek, careful not to hurt her. Brianna watches him from the bed, exhausted but smiling, and asks if the child looks like him, though he barely hears the question. He remembers the months before her birth, when he felt her move and grow, and realizes that the child he imagined is gone, replaced by someone entirely new. Brianna lifts her head and speaks about names, recalling the ones they had debated, but everything changes when the baby opens her eyes and looks at him. He sees something vast in that gaze, something that feels alive and present, and he decides her name without hesitation. He tells Brianna that the child is Amanda, and the name settles into place as if it had always belonged to her. Claire listens to Amanda's chest and moves her stethoscope carefully, focusing on the sound beneath the tiny ribs, and quickly realizes something is wrong. She identifies the murmur as a sign that the ductus arteriosus has not closed, and the steady sound confirms the diagnosis with growing certainty. She checks again and again, hoping the sound will disappear, but it remains, soft yet constant, and the truth becomes impossible to deny. She explains the condition in simple terms, describing how the blood flow is disrupted and how it can damage the lungs and heart over time. Brianna listens in silence, holding Amanda as she feeds, and notices the small signs that match Claire's explanation, including the weakness and the faint blue color in her nails. When she asks directly if her daughter will die, Claire cannot avoid the answer, and the word hangs heavily between them. The room fills with quiet despair, and no one speaks for a moment as the weight of it settles. Roger stands apart as Claire explains the only possible solution, and the idea feels unreal as he struggles to accept it. He listens as she describes a surgery that cannot be done in their time, and the only chance becomes clear, even if it feels impossible. They must take Amanda through the stones to the future, where the operation exists, and the risk of the journey becomes the only path forward. Jamie tests objects that might guide the passage, placing a ring and a pouch with a gemstone near the child, watching closely for any reaction. Amanda responds to the objects, reaching for them with interest, and Jem claims she can hear the stones, adding a fragile layer of hope. The family gathers around the table and debates what must be done, weighing the danger of the journey against the certainty of loss if they do nothing. The decision remains unfinished, but the direction is set, and every thought now moves toward preparing for a journey that may save her life. Chapter 115. Claire faces Amanda's fading strength while a rare gem offers a possible hope. Claire watches Amanda sleep in the quiet room, and the calm moment only deepens her fear as she studies the small signs that confirm the child is not improving. She moves the basket closer to the window, letting the warm air touch the baby's skin, and places her fingers gently on the tiny chest to feel the uneven rhythm beneath. She knows exactly what is wrong, and the certainty weighs heavily on her, because she can imagine the surgery in perfect detail yet cannot perform it. She visualizes the small vessel inside Amanda's heart, sees the steps needed to close it, and feels the sharp frustration of being unable to act. She reminds herself that knowledge alone is not enough in this place, and the truth settles in again with quiet force. Amanda looks peaceful, her cheeks flushed with life, but Claire sees the hidden weakness behind that appearance, and the contrast makes the moment harder to bear. Claire lifts her eyes toward the harbor and notices distant ships, and the sight pulls her thoughts toward the growing conflict around them, though her focus quickly returns to the child. She thinks about the danger of sending Amanda through the stones, and the risk of never seeing her again presses into her chest with equal strength as the fear of losing her. The room fills with tension, and her thoughts drift between hope and dread without finding balance. The stillness breaks when Jamie and Ian return from the docks in a state of disorder, laughing and injured, and their sudden energy shifts the mood in the room. Ian struggles with something lodged in his nose, and the situation becomes chaotic as he tries to remove it without success. Claire prepares her instruments, ready to intervene, but Jamie stops her and brings a pinch of snuff instead, forcing a violent sneeze that sends the object flying across the room. Jamie and Claire search through the ashes until they find the small object, and when it is cleaned, it reveals itself as a gemstone, bright and clear despite the soot. Ian explains how they found it during a fight near the warehouses, and the story carries a mix of humor and tension as they describe their escape. Jamie turns the stone in his fingers and studies it carefully, recognizing its value and potential importance. He brings it close to Amanda, watching her reaction with quiet intensity, and the child responds even in her sleep, reaching toward it with instinctive movement. The small gesture shifts the atmosphere in the room, turning uncertainty into cautious hope, because it suggests she may be able to travel through the stones. Claire watches closely, her mind balancing between doubt and possibility, and the presence of the gemstone becomes more than chance. The moment closes with a fragile sense of direction, as fear remains but a path forward begins to take shape. Chapter 116. Brianna discovers William's true identity and faces a dangerous secret about her father. Brianna walks along the harbor beside Roger as the tide pulls back from the shore, exposing mud and scattered stones, and she points out the place where the execution will happen. She speaks without thinking at first, then falls quiet as the reality settles between them, and Roger struggles to steady himself while watching the empty posts in the distance. The crowd has already begun to gather, drawn by the promise of spectacle, and their presence adds pressure to the moment. Brianna scans the ships with her telescope, searching for a better vantage point, and suddenly freezes when she recognizes a familiar figure on one of the vessels. She lowers the glass and tells Roger that Lord John Grey is there, and excitement cuts through her tension as she decides to find him. Roger follows, though his hesitation shows, and together they push through the growing crowd, moving past soldiers and civilians until they reach the quieter edge of the quay. Brianna stops abruptly when she sees the young officer standing with Lord John, and the sight hits her with force as she recognizes something impossible yet undeniable. She studies the man's face, his posture, and the way he holds himself, and the resemblance to her father becomes clear in a way she cannot ignore. Roger sees it as well, and the realization settles heavily between them as they approach. Lord John reacts with visible alarm when he notices her, but he composes himself quickly and introduces the young man as William, Lord Ellesmere. Brianna takes his hand, forcing herself to remain calm, while the contact confirms what she already knows. She feels the connection in his features and his presence, and the truth forms in her mind even before it is spoken. Roger is sent away to find Jamie, and Brianna remains with Lord John, determined to understand what she has just discovered. Brianna presses Lord John for answers as they move away from the crowd, and he reluctantly reveals the truth about William's birth and the events that followed. She learns that her father is William's real parent, and that the child was raised under another name to protect his place in the world. The story unfolds piece by piece, including the death of the Earl and the choices made to keep the secret hidden, and each detail deepens her understanding of the past. She struggles to reconcile the image of her father with the actions described, but her trust in him remains steady even as the situation grows more complex. Lord John explains his role in raising William and the effort required to maintain the truth, and his words carry both pride and caution. Brianna listens, then makes a decision that changes everything, because she believes William has the right to know who he really is. The choice creates immediate tension, and Lord John reacts with alarm, understanding the consequences that could follow if the truth is revealed. Chapter 117. Brianna Mackenzie ends Stephen Bonnet's life before the rising tide. Stephen Bonnet is led across the muddy flats at dawn, bound for execution as the tide slowly prepares to claim him, and Roger watches with growing unease as the man is tied firmly to a post, his body secured from chest to knees while a restless crowd gathers to witness the punishment. Brianna stands beside Roger, pale and rigid, forcing herself to look despite her revulsion, while the officials complete the formalities and leave Bonnet behind to face the long, suffocating death that awaits him. Roger tries to summon compassion but fails, his stomach twisting as if he himself were bound and waiting for the water to rise, while Brianna struggles with deeper emotions that go beyond Bonnet alone. She speaks of Mandy, of her family, and of the unbearable weight of everything surrounding them, revealing that her turmoil is not just about revenge but about the fragile thread connecting her past, her future, and the people she might lose forever. Brianna turns away from the scene only after the reality becomes too much, breaking down in Roger's arms. Yet even in her grief she remains resolute, insisting that she must act because she gave her word and cannot allow Bonnet to die slowly under the law's cruelty. Roger offers to take her place, determined to spare her the burden, but she refuses, explaining that this act belongs to her alone and carries a meaning no one else can claim. She reflects on her earlier hesitation, calling herself a coward for leaving Bonnet's fate to others, and now refuses to repeat that mistake, driven by a need to control the outcome and bring a direct end to the suffering. Roger recognizes her determination and understands that nothing will change her mind, even as he wrestles with his own vows and beliefs, torn between his duty to her and his sense of right and wrong. The tension between them sharpens, not as conflict, but as a shared understanding that this moment will define them both. Roger rows the small boat through the rising tide, guided silently by Brianna as they approach the post where Bonnet waits, his body weakened, his face cracked by salt and exposure, yet still capable of a twisted grin when he recognizes her arrival. He speaks to her with a disturbing familiarity, as if he had expected her all along, while Roger brings the boat close enough for the final act. Brianna moves without hesitation, drawing the pistol hidden in her skirt and placing it firmly against Bonnet's head. Her voice steady as she grants him a swift end instead of prolonged agony. She pulls the trigger, ending his life instantly, then drops the weapon into the water and turns to Roger with calm finality, her decision complete and irreversible. The act closes a chapter of pain and fear, not with triumph, but with a quiet, heavy resolution as she asks Roger to take them home. Chapter 118. Lord John gives Jamie Fraser a sapphire ring while hiding William's true identity. Lord John Grey enters his room expecting solitude but finds Jamie Fraser waiting, and the sudden encounter stirs a powerful mix of surprise and restrained emotion as they greet each other with careful formality. Jamie stands by the window, calm yet distant, and quickly reminds John that they are now on opposing sides of a growing conflict, forcing both men to acknowledge the reality of their positions without abandoning the respect that binds them. John maintains a composed tone, framing the situation as temporary and regrettable, but Jamie's response carries a heavier certainty, suggesting that the conflict will not be brief. Their conversation shifts as John looks outside and notices Brianna speaking with William, and the sight unsettles him immediately, as the resemblance between them is impossible to ignore. Fear rises that Brianna might reveal the truth, but Jamie reassures him quietly that she will keep her promise, offering relief while also reinforcing the fragile balance of secrets they are all maintaining. Brianna laughs as she speaks with William, her gestures and posture mirroring his so closely that even casual observers could see the connection, and Jamie watches with intense focus, absorbing every detail of the moment he has been denied for years. Roger approaches with Jem and the baby, and the small family gathers briefly, creating a scene that deepens the emotional tension for both men watching from above. John feels both relief and discomfort, knowing the truth must remain hidden despite how obvious it appears, while Jamie silently endures the sight of his son and daughter together without acknowledgement. The moment carries a quiet weight, filled with longing and restraint, as Jamie remains still, unwilling to interfere yet unable to look away. John senses the depth of Jamie's emotion but refrains from offering comfort, aware that any physical gesture would cross a boundary neither of them can afford to break. Jamie finally turns from the window and asks John for a favor, shifting the conversation into something more personal as he requests a precious jewel without explaining his purpose. John accepts immediately, eager to help, and when Jamie mentions a stone he once gave him, John reveals that he still carries it, a sapphire preserved for decades. Without hesitation, John removes the ring he has worn for years, a piece tied to his past and to a lost love, and places it into Jamie's hand, offering it freely despite its deep personal significance. The brief contact between them carries a quiet intensity, and Jamie expresses his gratitude with sincerity, recognizing the weight of the gift. As the moment outside comes to an end and Brianna departs, John closes his eyes, holding on to the image of the family he cannot fully claim, while Jamie leaves with the jewel, carrying both the object and the unspoken bond that continues to exist between them. Chapter 119. Roger Mackenzie faces, leaving Fraser's Ridge while Bobby Higgins returns to stay. Roger works steadily in the ground, laying water pipes for Brianna's system, when Jem and Aiden suddenly appear beside him with urgent excitement, announcing that Bobby Higgins has returned, and their energy contrasts sharply with the heavy thoughts already weighing on Roger's mind. The boys quickly shift to telling him about a rumored ghost, claiming that Malva Christie walks through the woods at night, searching for the one who killed her, and their words unsettle Jem, who had never been told the truth about her death. Roger immediately steps in, rejecting the story with calm authority, explaining that Malva rests peacefully and that the dead do not wander, though he knows the truth is far more complicated. He lifts Jem into his arms, steadying him with reassurance, while redirecting the conversation towards something tangible, suggesting they visit the graveyard themselves. As they walk, Aiden continues to speak boldly about what others claim to have seen, while Jem listens with growing unease, and Roger pushes forward, determined to anchor the children in certainty rather than fear. Roger climbs the hill with the boys, guiding them toward the graveyard, but his thoughts drift as he walks, pulled constantly toward the looming decision he has been avoiding, and the idea of leaving the ridge begins to feel both inevitable and unreal at the same time. He reflects on the daily routines that define his life, the work, the people, and the quiet rhythm of belonging, and struggles to imagine a future where all of it is gone. His responsibilities as a minister weigh heavily, especially when he thinks about those who rely on him, and the thought of abandoning them fills him with guilt and doubt. Yet every moment of hesitation is pierced by the image of Mandy's fragile condition, her weak breathing and small body reminding him that staying is no longer an option. The pull between duty and love grows sharper with every step, and the ridge, once solid and permanent, begins to feel like something he is already losing, even before he leaves. Roger finds Bobby Higgins sitting quietly beside Malva's grave, his posture somber, and the meeting quickly reveals that Bobby has come with the intention of staying, having left Lord John's service due to discomfort with the increasing presence of soldiers and political figures. Bobby explains his situation with humility, and Roger listens carefully, recognizing both the opportunity and the unspoken hope behind his decision, especially when it becomes clear that Bobby seeks a place where he can belong and perhaps build a future. Roger accepts him warmly, offering reassurance that he will be welcome, while also sensing the shifting dynamics of the ridge as people come and go. He calls the boys back from their play, watching them run toward him, and in that moment he feels a strange mix of gratitude and jealousy, knowing that life will continue here even after he leaves. The scene settles into a quiet understanding, as Roger silently acknowledges that the ridge will endure without him, even as he prepares to walk away from everything he has built. Chapter 120. Brianna and Roger travel through the stones, leaving Jamie and Claire behind forever. Brianna stands before the ancient stones with Amanda held tightly against her chest, her face drained of color as the wind moves through the trees and the sky darkens with the threat of rain, and the moment feels final even before a single step is taken. Claire watches her daughter with a rising sense of dread, aware that this farewell has been building for days, yet still unprepared for the reality of it, while Jamie holds Brianna close in a fierce embrace that carries both strength and desperation. Brianna breaks away and throws herself into Claire's arms, pressing close as tears fall freely, her voice trembling as she declares her love with urgency, as if trying to hold on to something that is already slipping away. Without allowing herself to hesitate, she turns and begins the pattern required to pass through the stones, moving with deliberate precision while repeating the sequence under her breath, her focus fixed on reaching the other side. Claire retreats instinctively, trying to escape the overwhelming force of the stones, but the sound builds into a crushing roar that tears through her body, stealing her breath and forcing her to her knees as the pain tightens around her chest. Brianna disappears with Amanda, leaving behind an immediate and hollow absence that Claire feels as a physical wound, while Jamie and Roger rush forward in fear, desperate to confirm what has happened and terrified of what they might find. Roger stands in shock for a moment, his voice barely holding together as he acknowledges what has been done, then turns his attention to Jem, who struggles to understand the sudden loss and looks between his father and grandfather with fear and confusion. Roger kneels to speak to his son, his words careful but heavy, explaining that the path ahead is uncertain and that Jem does not have to follow him if he wishes to remain behind. Jem asks if he will ever see his mother again, and Roger admits that he does not know, his voice thick with emotion as he faces the possibility of permanent separation. Jamie steps in with quiet steadiness, offering a final moment of guidance before releasing Jem, allowing the boy to make his own choice. Jem hesitates only briefly before running toward Roger, throwing himself into his father's arms, his decision made in a single, decisive movement. Roger turns toward the stones with Jem in his arms, his resolve firm despite the fear that grips him, and steps forward into the unknown, choosing to follow Brianna and Amanda regardless of the cost. Claire collapses under the force of the experience, her mind overwhelmed as the sound and sensation of the stones tear through her, leaving her disoriented and broken by the sudden emptiness left behind. Time passes in fragments before she regains awareness, finding herself resting against Jamie, who holds her with quiet strength as he speaks softly, his words filled with a mixture of sorrow and determination. The loss settles heavily around them, not just as absence but as a lasting change that cannot be undone. And yet Jamie resolves to continue forward, even as the part of him that longs to follow has been left behind with those who are gone. Chapter 121. Jamie Fraser dreams of Brianna in the future and sees a telephone for the first time. Claire wakes in the night inside the inn and reaches for water, only to realize that Jamie is gone, and she finds him outside sitting alone beneath the moon, his posture quiet but heavy with thought. He does not speak at first, yet he shifts slightly to welcome her presence, and she sits behind him, letting him rest his head against her as she gently touches his hair. When she asks if he could not sleep, he answers that he did sleep, but that he had a dream, and his tone carries something unfamiliar, something calm rather than troubled. He explains that it was not a nightmare, but a vision of Brianna and the children, and the certainty in his voice unsettles Claire immediately. He describes seeing them in a town that felt familiar yet strange, a place that resembles something she knows but cannot fully place in that moment, and his words begin to form a picture that feels too precise to dismiss. Jamie continues with quiet clarity, describing how Brianna and Roger approach a house and are welcomed by a woman with dark hair who greets them with joy, and Claire feels her breath tighten as the details align with memories she never shared aloud. He describes the hallway, the hanging fixtures, and the large room filled with light, where Brianna's hair glows in the sun while the baby reacts to the brightness, and every element builds a scene that Claire recognizes with growing certainty. She asks carefully about the woman's name, and when Jamie recalls that Roger called her Fiona, the connection becomes undeniable, sending a chill through her despite the calm of the night. Jamie does not understand the significance of what he has seen, but he senses that it matters, and he speaks of the family sitting together, sharing food, appearing content despite faint traces of hardship. His voice softens as he recalls Jem eating eagerly, the simple image grounding the dream in something real and tangible. Jamie then describes a strange object on the table, something shaped like a small box with a curved form and a cord attached, and he admits that he has never seen anything like it before, yet he remembers it clearly because Jem reached for it with intent. Jem speaks in the dream, asking to speak to his grandfather, and that moment lingers as the final image before Jamie woke, leaving him with a sense that the experience meant more than a simple dream. Claire listens in silence, her mind racing as she processes the impossible accuracy of his vision. And when he asks what the object might be, she finally answers with quiet certainty. She tells him that it is a telephone, a device from her own time, and the word hangs between them with profound weight. The revelation does not bring fear, but something deeper, a sense that the distance between past and future is not as absolute as they believed, and that somewhere beyond their reach, the people they love are alive and waiting. Chapter 122. Alan Christie confesses Malva's murder before being killed by Ian Fraser. Claire walks up the narrow path to the graveyard carrying a small bundle of holly and spruce, and she slows when she sees Alan Christie kneeling at Malva's grave, speaking softly as if in conversation with the dead. He looks up when he notices her, his face hollow and marked by grief, and the tension between them settles quickly as she approaches and offers a quiet expression of sympathy. She notices a pistol lying beside him, primed and ready, and her concern sharpens as she tries to draw him into conversation, hoping to keep him anchored in the moment. Alan speaks in fragments, his voice distant at first, then clearer as he explains that he had to return, that something compelled him back to this place, and his gaze remains fixed on the simple stone that bears Malva's name. Claire kneels beside him despite her unease, choosing to stay and listen rather than leave him alone with his despair, and she reaches for his hands, finding them cold and lifeless in her grasp. Alan begins to speak more openly, his words slipping into memory as he describes their childhood, the loss of their mother, and the years they spent under harsh care, where he became Malva's protector and sole source of comfort. His voice shifts as he speaks of her, moving from tenderness to something darker, and Claire realizes with growing horror that his love crossed every boundary, becoming possessive and consuming. He admits that Malva was his in a way no one else could understand, and when he speaks of her body and his claim over her, the truth becomes impossible to ignore. He explains how she became pregnant, how he failed to foresee the consequences, and how she sought a way to protect herself by creating a false story, hoping to avoid being forced into marriage. Claire presses him, her voice steady despite the shock, and he confirms that the child was his, that everything that followed came from his need to control her fate and keep her bound to him. Alan's confession deepens as he describes the moment Malva refused to continue the lie, declaring that she loved Claire and could not harm her by accusing Jamie falsely, and that refusal sealed her fate. He says he had no choice, that he killed her to prevent the truth from being revealed, and his words collapse into grief as he demands to know why she forced him into such an act. Claire listens in silence, overwhelmed by the weight of what he has revealed, yet she moves to take the pistol from him, determined to stop him from ending his own life. She tells him to leave, to go away and live, but he rejects the idea completely, insisting that he cannot continue. Before she can say more, a sudden impact strikes him, and an arrow appears in his back, fired with deadly precision. Alan remains upright for a brief moment, then collapses onto the grave, his body trembling before falling still. Ian steps from the trees, his expression calm but firm, and states quietly that Alan could not be allowed to live, leaving Claire standing in shock as the truth, the loss, and the finality settle over her. Chapter 123. Wendigo Donner attacks Fraser's house and causes a fire that destroys everything. Claire finishes treating an elderly woman and walks back toward the house, her thoughts heavy with loss and the growing strain of survival, when she notices the back door standing open and senses immediately that something is wrong. She turns to retreat but collides with a stranger who grabs her arm, calling out to Wendigo Donner, who appears in a filthy and weakened state, demanding to know where the jewels are. Claire keeps her voice steady and denies having any, but Donner insists, driven by desperation and fever, revealing that he needs gemstones to travel back through time. The house is already being torn apart by his companions, who search violently through every room, and Claire becomes increasingly alarmed, both for the damage and for the danger they represent. She tries to reason with Donner, explaining that the jewels are gone, used by her daughter and her family, But he refuses to believe her, convinced that she is hiding them, and his agitation grows as the chaos inside the house intensifies. Jamie is forced into the kitchen by armed men, and his arrival shifts the tension as he quickly assesses the situation and begins to stall, speaking calmly while pretending to cooperate, even as he studies their movements and waits for an opportunity. Donner escalates the threat, grabbing Claire and pressing a knife to her throat, attempting to force the truth from them, and Jamie responds with controlled composure, misleading him into thinking that Claire knows the location of hidden gems. The lie confuses Donner and buys time, but the situation grows more unstable as one of the men begins destroying Claire's surgery, smashing objects without purpose. Claire smells ether in the air, heavy and dangerous, and realizes that the fumes are spreading, creating a hidden threat that no one else has noticed. She attempts to open a window to release the vapor, but before she can act, more people arrive, including Archbug and others, and the tension fractures into confusion and argument, with the discovery of a gold ingot further complicating the situation and shifting the focus of the intruders. The ether thickens in the air, slowing everyone's movements and clouding their judgment, and as the chaos builds, a sudden spark ignites the fumes, triggering a violent explosion that engulfs the house in fire. Flames spread rapidly through the structure, forcing everyone to flee as heat and smoke overwhelm the space. And Claire is thrown outside, struggling to free herself from burning clothing while gasping for air. People stumble out in panic, some injured, some disoriented, while the house transforms into a blazing inferno, its interior consumed by fire. Claire regains her footing just enough to take in the devastation, seeing the structure burn from within as the night fills with smoke and falling embers. The destruction is complete and irreversible, and as the flames rise higher, it becomes clear that everything inside, including their home and possessions, is lost, leaving only the stark reality of survival in the aftermath of sudden and violent ruin. Chapter 124. Jamie Fraser leaves for Scotland after discovering the truth about the Jacobite gold. Claire wakes after the fire inside the crowded cabin, surrounded by survivors who share the floor in exhausted silence, and she rises at dawn to step outside and face what remains of the house. Snow covers the ground, soft and quiet, but the structure stands blackened and broken, with only parts of the walls and chimneys still intact, and the sight forces her to accept that their home is gone. She walks toward the woodshed where Jamie speaks with Archbug, and she senses tension even before hearing the words, as Jamie demands an explanation for the gold that was found during the chaos. Arch stands firm despite his injuries, his voice rough but steady, and he admits that the gold does not belong to Jocasta, but to a larger cause tied to the past, a truth that shifts the weight of everything they thought they understood. Claire listens closely, her mind connecting the details as the conversation reveals the deeper history behind the hidden wealth. Arch explains that the gold was part of a divided treasure meant for a lost cause, entrusted long ago and carried across generations, and that he recovered it piece by piece from its hiding place, driven by duty rather than greed. Jamie questions him directly, tracing the path of the gold and the choices made by those who held it, while Arch defends his actions with quiet conviction, insisting that he honored his oath as best he could. The tension between them builds, not from anger alone, but from the weight of conflicting loyalties, and Claire watches as the truth settles into place, exposing both betrayal and sacrifice. Jamie finally releases Arch from his oath, granting him the freedom to leave with the gold he carries, and the moment closes without violence, but not without consequence, as Arch walks away, leaving behind a silence that feels heavier than any argument. Jamie steps out into the cold air beside Claire and looks over the burned remains of their home, his expression calm but resolute, and he begins to think beyond the loss, toward what must come next. Claire stands with him, sharing the same quiet understanding that survival now depends on movement, not mourning, and their conversation turns toward the future with a clarity born from hardship. Jamie decides that they will travel to Scotland to retrieve what he needs before continuing the fight, and the decision carries both purpose and inevitability, marking the next step in their journey. As snow continues to fall, covering the ruins and softening the destruction, they turn away from what has been lost and focus on what remains ahead, bound together by determination and the certainty that they will keep moving forward, no matter the cost. Epilogue 1. Brianna discovers letters from Jamie and Claire proving they survived the fire. Brianna stands inside Lallybroch while a builder inspects the ceiling, but her attention splits between the quiet evaluation of the old structure and the loud chaos erupting upstairs where the children play without restraint. Jem shouts down with complaints, Mandy refuses to apologize, and the noise escalates into a full argument that forces Brianna to intervene, her patience stretched thin as she moves quickly to restore order. She finds the children covered in makeup, the walls marked with careless drawings, and the scene feels both exhausting and strangely grounding, a reminder that life continues in small, messy ways. When she returns downstairs, the builder resumes his work, commenting on the age of the house and its damage, but Brianna refuses to repair certain marks, choosing to preserve the scars left by history as a form of memory. She listens only half-heartedly, her thoughts drifting toward something deeper, something tied to the people she left behind, and she silently hopes that they survived, even knowing how impossible that hope might seem. Roger arrives carrying a heavy wooden box taken from the Reverend's belongings, and his expression reveals that the object holds more than simple curiosity, as both of them sense its importance before even opening it. The box is old and carefully made, sealed shut with hardened wax, and Brianna notices the name burned into the lid, a name that stops her breath and pulls her instantly into a state of quiet tension. Roger explains that the box came with a note stating it should only be opened by the person named on it, and that detail deepens the weight of the moment, as if the past itself is reaching forward with intention. They work together to break the seal, their movements careful but urgent, and when the lid finally slides open, a faint scent escapes, something natural and distant, carrying a sense of age and memory. Roger removes the contents slowly, revealing letters, books, and a small carved object, and Brianna reacts immediately, recognizing the significance of what lies before her even before reading a single word. Brianna grabs the top letter and presses it to her chest, her hands shaking as emotion overwhelms her, and she struggles to steady herself long enough to read what is written. The world around her fades as she focuses on the paper, the noise of the house, the voices, and the present moment all slipping away while the past rises sharply into focus. She breaks the seal and reads the opening lines, and in that instant everything changes, as the words confirm that Jamie and Claire survived, that they lived beyond the moment she believed had taken them forever. The realization hits with force, bringing both relief and shock, and she holds the letter tightly as tears fall without restraint. The distance between past and present collapses into something tangible, something real, and for the first time since leaving, she is proof that the people she loves did not vanish into history, but endured, leaving behind a message meant to find her. Epilogue 2. Newspaper prints false report of Fraser family deaths after the house fire. Amos Krupp leans over the printing press and studies the page set before him, reading the lines in reverse with practiced ease, and pauses when a short notice catches his attention, its tone somber and direct. The report speaks of deaths caused by a fire, presenting the event as a confirmed tragedy, and Amos questions where the information came from, his curiosity mild rather than urgent. Sampson, the young assistant working beside him, explains that the notice arrived from a subscriber and that he added it to fill empty space on the page, treating it as a simple addition rather than a significant story. The press continues its steady rhythm as ink is applied and paper is set, and the moment passes quickly into routine, with the work taking priority over the meaning of the words. Sampson continues his explanation while handling the press, admitting that the date attached to the notice does not align perfectly with the printed version, but that the discrepancy is not worth correcting given the effort required. He describes how the limitations of the type and layout forced him to adjust the timeline, choosing convenience over accuracy, and Amos accepts this without much concern. The conversation reveals a casual approach to the truth, where practicality overrides precision, and the report becomes just another piece of content rather than a reflection of real lives. The press produces sheet after sheet, each carrying the same message, and the small error becomes fixed in print, spreading outward with no one questioning its validity. Amos dismisses the matter entirely as he returns his focus to the larger article, concluding that the exact details of the notice do not matter, since the people mentioned are assumed to be dead regardless. His indifference settles over the scene, turning the false report into an accepted fact, and the machinery of the press continues without pause, reinforcing the idea that once something is printed, it becomes truth to those who read it. The quiet irony hangs unspoken, as the world moves forward believing in a loss that is not real, while the truth remains hidden beyond their reach, preserved only in places untouched by the printed word. We've reached the end of this powerful and unforgettable journey through a breath of snow and ashes. Thank you for staying with us until the final moment of this story. If you enjoyed this summary, don't forget to subscribe, like, and share it with others who love immersive storytelling. Now tell me in the comments, which moment impacted you the most in this book? And what story should we explore next?